We start with a case that's chilling. Somewhere, probably in the English Midlands, there's a killer on the loose. And someone must know who he is. The police and a grieving family need your help. As you're about to see, the nature of the killing leads to the fear that he might well strike again. It's a macabre story made even more bizarre by this letter that was sent to the police by a man who claims to be the murderer. Do you recognise the style? It may have been written with a ruler and a mapping pen, and look in particular at those peculiar S's that are written in the form of exclamation marks. It's a bit like some computer shorthand. Now, the letter could be a decoy, it could be a hoax, but if you know who wrote it, you could save someone's life. In the reconstruction that follows, every detail is as exact as we can make it, the real locations and the actual vehicle the killer drove. The outskirts of the village of Keyworth, near Nottingham, on Halloween last year, Monday, October the 31st. At 9 o'clock in the morning, a body was found by a passer-by. A young girl had been strangled and raped with particular brutality. Colette Aram, a trainee hairdresser, was 16 years old. The previous evening she'd set out to walk to the home of her boyfriend. She never got there. This bizarre letter was received by the police 2 weeks later. The details in it suggest it's genuine and possibly written by someone with local knowledge.
Is somebody protecting this man?
Superintendent Bob Davey heads the inquiry team. Today, 7 months and 2,000 statements later, they still haven't found the killer. And without your help, it's like looking for a needle in a haystack. A man who's white, aged roughly 25 to 35, with probably brown, wavy hair.
So what the hell do we know about him? He's not going to sit in his house with the word murderer written across his chest or across his back, is he? He's got some sort of sexual hang-up. He likes young kids. It's not going to be ever so obvious when you go through the door. But talk to the people, talk to the wives. Let's find him, because he's about somewhere. Colette's left in a field, don't forget that. We're dealing with a savage killing. Let's sniff him out and let's see if we can find him.
The police have built up a picture of the killer's movements from the letter and from corroborating evidence. It starts at a riding stables 5 miles from Keyworth.
I was in a hut for hours waiting for a girl to return from horse riding. No one saw me.
Yet the police are almost certain that the killer hid here while girls were riding near the hut. There are forensic clues, in particular a rag stained with human semen. And at about 4:30, something happened here that was to set off a fateful chain of events.
When the car came with keys, I could not help take it.
The next time the stolen red Fiesta was definitely sighted was shortly after 5 on an estate in Keyworth. The witness, a local resident, noted that the car was probably parked there for about an hour, and they were able to give a description of the driver. Did he visit a friend? Or if he actually lives locally, did he simply go home for tea? Then, early on that Sunday evening, in the hour between 6:20 and 7:20, the suspect is known to have cruised the neighbourhood, trying to pick up young girls. One of them had a very close encounter.
She's exercising the dog at the time. He stops and he makes some pretense of asking her the way to Walls Drive. Now that was clearly a bit of a ruse on his part, because Walls Drive in actual fact was only 50 yards away and he probably just passed it.
Yeah, look, come here. Can you tell me where Walls Drive is, please?
You just come out of it.
Oh yeah. Well, where are you going anyway?
Nowhere.
Do you want a lift?
No.
Oh, come on, it's warm in here, it's dry. I'll take wherever you want to go.
No thanks.
What are you scared of? I'm not going to bite you. Come on. Come on, where do you want to go? I'll take you.
No.
This cruising is the kind of habit that he may well be repeating in other parts of the country. Has anyone tried to pick you up in this way?
No one knows what I look like. That is why you have not got me.
In fact, they do have various descriptions. He was seen yet again at about 8 o'clock by another important and a particularly observant witness.
Yeah. I'm just going to see some mates around there. Won't be long.
When he left the car there, he walked around the corner and then he came back and he made some comment about somebody not being in, as if it was a reference to having visited some house. Well, he couldn't have done that, because in actual fact there was no houses in that vicinity.
The witness's suspicions were already aroused when he noticed what was being carried.
Oh, yeah.
No one knows what the knife was used for, but the witness prudently took a note of the car's registration number. Colette Aram took her last walk up this hill. She left home at 8 o'clock on her way to see her boyfriend just 20 minutes away. What happened then must be speculation. But one further witness, a local resident, did provide a vital piece of information.
I know I strangled her. When a car passed, she would have got me caught. But she was not dead when I left her. Maybe the cold killed her. Cars passed when we were there. I thought she would be all right.
We're talking about Colette probably being abducted and murdered at about 8:15 on that Sunday night. At 9 o'clock that night, there's a man of the description of the man we're looking for, goes into the Generous Britain pub at Costock.
What can I get you?
I'll have a pint of orange lemonade, please. And can I have one of those ham cobs as well?
If we accept it's the man that went in the pub, and I think we do, is a man that, if you remember, he drank a pint of orange and lemon. Now that's an unusual drink. It is in our circles. We're pints of bitter men.
Ham, he said. Ham.
Yes, please, yeah.
On holiday, are you?
No, actually, I took the wrong turning off the motorway. No, actually, I've come up to visit a friend who lives in Barton.
Oh, 91p, please.
His stories prove to be false, but they do suggest a degree of local knowledge.
He works in the power station, but he's had a bit of an accident, so I was going to visit him in hospital. Thanks.
Oh, they've gone. Excuse me.
Where's the toilet?
Oh, just back there.
We searched and we checked in the toilets and we took possession of some of the tissues. One of the tissues was sent, in fact, all of them were sent off to the forensic, and they found signs of blood and also human semen.
I go soon, and then you will never get me.
Well, the man who's determined to get him, who's in charge of the case, is Detective Superintendent Bob Davey. First of all, Superintendent, how much credence do you put in this weird letter?
Well, one's got to be open-minded about letters like this from previous experiences we've had. But there are certain aspects of this letter which make us think that it probably is genuine, like that is from the man who murdered Colette.
Now, what about the description of the killer? Obviously, the man we used was an actor, and people mustn't think too much about that description. How much do we know about the killer?
Well, I shouldn't want that to mislead people, but we're looking for someone 25 to 35 years, of average height, probably light brown hair, and we know from a number of witnesses that he was wearing this brown suede or imitation suede three-quarter length coat.
Was he clean-shaven, or did he have a bit... Well, of course, he could grow a beard or cut one off since. Do we know?
Well, that's right. And, in fact, a number of witnesses in this case have given varying descriptions. But we want to be open-minded about this, and we feel that at this stage he's probably clean-shaven.
And do you think that somebody out there knows or might know who the killer is, might have a good suspicion?
Well, we think so. We think that the man's got local knowledge. We think he probably lived locally at that time. And we're looking for someone who was away from his home between 4:30 that day when the car was stolen and until about 10 o'clock that night when we know the car was brought back or was seen coming back into Keyworth.
Now, this horrible behaviour that we saw, the cruising around, trying to pick up young girls, he might presumably be doing that somewhere else.
Well, this is a possibility. In fact, this is quite a likely possibility, bearing in mind his behaviour on this night. I mean, we've evidence from witnesses that, in fact, he was following young girls and cruising the area. I would think that that behaviour is probably still continuing.
So, if this happens to any other young girls, you want them to report it, wherever it is they live?
Oh, yes. If anyone's been approached in this way or seen anyone behaving in this manner, if they let us know, we'd be grateful.
Is there anything else that we should know? Have you had any other information?
Well, we've had a lot of information on the case, but there's a woman that rang in. She rang the local evening newspaper and she rang one of our police stations. She was distressed. She was anonymous. She said that she knew who had murdered Colette, and then she broke down and she put the phone down on both occasions.
She knew who the murderer was, and she hasn't rung back?
Well, this is what she said. It may be, of course, that she doesn't know, but she thinks she knows. We'd like that woman to come forward and contact us again. We'll treat whatever she says in confidence.
Right, so you want her to ring in at anybody who thinks that they have suspicions about somebody who might have been in the area at the time, and the description is a fairly broad one.
Yes,
somebody
it is.
Between their mid-20s and their mid-30s.
That's right, and I certainly wouldn't want people to take too much notice of the actor or the descriptions that we've shown.
Right, Superintendent, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Now, tonight, the police need your help to solve the murder of Caroline Osborne. As always, this is the number to ring if you can help. We'll be showing this and local numbers throughout the programme.
At the time of her death, Caroline was 33 and running a successful small business near Leicester. It's now almost exactly a year since she was killed, but still the police don't know certain crucial details of her life or about what happened. What follows now is a reconstruction based on the evidence there is of Caroline's last hours. At 6 o'clock on the evening of Friday, July the 29th last year, Caroline Osborne had finished work and returned home to 107 Danvers Road off the Narborough Road in Leicester.
There you go, Tammy. You're on now.
Caroline ran a small business, clipping and grooming dogs. She had over 700 customers, so she was quite a well-known figure in the area, collecting and delivering her clients' pets.
Don't worry, Tammy. We'll go for a walk soon, yeah? Yeah. There you go.
People who knew her say she was a quiet person, and there was really only one subject she loved to talk about, and that was dogs. Caroline loved all animals. She'd had the holiday of a lifetime in November in 1982. These snaps were taken on safari in Kenya with her friend. Caroline enjoyed the country so much that she decided she wanted to live there. So, shortly after returning home, she advertised her house and business for sale. And then, without telling anyone, took herself to a local aero club and started a course of flying lessons. She felt that Kenya was a place where she'd need to be able to fly. It was about 6:30 when a neighbour saw Caroline setting off from the back of the shop to exercise 2 dogs. An eyewitness reports seeing her minutes later taking the path towards Aylstone Meadows, her usual route for walking her black Labrador and her neighbour's white dog, Tammy. And here was the last definite sighting of Caroline Osborne. Aylstone Meadows is a strange mixture of public park, river and canal, and industrial buildings. It's a popular area for local children to play on, and there's a busy section of the Grand Union Canal with its locks and towpath. This footbridge was part of her usual walk. But there are some aspects of Caroline's life and business which still puzzle the police. For example, her van was a white Ford Escort. But more than 80 different witnesses recall seeing Caroline using a blue van to collect and deliver dogs at customers' houses and to take dogs for walks at a nearby park. The van didn't belong to Caroline, the precise make is not known, and neither the van nor its owner have ever been traced. Another few minutes' walk, and Caroline would have passed St Mary's Mills Lock. She was a private sort of person. There were some men in her life who even her closest friends didn't know. Some the police haven't yet traced. In March 1983, one of Caroline's customers collecting her dog from the shop saw someone else there. He seemed quite at home and remarked on the fact that they were all wearing blue clothes. The man's trainers and tracksuit trousers and his T-shirt were all dark blue. He wore a silver bracelet and digital watch and a silver medallion. So far, the police haven't been able to trace him. There was one other man seen with Caroline. A neighbour saw a man coming out of the back door of the shop and helping her with the dogs. He too has never been traced. Since he clearly knew Caroline, the police are anxious to identify him. At this point, Caroline could have taken one of 2 routes, but a later possible sighting seems to suggest she took this path towards the gas holder. Beyond this corner and from the other side of the canal, another witness caught a glimpse of someone, possibly Caroline, with a man running after her. That sighting was at 6:50 p.m, and if that was her, it was the last time she was seen alive. By 7:10, the black Labrador was seen heading home. The neighbours became concerned when they noticed the dog exhausted back at the shop without Caroline. One of them went to look for her on the meadows, but by 10:30 that evening, when there was still no sign of her, he telephoned the police. The following morning, the police search resumed, and it was then that the fate of Caroline Osborne was discovered. All night, the neighbour's white dog had been guarding her body. Caroline had been stabbed to death. Well, Detective Superintendent Alan Stagg is heading the investigation. It's a very large area to cover this, isn't it? Have you accounted for all the people on that day in Aylestone Meadows?
No, unfortunately we haven't. We have got 500 people sighted down there that day, but we've still got 25 unidentified men alone that we haven't been able to trace.
So you need them to come forward?
Yes, we do. It is a very popular place at that time of the year, but we've still been unable to trace them.
Anyone who saw anybody that day. What about those two men we saw?
Yes, the first one, the olive skin man with the medallion, he was seen in the shop in March by the witness, but more important, he was seen in the Huntsman Public House on the Narborough Road in Leicester on the following Sunday. And obviously, he appeared to be local, so he's not come forward, and we're anxious to trace him.
And what about the other man?
Well, the other man was seen there in May and June time, 2 or 3 occasions by a neighbour, and we think he may well have been a boyfriend of Caroline's, so obviously we need him to come forward as well.
Now, could that blue van have belonged to one of the two men, do you think?
Could have done. Totally bemusing. You know, we've got over 80 sightings of that blue van being used by Caroline Osborne, and yet we just don't know why she was using it.
Well, surely somebody must know something about that.
You'd have thought so. You know, I would have expected somebody who's lent to the van to come forward and see us, and yet they haven't. And I appeal tonight, of course, for the public to, if they do know anything about anybody lending her a blue van, then to contact us.
And finally, she had been married, hadn't she? Had her ex-husband, Gary Osborne, been able to help you?
Yes, we've had long chats with Gary, because obviously he's a singer. He has been with the Raymond Vale Orchestra in the past, but in the 1970s he was with the Ivor Kenny Sound in Leicester, and a lot of people would have known Caroline through Gary. So I asked the public, of course, that if they do know Gary and have seen him with Caroline, then of course to contact us.
Right, and as we saw there, Caroline looked rather different there. So the number to ring in confidence, if there's any way you think you can help, is here on 811 8055, or at the incident room at Wigston in Leicester on 0533, that's the code for Leicester, 813 121, or on Leicester 813 122. That's Leicester 813 121 or 813 122. Well, tonight we want you to watch a reconstruction of a strange and sinister case which has been baffling police for the last 5 months. It's the killing of a little boy. The motive is unclear. What we do know is that the case involves a mysterious nighttime visitor, a disappearing television set, and a car left with its headlights on. The victim, who died from a savage beating, was 9-year-old Christopher Laverack. He lived in Humberside in the Anlaby district of Hull. Every other Friday, when he wasn't spending the weekend with his father, Christopher Laverack was brought here to number 7 Harpham Grove to stay with his half-sister and her family. His mother and stepfather made sure that he got there in time for his favourite TV show, The Fall Guy.
Big news from minstrels. Now you get 20% extra.
Christopher always had a good time staying with his half-sister, Kim, and her husband, Stephen Hines. Despite a complicated family life, Christopher was a happy kid, Friends knew him as a shy and sensible lad who loved motorbikes and watching TV. He was getting on well at school and had just recently joined the local church choir. That night, as often happened, Christopher's half-sister, Kim, was driven to a local pub, the Crown, where she worked as a barmaid, leaving husband Stephen with their own young son and Christopher. At the pub in Marfleet Lane, Chris's mother and stepfather stopped off for a drink with Kim before going to visit relatives. Later that evening, with Christopher still watching the television and the baby in bed, Stephen decided to go out. This was the last reported sighting of Christopher Laverack.
I won't be long. Keep an eye on Martin. What sort of crisps do you want?
Cheese and onion, please.
And 2 cheese and onion.
Stephen also went to the Crown, the pub where Kim was working. Back at Harpham Grove, an unfamiliar parked car had caught the eye of a neighbour, who Christopher called Auntie Marge. She was wondering why the car had been left with its headlights on.
Steve. Steve. Steve, I want to talk to you. Steve, let me in. Steve, I want to talk to you.
The voice came from someone standing outside Steve's front door. At the dividing wall, Auntie Marge heard the front door being opened. Then all seemed quiet, so she went off to bed. A few minutes later, she heard the car pulling away. That car, according to the best evidence police have, was shaped like this. It's never been traced.
You don't get all this stuff on the top. You get it
By now, Stephen had spent about an hour in the pub.
Chris? Chris?
Apart from the baby crying, the house was strangely quiet. The television had been ripped out. And then it dawned. Christopher had gone. Stephen ran to tell Kim and then called the police. They started a search in and around the house. Christopher had never run away, and his mother had no idea where he was. His real father was contacted, but he hadn't seen Chris either. The search went on into the night. It was intensified at first light, fanning out across wasteland near Harpham Grove. But there was no sign of Christopher. Nor was there the ransom demand that was half expected. Christopher Laverack had now been missing for 36 hours. Expecting the worst, police divers began dragging a nearby stretch of water. But the discovery was not made by the police. At the same time, 10 miles away, alongside Beverly Beck, this man was taking his usual Sunday morning stroll with his dog. Christopher Laverack had died as a result of severe head injuries inflicted, the police believe, on Friday night. And Detective Chief Inspector Baker is in charge of that case. Now, that bag that Christopher was found in was actually a carpet bag, wasn't it?
Yes, it was a Treader underlay carpet bag. And this is one identical to it.
And are you hoping that somebody might have found that gone missing, maybe lost it or left it?
Yes, hoping that somebody in the Humberside or Beverley area, sometime prior to the 9th of March, might have thrown one away or might have lent one to somebody or might have left one outside and it suddenly disappeared or something like that.
How much do you know about how and where he died?
Well, we know that Christopher died on the Friday night, and we know that he died of severe head injuries, and we also know that he died in a field which contained growing winter barley.
Now, forensic evidence shows that he died on the Friday night, but it wasn't until the Sunday morning, in fact, that he was found, 9 miles away from Harpham Grove in Beverley Beck. How do you think he might have got into Beverley Beck?
Well, obviously we think he's gone in some form of vehicle. Which vehicle, we don't know.
Maybe that car, that unidentified car from that night?
Well, obviously we're very interested in that vehicle, and despite numerous appeals to the press and the TV, the driver of that vehicle hasn't come forward.
But somebody at the Beck that weekend may have seen something, surely?
That's right, and we've had a good response from the public. Many people have come forward, but we've never had a sighting of Christopher's body in the Beck until it was seen actually on the Sunday morning.
So you think somebody perhaps would have parked on that bridge or driven past that bridge and seen something?
Somebody could, yes. We did get a lot of reports of vehicles stationary on that bridge, and there's roads that go alongside the Beck, and the boy's body could have easily been put in from there.
Now, what about this television set? The strange thing about it is that it was ripped out from the back of the set, the flex, while it was still plugged in.
That's right. This is the actual flex. This end was plugged into the wall in 7 Harpham Grove. This end went towards the television set, and we believe there's a piece missing from here. So what we're hoping to trace is the television set, and we're hoping that somebody might know of somebody who has got a television set with an unusually short cable, or somebody's asked to repair one, or somebody sold one, or somebody's now got one in the possession. And we're also asking for farmers who have been harvesting in fields of winter barley to keep an eye open for this television set, and we regard this as a vital piece of evidence.
We might find who killed Christopher Laverack if we can find that television set.
Could well be the case, yes.
Mr. Baker, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
So, if you've got that ITT television or know anything else about the murder, the number, remember, 01 811 8055, or you can phone Humberside Police direct at Hull. The number, Hull 796271. That's 0482 for Hull, 796271. Now, a story about one man and his dog. It's a mystery story that ends up with both man and dog being attacked and stabbed to death in a wood in Sussex. As the story unfolds, you may feel that you have rather little sympathy for the man. He was a drugs dealer, and one that cheated his customers at that. But the police are particularly anxious to catch the killer. It looks like what's at stake here may be a drugs ring whose members are prepared to kill to get their way. The trail starts at a seaside town. Hastings is a quiet south coast resort with pleasure craft and fishing boats and a tradition of smuggling that goes back generations. The modern contraband is drugs, and for those that want it, there's anonymity in a town that's used to having visitors, and there are good connections to London and beyond. 5 months ago, these men discovered how deadly some of those connections are. Near Brightling, 12 miles from Hastings, there's an aerial ropeway that links a gypsum mine and its processing works. For 3 months, there'd been something lying, decomposing and undetected in the undergrowth.
What you got there? What you found? Leave. Get away. Leave it. Hey! Leave it.
Gary Collins was barely recognisable. He'd been 25, tall, with dark curly hair. He and the dog had been beaten and stabbed repeatedly. Gary had always lived in Hastings, a fit young man, a sportsman. He'd been living with his girlfriend, and the two of them had been saving up to buy a house. Gary and his Alsatian collie Trudy had gone missing 2 weeks before Christmas. The last time they were seen alive was when they left their rented flat in St Thomas's Road in Hastings. It's 10 o'clock on the morning of the 12th of December last year. A neighbour saw him leave. Gary Collins should have gone to work that day, but didn't. He had a part-time job packing eggs, but police now know Gary had been running a little business of his own. He started by selling small amounts of cannabis to friends, but then to an ever-growing market. He was known to customers and dealers as the man with the dog. The two of them had been frequent visitors to London in the year before they died. Several of Gary's associates have helped police to build up a picture of his growing trade in drugs. So far, Gary's movements have been traced to North and West London in particular. He's known to have met contacts in Camden, Islington and Kensington. And it's clear his drugs dealing involved double dealing too. Two people, a former partner in crime of his and one of Gary's former cannabis suppliers, have given matching descriptions of an incident that shows the dangerous and devious game Gary was involved in. The drug supplier was to meet them at Victoria.
Get it all?
Yeah, fine.
I'll put this in the boot. Yeah, right.
You got Fahy?
You have one of his, you want one?
Where's he gone?
So I made a phone call, hasn't
Have you got the money, then?
Well, he'd give it to you to snout, didn't he?
You bastards.
By then, it was too late. Gary's accomplice vanished with the drugs, and Gary just drove off. Gary's deals were also growing more ambitious. Through Interpol, police have traced a grand scheme for smuggling cocaine through Brussels and Amsterdam, financed by exporting illegal amphetamines to Stockholm. Shocked by Gary's murder, another dealer at the time explains how Gary was now playing in a bigger league.
He was known as the dealer, the man with the BMW and the dog. He would have been an easy target to any of the other type of gangsters that are just looking plainly to rip people off. You know, I mean, they'll sort of promise the earth and all they want is to rip off everything. They'll even come up with the hash and you'll come up with the money and they'll take both.
What happened in the last few hours of Gary's life is still not known. Remember, it's Monday morning, 2 weeks before Christmas. Someone drove his grey BMW to Battle railway station. The station staff saw it there at noon. The rest is speculation. Except for one thing. Whoever took the car there took the trouble to turn it round in the narrow car park to face the exit. Perhaps Gary drove it there himself. Maybe he'd arranged to meet a contact there. Curiously, though Gary was meticulous about his BMW, the car was left unlocked. Maybe there was an unexpected change of plan. Or maybe Gary met someone at Battle Station from a London or Hastings train, and perhaps they drove off together, and the car was later taken back there after Gary's death. Or maybe Gary never went to Battle Station. The car was simply dumped there after he was killed. Whatever happened at the station, somehow, presumably with someone, Gary went to the secluded woods by the gypsum mine near Brightling. With him, as almost always, was his dog. Somewhere he changed into Wellingtons from the light brown moccasins he'd been wearing when he'd left the flat. The moccasins are an important clue. They haven't yet been found. It's fairly certain from forensic evidence that Gary was alive when he arrived at the woods near Brightling. Maybe he was forced there. Maybe he was going to retrieve some hidden drugs or money. On Monday, December the 12th last year, Gary Collins and Trudy went on their last walk together. Well, you might see something about the death of Gary Collins in the papers tomorrow, because today an inquest at Hastings into his death recorded a verdict of unlawful killing. Superintendent Clements, it's obviously a very difficult case for you, because people who've been dealing in drugs, people who've been buying cannabis, are most unlikely to come forward as witnesses.
That's true. We've considered the matter so serious that we've granted an amnesty against anybody that has had any drug dealings with Gary Collins, in the hope that they'll come forward and give us information or evidence that may help us trace the person responsible for Gary's death.
To be candid, even though you say you've got an amnesty, I can imagine people watching who may have known Gary, may have, say, bought cannabis from him, don't think they can solve the murder and will be very reluctant, particularly if they don't have a record, to get on police files.
Well, I can quite definitely say that anyone that comes forward and gives details about dealings they've had with Gary can feel absolutely certain nothing will happen. We have plenty of statements from people who've had dealings with Gary, that statements which could have landed them into very serious trouble, but we've taken no notice of this because we're after a particularly vicious criminal who's killed this man in a most savage manner.
The man in the silhouette?
That's right.
Who helped us, what's happened to him? Have you taken action against him?
No, not at all.
And if people want to ring anonymously, will you listen to their information?
Absolutely. Obviously, the best information is from persons who give their name and address, but anyone who wants to ring anonymously, we should be more than pleased to hear what they've got to say, Mr. Ross.
Now, if people do ring in, what is it that you want to know? What sort of people do you want to reach?
We want to hear from people that have known Gary, especially in drug stealing, anybody that might have seen him when he arrived at Battle Railway Station on the 12th of December, or perhaps even out at Brightling Wood. People that might have been on holiday that just happened to be passing and didn't even know that a murder had been committed.
The date, of course, 2 weeks before Christmas, what, the 12th of December,
That's
wasn't
right.
it? So you really want anybody who knew Gary, did drugs dealing, but knew him at any stage and may know nothing about the murder?
Well, if they think they can help us at all, we would be more than pleased to hear from them.
Have you got hold of everyone you want in particular? Are there any people you know of out there that haven't yet come forward?
There is a lady, a blonde woman, in a brown coat that has been seen by a green Toledo, that has been seen with Gary on the A21, which is the battle to the main London road, on at least 2 occasions, and on one occasion which she was with 2 men who carried grey disposable bags. And I would like to say, Mr. Ross, that there is also, of course, a reward of £5,000 offered by Mr. Collins Sr., Gary's father, for any information that leads to the arrest and conviction of the persons responsible for Gary's death.
Bill Clements, thank you very much indeed. Right, again, the numbers, remember there's an amnesty, remember whatever you think about cannabis or other drugs, we're looking for a murderer and a man who could strike again. Call us here, please, 01 811 8055. You can talk to civilians if you prefer, or you can call Sussex Police directly. Their number, Hastings 444 212. That's 0424 444 212. Now for this month's reconstructions. We start with a crime that made the headlines a year ago, but which is still unsolved. It's the murder of a wealthy London solicitor, Janice Weston. There appears to be no motive for the killing. She had no known enemies, there were no sexual assault, no robbery. She was battered to death in a lay-by on the A1 last September. The case is baffling, but there's a wealth of clues to follow up, and detectives here tonight are convinced that if you watch this reconstruction carefully, someone will be able to provide them with at least one of the missing links.
Our reconstruction begins at 11:20 a.m. on the 10th of September last year at Kensington Tire Motors in West London. That Saturday, Janice Weston set out to collect the spare wheel of her Alfa Romeo Alfetta car. This wheel was to become the vital missing link in the search for her murderer. Janice was seen shopping near her home at Holland Park at around midday. She was a solicitor and had told friends she'd be completing work for a client and staying in London over the weekend. Janice had been married for just 15 months to property developer Tony Weston. Together they'd bought this country house in Clopton near Northampton, which they were converting into luxury apartments. This particular weekend, with her husband away in France on business, Janice called into her office at Lincoln's Inn. The exact time isn't known, but it was sometime on Saturday afternoon. Janice was a partner in the firm Charles Russell & Company, and at 36 was at the peak of her professional career. She was successful, popular, and led a busy social life. She'd gained a reputation as an international expert on company law, and was also completing a book on a specialist interest of hers, computer data protection. On that Saturday afternoon, an eyewitness reports seeing Janice frequently looking out of the office window, as if she were expecting someone.
Hello, Charles Russell. I'm afraid he's not. Can I help you?
Police know that she was still in the office at 4:45 p.m. because she took a phone call for a colleague. Piecing together the evidence, police believe that later that afternoon, Janice returned to her basement flat in Addison Avenue, West London, and made herself a meal. But then, contrary to what she'd said to friends about staying in London that weekend, she evidently decided to leave. She gathered together the remnants of her meal, which included a partly drunk bottle of wine and a half-eaten loaf of bread, and with an overnight bag and a purse containing £37, she set off. Yet strangely, she left behind her handbag. It contained her chequebook and all her credit cards, but she did take with her the keys to the country house in Clopton. It was unusual for her to set off for the manor house alone, if indeed she did set off alone, and it would have been very uncomfortable there with the renovations in progress. Driving north up the A1 towards Northampton on Saturday night, the traffic was heavy. Police believe it must have been 9 p.m. or later by the time she reached the Huntingdon stretch of the A1. Just north of Huntingdon, only 16 miles from her country home, she pulled into a lay-by. Later, forensic evidence found traces of grease on her fingernails, which suggests that the reason she pulled in here was to change the wheel of her car. But Janice Weston wasn't alone. Police still don't know whether her killer followed her into that lay-by or had been in the car with her. Janice Weston was killed by a series of blows to the head, so ferocious that it took police 3 days to identify her. The next day, Sunday morning at 9 o'clock, David Hurst is cycling along the A1 on a 12-hour time trial for the Luton Wheelers Cycling Club. As usual, he'd arranged with his wife to give him refreshment along the route. It so happened she chose to wait for him in that same lay-by where Janice Weston's car had been that previous night.
You're fine. Very cold. Why don't you fall? No, terrible. No, I should be all right. Be all right. I'm just going to go here.
At almost the same time, just 23 miles away at Royston, a man called into CB Car's garage with an apparently straightforward request.
You make number, please? No, I'm sorry, we don't, but they do in the store next door. Thanks.
He made his way to Auto Spares, where his purchase was to become one of the most mysterious aspects of the whole case.
Do you do number, please?
Yes.
How long?
A few minutes, so in between customers.
Good.
Okay. A pen?
Yeah.
And number?
Yeah.
Okay. Right, I'll give you a few minutes.
Okay.
He didn't state what number he wanted, but handed over a scrap of paper. That number was already on police files. It was Janice Weston's number. Redhill Street in Camden, northwest London. 4 days after Janice Weston's death, her Alfa Romeo Alfetta car was found abandoned on a parking meter. Inside, police found the keys to her London flat and to the country home. They also found her purse. Nothing had been stolen. But when they opened the boot of the car, the spare wheel was missing. The tyre that she'd collected that Saturday morning had now been put on the rear near side of the car. But the other wheel was gone and has never been traced. Well, heading the investigation is Detective Chief Superintendent Len Bradley of Cambridgeshire Police. There are many, many strange aspects about this case. Have you any idea what the motive might have been for the murder?
Well, certainly I think I can rule out robbery and sexual attack. The other theory, one theory we have possibly, is Janice was accompanied along that road. They stopped to change a wheel and there was a disagreement, and then Janice was battered to death in that lay-by.
So you think she may have known her killer?
Most certainly, yes.
Who was that man at Royston asking about those number plates?
Well, this could, again, be an incredible coincidence. The man could have purchased those number plates for a stolen vehicle. And if that is the case, I hope he will come forward, because I'm not really interested in prosecuting him for or being connected with theft of vehicles. But, of course, if he is connected with the murder, then I want to know from any person in Royston who was about on that Sunday morning, which was quite a quiet Sunday, and any information will be gladly received in respect of that man.
What clues do you have about what happened to Janice's car after the murder?
Well, almost certainly the car was facing in a northerly direction, and it would either need to cross the carriageway or go further up towards the Brampton Hotel, and then it traversed the road backwards towards in a sort of different direction completely towards London, and was found, as you said, in Redhill Street, Camden Town area. and almost certainly abandoned before lunchtime on Sunday the following day.
And what about the mystery of that missing wheel? Why do you think it is missing, and where do you think it might be?
Well, it could have been discarded in a hurry and left on the lay-by, and it could have been picked up during the night before the police were called to the murder scene, in which case I hope even that person might come forward to be eliminated from this murder inquiry.
What is distinctive about the wheel?
It's distinctive in as much as it's an Alfa Romeo wheel. It has 20 air vent holes round the wheel, and it also has the centre boss, which has the Alfa Romeo motive thereon.
So we hope somebody might have found one like it somewhere along that route.
Yes, somewhere along the route on the A1 on that weekend, the 10th of September 1983, with a Michelin tyre on.
Can you briefly sum up then what you're hoping people tonight might be able to help you with?
Well, I'm interested in tracing the man who purchased the number plates. I want to hear from anybody who saw Janice after 4:45 p.m. on the Saturday, either driving her car or in the lay-by at Huntingdon. And I also want to hear from anybody who has seen anybody acting suspiciously in the lay-by, or who may have bloodstained clothing or returned home that weekend bloodstained, or any person who might have seen any discarded bloodstained clothing.
Mr. Bradley, thank you very much. And if you think you can help, do please ring us. You can talk to the detectives here, or if you prefer, you can talk to a BBC researcher in absolute confidence. The number is 01811 8055. The lines are open now, but if you can't get through, please keep trying. Or you can call Cambridgeshire Police direct at Peterborough 63232. That's 0733 for Peterborough 63232. Well, now to a murder case that seems to show a sort of random violence that may well be unleashed again, unless the man responsible is caught. In March this year, a minicab driver was ferociously stabbed to death. His body was found in the back of his own car near Heathrow Airport. Now, that was the second time a cab driver had been found dead in the same area and in similar circumstances.
Heathrow is on the western tip of London, a city in its own right, alive 24 hours a day with travellers and airport workers. In recent months, in or near it, 2 men have died in separate and frenzied knife attacks. Stephen Sylvester was 39. He worked as a driver for Skyway's minicabs at Kingsley Road near Hounslow East Tube Station, some 4 miles from the airport. It's a Wednesday night last November. Stephen usually worked overnight, and in the early hours of Thursday, the date November the 17th, he drove back to the office after taking a fare to nearby Feltham.
Stephen. Hi. Well, things are very quiet now. You better take over. I'll see you in the morning.
Oh, cool.
All right.
I'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, sure.
It's 2:30 in the morning. Now the controller and the other driver have gone home to sleep. Stephen's on his own. At some point between 2:30 and 3:30, Stephen must have left the office, presumably with another fare. Whether he responded to a phone call or someone visited the office is still unknown. What is known is that this was the last trip Stephen ever took alive.
Where to now, Gov?
Yeah, left to the next one.
Hey?
Turn left.
At some point, Stephen got into the back seat, or was forced there, and in a frantic and bloody attack was knifed to death. With Stephen's body in the boot, the killer then took the wheel and drove the car towards the airport. Maybe he worked there. Maybe he was flying off somewhere. Why did he head towards the short-term car park at Terminal 3? Perhaps he hoped that in a crowded car park, the vehicle would not be found. The police know that he got here at 4:05 a.m. He dropped the entrance ticket on the floor of the car. At this time of night, the upper floors are blocked off, and only the ground floor is used for parking, mainly by night shift workers at the airport. Whoever killed Stephen would have been heavily bloodstained. Someone must have seen him. Did he go to one of the toilets to wash off the blood? Did he catch a plane or hitch a lift back to London or elsewhere? 4 days later, on Monday, November the 21st, police who'd been looking for Stephen found his blood-stained car abandoned in the car park and discovered the awful truth.
Hunter Delta from 572, active message over.
It seemed like a crazy but an isolated crime. Then, 6 months after the Heathrow murder, there was another killing in the same area. And it was like the first. The victim was a driver with Blue Star minicabs of Martindale Road near Hounslow West. Hardeep Sangha helped out his father-in-law, driving part-time on weekday evenings. The cars there weren't equipped with radios, so after each fare the driver had to return to base. It was Friday evening, the 30th of March this year, the day before the Grand National. Hardeep had already made about a dozen journeys that night and returned to the office to wait for further calls. At about midnight, a man rang from a call box not far away.
Hello, yeah. I want a cab to go to Feltham. Yeah, at a phone box near some traffic lights on the Great West Road. No, the next traffic lights.
At about the same time, a tall soldier and 2 young girls called at the Blue Star office. They too were asking to be taken to Feltham. Because of inconsistencies in the minicab log sheets, the police don't know which call Hardeep responded to first, the soldier and 2 girls who wanted to go to Feltham, or the still untraced caller from the phone box at the Lambton Road junction. Near the phone box is the Boom Boom Wine Bar and the Heathrow Tandoori Curry House. It may be that someone who'd been eating or drinking in the area noticed the man waiting for a cab. They may even remember if Hardeep did pick him up. It's only 4 miles from Hounslow to Feltham, and at around midnight the trip wouldn't have taken long. So Hardeep could have done both trips, or even picked up someone else in the Feltham area. The next thing that's known for certain took place on a slip road off the A30, close to the airport's southern perimeter fence. The car had run out of petrol. The killer tried to open the boot, but couldn't. He was unable to take the keys out of the ignition. He must have walked away. Perhaps he hitchhiked. The time between 12:30 and 2 in the morning of Saturday the 31st of March. Even at that time of night, the Great Southwest Road is busy, especially with lorries. Someone must have noticed the car stranded there. At 2 a.m, Hardeep was found slumped behind the passenger seat. He'd been frenziedly stabbed to death. Some credit cards were missing, along with a small amount of money. So the killer is possibly a racist, possibly a robber, apparently a psychopath. Detective Chief Superintendent John Pole is the man hunting for him. You tell me that he's tall, but you won't tell me why you think he's a tall man. And you've brought some knives. It looks like he's a knife freak as well.
Yes, that's so. This is a replica of an English commando knife issued during the last war. It was found in Sylvester's cab underneath the front passenger seat. We know it's not Sylvester's knife. It doesn't appear to be the murder weapon.
But possibly dropped there or almost certainly put there by the murderer.
Yes. Here, this is a US M3 American Army trench knife issued to the American commandos. Found about 2¼ miles further along the A30, hidden behind a GPO junction box. We're satisfied this is the murder weapon in the case of Sangha. Sangha lost, or was carrying that evening, a ceremonial knife, because he's a Sikh, or a karpan. His particular knife is missing. This is one similar to it, but the one that's missing has a blue band around it.
So anyone who found a karpan like this, but with a blue instead of the orange band,
yes.
You want to hear from them. These keys, where do they come from? They look like clock keys or watch keys.
Yeah, the pocket watch keys. They were found at the rear of Sylvester's car in the car park. I don't know if they have any connection with this case. I'm just curious to know how they got there.
Right. Now, you want, obviously, to find out who made the phone call to Hardeep Sangha. That was from the Lambton Road junction of the Great West Road, is
yes.
it?
Yes.
Anybody who made a phone call on that night, which was, what, the 30th of March, wasn't it?
Yes.
And then there are the people that must have been in the vicinity at that time. This is where the car was abandoned on the South Perimeter Road of the airport.
Yes. Well, we're happy now that the car was there about 1:45. It seems about the same time. There was a man in his 50s in a red tracksuit jogging. About 1:45, there was a man with bushy hair and a bushy beard exercising his dog. Neither of those people we've been yet able to find. Later on, about the same time, a man was seen standing right next to the car. A man in his late 30s, early 40s, wearing a two-piece grey suit with grey or sandy-coloured hair. And he was seen actually by the car. That's about an hour after we know it was there.
This is Friday the 30th of March, or it may have been early in the morning of Saturday, the 31st. Right, yes. Mr. Powell, thank you very much indeed. Now, if you think you can help in any way, please don't let a murder like this happen again. Looking for a tall man, possibly a knife freak, all the other clues you've heard. The number, if you know anything, 01811 8055. That's here at Crimewatch. Or you can call Heathrow Police Station direct. That's 01897 7373. 01897 7373.
3 weeks ago, near Bristol, a body was discovered. The victim was a woman, a mother of two, and she'd been missing from home since early June. Shelley Morgan was an American by birth, but had married and lived here in Britain for 12 years. She and the children had only recently moved to Bedminster, a suburb of Bristol. Her husband planned to join them when he'd finished renovating their family home in Wales in order to sell it. Shelley was an artist, and things had been going very well for her. She'd had a commission from an art dealer to paint these views of Bristol, and she had one left to finish, a view of the Clifton Suspension Bridge. Our reconstruction begins at Shelley's home on the day that she went missing, the morning of Monday, the 11th of June.
That's it. Thank you. That's it, darling.
I'm ready.
Good. I'm nearly ready. I'm just going to do a bit of packing.
What are you taking that for, Mum?
My camera? Well, you know that bridge I showed you the other day, that pretty one near Clifton?
Oh, yeah, that big one.
Well, that's the last of my sketches.
Oh.
And if I take some photographs, then I can paint and draw at all the angles that I want.
Oh.
Okay? Come on.
Oh, good morning.
Good morning. Come on, darling.
Hello, Charlotte. Hello. Home at the usual time?
Yeah. Bye-bye.
Bye.
See you later.
Morning, Mrs. Morgan. Morning, Mrs. Newcomb.
A couple of hours after seeing her children off to school, sometime between 10 and 11 a.m, Shelley Morgan called into the sorting office in Kent Street to collect a registered letter.
I've got a banker's card.
The letter contained money from her husband, which he sent every week while he was away working on their house in Wales.
Here you go.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Where Shelley went next has not been fully established. However, a witness travelling on this bus thinks she saw someone closely resembling Shelley get on at about 10 past 10 that morning. She remembered the woman because of her long fair hair and her distinctive red glasses. If indeed it was Shelley Morgan, that bus would have taken her to the centre of Bristol and the bus station. Police would like to hear from anyone who may have spotted Shelley after 11 o'clock that morning. If she did plan to photograph the Clifton Suspension Bridge, she could have got a bus from here. When the children came home from school, their mother wasn't there. The house was locked and empty. Finally, a neighbour took them into her house to wait for her. As time went on, it became increasingly clear that something was very wrong. At 7:30 p.m. that Monday, the 11th of June, Shelley Morgan was officially registered as a missing person. Months went by, birthdays passed, and still no word from Shelley. Fears were becoming expectations. Then on Monday, the 24th of September, police headquarters in Bristol received this dramatic phone call.
I got some very important information about the missing woman from Windmill Hill. But unfortunately, this is going to turn out to be a murder inquiry. The body is in a Wall-Tree grave. I'm not certain whereabouts too. It's in Hannam River, between the bottom of Column Hill and the old Ego.
Police had to take this call seriously. Immediately, they launched an underwater search team to look for the body. After 19 days, their intensive search revealed nothing.
Tell me when you're ready to leave, bottom over.
The call about the stretch of river at Hannam had been a hoax. Then just 2 days later, police were speeding west of the suspension bridge where Shelley had intended to take photographs, and west of Bristol to Backwell, just 8 miles from where Shelley lived. Their destination was Long Lane in Backwell, Avon. The missing person inquiry had become a murder investigation. On Sunday, the 14th of October, 3 small children found a badly decomposed body. It was Shelley Morgan. Missing from the scene were her clothing, glasses and bag containing her camera, sketchbooks and the registered letter from her husband. The body was found not in a watery grave, but at Watercatch Farm. A full-scale police investigation to find her killer has now begun. Shelley Morgan's father speaks for the first time about his daughter's death.
Well, the biggest irony of this whole thing is that for 12 years, during which time Shelley was here, we never worried about her physical safety. We knew that she was here in a very highly civilized, decent country, surrounded by people of goodwill and honesty and generally well-ordered community. And we simply did not have to worry about our daughter. Of course, now this is all gone. She's, we can't bring her back, but we can, I think, consider those who are still here. We feel that this person is an extreme menace to just about anyone. And we hope that anyone who might someday or somehow know something about this person, that they will be able to come forward to the police and convey this information to them.
Well, Detective Superintendent, the anonymous caller who called you had a local accent. Do you think he would have had anything to do with Shelley's death, in fact?
Well, we won't know until we trace him. I wouldn't have thought so.
But it is very strange that he phones us 3 months after her disappearance. Why? Why was he phoning us at that time? Is there some little piece of information that he's got that he wanted us to be interested in? We won't know until we find him.
If it is a hoax and he comes forward, will you prosecute him?
Of course not. We're dealing with a murder inquiry. All we want to do is arrive at the truth, and that's it. So if he is watching, please contact us and we'll resolve it and find out what it was all about.
Now, you're sure that she was killed on the actual day she disappeared, on June the 11th. What was the motive for her murder, do you believe?
Well, it has all the appearance of sex. She was naked apart from her shoes and a pair of tights, face down in a copse. Her clothing's gone somewhere. We're still carrying out certain tests, but there's little doubt that it must have been a sexual attack and then a murder.
So what exactly do you need the public's help with? The clothing's missing, as you say. Do you think somebody might have found that?
Anything and everything. Anything that anybody knows about her movements. Perhaps the man responsible is already in prison and has talked to somebody. Anybody who's got a lodger they're worried about. A woman who's had a bad experience in a car. Somebody trying to pick her up in a car. That's the one thing we are certain of. She must have been taken there in a car, and at that time she was either alive or she was dead.
That bag is very distinctive, isn't it? That might provide a clue.
It is. That bag was made from a blueprint that her mother supplied from materials that we found at her home, very similar to the one she had. As you've already said, her dress is missing, her red spectacles are missing, the registered envelope is missing. All those items are somewhere. Her clothing is somewhere.
And the most vital clue of all, of course, is the camera.
This is, and this is the most vital clue that we have got, as you said. This is an identical camera. It's an Olympus, as you see. It's an OM20 camera. And I do appeal to anybody watching tonight, please give us 2 minutes of your time, because there's only one camera in the world that's got the number 1032853 on it. It's stamped there on the metal at the bottom here. That camera was stolen from her. Please take time after the programme to look. If you've acquired a camera like that since the 11th of June, please check it. And any dealer that's watching, will you please take a note of that number and check your stock in the morning.
Detective Superintendent, thank you very mumuch indeed. The number to ring is 01811 8055, or you can call the incident room in Bristol, which is Nailsy 854011, 0272 854011. And if you live in Bristol, you can ask the operator for free phone Nailsea Incident Room.
Our next and our last reconstruction tonight is a crime that police already know is going to be a very hard one to crack. It seems to have been a professional killing, a cold-blooded execution almost. Now, you may not know who did it, but you might know of a motive or have a clue. The victim was Lloyd Simpson, a Londoner, and if you're an East Ender, you might have seen him walking Yank, his American pit bull terrier, in Victoria Park in Hackney. It's Guy Fawkes night a year ago. Lloyd was watching television. Outside, there was a fireworks party, a noisy one. This film might prick someone's conscience. In fact, Lloyd's father is so anxious and determined to have the killers caught that he's decided to relive what happened with an actor playing the part of his son.
Lloyd, can you get them sacks for me? Colour in there and white in there. All right, then. I'm a waste paper dealer. I collect waste paper, cardboard, and I do transport. So Lloyd worked for me. Just got to make a quick phone call. Lloyd was with me Friday afternoon, and I asked him if he'd take the car home on the night time. So he said, yeah, OK, I will.
So long, then. See you later.
When I arrived at the pub, he was sitting at the bar, drinking his little half a pint, as he always has, and his cigar. But he never seemed worried, never seemed anything like that. He seemed happy enough. On the Saturday, what he done, he brought the car back. Then he's locked the car up, and then he's took the dog and gone his usual way. Has gone over the flyover, right, into Victoria Park, and gone down towards home.
Oh, easy. Easy, boy, easy. Long way to go yet, mate. Come on. Yank. Come on. Yank, back forward. Come on. Get your legs up. Ass. Go on. Who's that? Go on. Go on. See if you can get him. Go on. Go on. You can do better than that. Go on. Come on, dude. Slow down.
Yank is a wonderful dog. He's an American Pit Bull Terrier. They're a nice, friendly dog, providing you keep them away from other dogs. They seem to want to fight other dogs.
All right, mate. I can't stop. I'll see you later on, all right?
They are valuable dogs. I would say they're at £500–600. They're supposed to be being brought into this country for fighting, but I don't know of any what do fight, and I know the Yankees never fight because Yank's only 11. He was only 11 months old. Now, as he goes down the canal, this is where he's met Chrissy Roberts before he's gone home, and that's all I can tell you about that part of it.
All right, mate.
Yeah, how you doing?
Hello, Chris.
All right, Yank?
He's doing all right.
Yeah, he looks good.
Like new harness?
Yeah, lovely. Where you get that?
Well, I bought it today, just down the road.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Handsome.
I'll tell you what, I've got his old one indoors, you can have that if you want.
Yeah?
Yeah. I'll tell you what, I'll drop it off a bit later on.
Lovely. Fine, where you been?
I'll just drop the motor off down the old man's.
Yeah? Yeah.
As it goes, I'll better get him home, get him some dinner, like.
Yeah, look
all right?
hungry.
I'll see you later, all right? Good luck, mate.
Chrissy was the last one to see him alive. That was about 1:30. Then he went home. Whether he went straight home, that I wouldn't know.
Come on, you. Up. Come on, Joe. Give it time. Give it time, boy. You enjoyed that, didn't you, huh? You enjoyed that little monkey, didn't you? Yeah, that's a good boy. Good boy, yeah. Come on, little cookie. Come on. Yeah.
Now, can you actually believe this? 2:07:41 is Rash. Bartelski is over the bump. He's over the second.
Blessed files.
Roll you over, get it? The rumble tombs, you've seen them on telly.
A sort of Ida. Pressing with all the mist, don't put off the devotees of a sport.
As far as we know, he laid there from the Saturday to the Sunday, and from the Sunday to the Monday. Because it wasn't until I went in the flat and I found him. I went through the door, and then I shouted out, "Lloyd? Lloyd, where are you? Lloyd?" And then I got no reply. you know, when you think the walls are so thin and our people don't hear anything with like a shotgun going off, it's hard to believe that no one couldn't hear anything. I can't accept that no one don't know about it, because someone out there must know about this, and I know if someone do know, but they're as bad as them who killed him.
Bill Peters, why was he killed? What was the motive?
If I knew why Lloyd Simpson was killed, I'm convinced I would be very close to finding those responsible. Quite clearly, he was killed for something he had in his possession. I think it may be drugs or something like that, because his premises had been searched very thoroughly and in what appears to be a frenzied way. And those responsible probably found what they were looking for. But it must have been something very important for them to kill Lloyd Simpson for.
He wasn't expecting anyone, was he?
He certainly wasn't. All indications are that he was sitting watching television quite comfortably with his shoes off, watching Saturday afternoon television.
So he hadn't made an appointment. I mean, could they have known that he was going to be there? Might he have met them that afternoon?
I don't think so. They could see him from the veranda by looking straight through the kitchen window. They could see him sitting there, clearly through the beaded curtain, and they then kicked the door in and shot him.
Now, apart from the neighbour, no one saw him, no one heard him?
That seems to be the case.
Unless, of course, people were frightened to tell you about it.
Yes, this may well be so. If anyone is too frightened to come forward and to give me their name and address, they can do so, obviously, anonymously or in complete confidentiality.
And, of course, they can talk to a civilian if they're too frightened to talk to a police officer. So the motive is really the key thing. You need to find out why he died, and then you'll know who killed him.
Yes, that would be a big step forward. Quite clearly, those responsible were very calculating. They chose the night very carefully. Because of the fireworks going off at the time, and they were thoroughly ruthless. And I would just like to add my words to those of his father and say that if any of you know why Lloyd Simpson was killed, whatever he had in his possession, please contact us as soon as possible.
All right, Bill Peters, thanks very much. You can call us here at Crimewatch on 01 811 8055, or you can ring the City Road Police direct at City Road on 488 5271. That's 488 5271.
Well, this month we start with the murder of a policeman. You'll almost certainly have read about the case, and it appeared in the press on the same day as Mrs. Gandhi's death was reported. It was 7 weeks ago, Wednesday the 31st of October. Police Sergeant John Speed, a married man with 2 children, was buried at Leeds Parish Church, ironically just 50 feet from where he'd been gunned down. He was shot as he went to help a colleague who was gravely wounded. Sergeant Speed and his colleague were both unarmed, and on the face of it, there appeared to be precious little motive for such violence. But West Yorkshire Police believe the shooting may be linked to 2 previous robberies in the area. We start our reconstruction with a look back to 1981.
Police, please. Hello? Could you send somebody round now to outside Leeds Parish Church? There's two guys that look like they're going to pinch a car. It's a yellow Mark III Ford Cortina. It's right outside the door, right opposite the front door.
2977, will you attend Kirkgate near to the parish church? A report of two men acting suspiciously near to a yellow Ford Cortina saloon.
Just a minute. Where are you going?
I'm not going anywhere. Why? What's wrong?
We've had a report that two men have been acting suspiciously round this car park. Is it you?
I've done that.
Have you been messing about with this Cortina?
No.
Have you
I
been in
haven't
this
done
car?
anything.
I've checked the road of the car park, and all is in order.
2977, can you get Sergeant Speed to come to the front of the parish church Kirkgate? "1013. 1013. I've been shot. Get an ambulance. 2977 to control. Description of gunman. He's a white male, about 40 years of age. Stocky build, wearing a grey flat cap and an olive green army-type jacket."
Get out of the back.
What the hell's going off, mate?
Just leave me then.
What's the guy there? Everybody's fighting me. Come on then.
Belgav control to all units. Suspect has hijacked a Port Transit van. The registration number, Echo Whiskey Uniform, 455 Yankee. It's blue in colour and has Stanton roofing painted on the side with a ladder fixed to the roof. Stantons. It's the police from Gipton. Can you put the light on top of that van? It'll help us to find it. Okay, thank you very much.
The Indian Prime Minister, Mrs. Gandhi, has been shot dead by assassins in Delhi. The shooting happened just a few hours ago, and Mrs. Gandhi was rushed to hospital for...
Spot of weather, please, Francis.
Yes, there's a splash reaching Scotland and Ireland now, and it's going to be a damp Halloween for Scotland and Ireland. Further south, England and Wales looks pretty good today. It's going to be warm, quite sunny. There's some morning mist to clear. There's the odd patchy black cloud.
Of the sad death of Mrs. Gandhi, but we will be bringing you that tomorrow.
There we are, thank you very much indeed. Very warm, extraordinarily warm for the time of the year, don't you think?
Yeah, it should be about 12, 13. It's probably 16, 17 this afternoon, yeah. So Indian summer.
Go ahead, 3827. I found the van. It's Control to Firearm Unit 51. Will you attend St Elmo's Grove, Leeds 9 immediately? The hijacked vehicle has been recovered in that area. Will you conduct an immediate search there? Is armed and dangerous. If seen, do not approach, but inform control.
Well, the man in charge of the inquiry is Detective Chief Superintendent John Conboy. Firstly, why are you linking those two raids we saw at the beginning of that reconstruction, the two raids in Pudsey in 1981?
Because the gun used and the bullets used are very similar to the gun and bullets used in the shooting of the two police officers.
And what do we know about this gun?
It's a .38 revolver, similar to that gun there.
Right. People in the underworld might know about that gun.
It may well be that somebody has sold the gun within the last few months in Leeds, yes.
All right, now let's try and establish the geography. All of this, of course, took place within a very small area. In fact, within 1.5 miles of Kirkgate Parish Church, where the shooting happened. The gunman then ran off, chased by Constable John Raj, to this point here, where he hijacked that blue van at Rhodes Filling Station. The next sighting we have is about a mile away in St Elmo Grove, where, incredibly it seems, he stayed with the van for over 3/4 of an hour. Then, having been spotted by a patrol car, he abandoned the van, taking with him a blue helmet, and headed off this way. Here at Torrey Road, he was seen getting rid of the blue helmet. But the trail didn't end there. There were 4 more sightings of the gunman before he reached Leeds Anglers Club at Nippets Lane, where he was seen for the last time, as far as we know, by that woman hanging out her washing. Now, why would he have spent 3/4 of an hour with the van?
Well, I feel he was hiding in public in that area. It's a quiet area of Leeds, off the main York-Leeds road. It may well be he's waiting for his accomplice to arrive there, or it may well be that he was going to carry out a robbery at a nearby post office or building society.
Right. What had happened to his accomplice, incidentally?
Well, his accomplice was last seen running through the Garden of Rest and onto the railway embankment, and we don't really have any more sightings of him then.
But I gather he was seen, or at least conceivably it was him, was seen talking to a woman by some people working in an old people's home.
There's a possibility he was seen on the Eber estate of Bermontoffs by people in the old people's home talking to that woman there,
Now,
yes.
this woman hasn't come forward yet, despite your appeals?
No, we would like her to come forward. She's about 45'4" with fair hair. I've made a number of appeals for her to come forward, and I feel she should do, because I think she gave that man directions.
And what about that man? What do we know about his appearance?
Well, he's between 30 and 40, 5'10" to 6 foot. He's got dark brown hair. He was wearing a dark donkey jacket and green overalls.
Presumably what you want from the public are any sightings that they might have had of these two men on that morning. It was, what, Wednesday the 31st of October? All this happened between roughly 9 and 10 o'clock in the morning.
Well, it may well be that people in Leeds may have seen those two men together before, and I would hope they would come in and tell us if they have. Any criminal in Leeds, and we've had a great deal of help from the criminals of Leeds, may identify them. I would hope they'd come forward. And if there's anyone who may have
kept them in a guest house, lodging house or hotel the night before, I would like them to come forward.
The underworld really has helped you try and trace this man?
They have, yes.
Here is the Crimewatch video fit of him. There you see him coloured in. Maybe you could just repeat what we're looking for.
Well, he's about 40 years of age, 5'10". He's stocky build. He was wearing that check cap, olive green combat jacket, dark trousers, and as I've said, he's about 40 years of age.
In the reconstruction, he had a rather stiff sort of gait, a rather strange run. Was that because he'd hurt himself, or does he normally run like that?
He may have hurt himself near the wall at the parish church. A number of witnesses have said he ran pincy-toed.
Right. John Conboy, thank you very much indeed. If there's any way in which you think that you might be able to help, please do call us. Here's the number, 01811 8055. Remember, there's a very big reward. You can talk to a BBC researcher if you prefer. You can call the police directly in Leeds. The number there is Leeds 454 197. That's 0532 454 197. And let me stress that you can call in the strictest confidence. Now we want to take you back 7 months to the night of Thursday, the 24th of May. What happened on that night has tantalised a large team of detectives and orphaned 2 small children. The place is Balsall Heath in Birmingham. There's a red light district there that attracts streetwalkers and cruising cars from all around the city. Several women have been murdered in Birmingham in recent years. Prostitutes are frightened, but they work on.
I've been a prostitute for 18 years, and I work in the Balsall Heath area. Since Yvonne died, it's very frightening. Very, very frightening out there. Because you never know who you're picking up. He could talk very, very nice, act as a gentleman until he gets you to the place. Then he could turn all of a sudden.
That's almost certainly what happened to Yvonne Coley. She was 28, quiet but well-liked, and though she'd never married, she was a mother with 2 young daughters to support.
Beverly, don't you stay up late watching this telly.
And finally, the 24 hours after the Lancashire water station
Good night, Beverly.
it's still not
Don't
known
stay up
what
late
caused
now.
the explosion which killed
No,
9
good night, love.
One of them at
Now don't go to
12.
sleep late.
Messages of sympathy have been sent by the Queen and by the Prime Minister. This has been News at 10. Good night.
We know just after News at 10 had finished that Yvonne made herself ready to go to work. She was late tonight, for the 24th of May was her mother's birthday, and there'd been a party. Sometime after 11, she left her house in Bordsley Green. Meanwhile, 2 miles away in Balsall Heath, 2 other girls had found a punter whom they remember well, a rather drunken client, and a blue van that would soon assume a crucial significance.
She's just my friend, that's all. She always comes with me.
I want her out, and I want you in the back.
I don't get her in the back of vans.
In the back, I say.
Providing you pay me first.
There you are. Leave your bag here.
I just want a cigarette, all right?
Oh, okay. Hey, you! Bring my money! Please, come back! Bring my money!
Yvonne arrived in Balsall Heath at about 11:40. The police believed the blue van was still cruising round the area. Halfway up Ladypool Road, before getting to her beat, Yvonne stopped briefly here.
I'm aware.
Hello. One of them meat patties.
As far as the shopkeeper can remember, Yvonne appeared to have no more than small change in her purse.
Ta. See you.
As Yvonne crossed Brighton Road, she was recognised by this local club owner.
Hey, Busher!
She was now heading for her usual beat on the corner of Sandford Road.
You're late coming up tonight.
I've been at my mum's. We're having a party, it's a birthday.
Oh. What time is it anyway?
11:45.
Oh, I'm going home. I'll see you tomorrow night.
Oh, stay on a bit. 5 minutes.
OK, wait till you get your first one, then I'm off. Oh, it's Fahy, I don't want him.
Oh, I'll do it, me.
I'll see you later. Yeah, I'll see you tomorrow night. Ta-ra.
Yvonne went with her first client at 11:45. Later evidence, the amount of cash found with her body, suggests she did have other customers in the next half hour. If she did, she might have come here with them, a car park behind Ladypool Road, where the prostitutes earn their money in their clients' cars. But at some stage she must have come here, to the Warstock area about 3 miles away. It was here at 20 minutes past midnight that a couple walking home noticed a similar blue van parked in the entrance to Coxmore's Woods golf course. 8:30 the next morning, the same spot on Warstock Lane. The blue van was gone now, but a few paces from where it had been, a local resident made a gruesome discovery on his morning walk.
Mike 21, attend Warstock Lane to a report of a female body under the hedgerow on the golf course. Privacy Mike 21 received, over.
I knew Yvonne as a friend. They always say, oh no, it won't happen to me. But look at the heartbreak it brings when you're left for dead. Those men, all the prostitutes, if they'd seen anything that night, we'd just like them to come forward, because somebody must have seen something that night. Everybody's not blind. They're not.
Well, before we speak to the man in charge of the inquiry, Detective Superintendent Roy Taylor, let's just recap on the geography of the area. When Yvonne arrived in Balsall Heath, she walked down Ladypool Road. The club owner saw her here as she crossed Brighton Road. Then we saw her meet her friend here on the corner of Sandford Road. That was the last time she was seen alive. It was about 3 miles away on Coxmore Woods golf course that her body was found next morning, just off Warstock Lane. She'd been strangled. Well, Superintendent Taylor, that blue van there seems to be the crucial clue, is it?
It is crucial, yes, because we have 3 sightings of the van that night. One at about 11:30 p.m. in Birchwood Crescent, again in the area of Church Road a short time later, and then of course near to where Yvonne's body was found at about 12:20 a.m. on the Friday morning.
So you do need to trace that, if only to eliminate it from your inquiries?
We do most definitely, yes.
The trouble is there are hundreds of blue vans, of course. Can you narrow it down for us?
Yes, it's a dark blue van in the 15, 17 or 22 hundredweight class. No windows in the side, and it is fitted with, we believe, Lee Conquest, this type of tyre, which is a cross-ply with Avon Supervan tyres also.
So that's an interesting combination of tyres on one van?
Yes, we've checked many thousands of vans in this inquiry, and as yet we've only turned up 3 with similar combination of tyres. It's almost like a fingerprint.
What about the driver?
Well, we don't know for certain the driver of the van in Warstock Lane, but of course we've got the Asian gentleman that we're looking for, who was involved with the 2 prostitutes earlier in the evening, and he is described as an Asian, 40 years of age, very well built, with a moustache, a Mexican-style moustache, which will particularly distinguish him.
Now, Yvonne was last definitely seen at 11:45 that night, and that blue van, the last sighting of a blue van, was at 12:20. Do you think those are the times between which she was murdered?
I think that she was probably murdered a short time after that, and that would be consistent with the sighting of the blue van in Warstock Lane, because when she went out and when she bought the pâté, we know that she had no money with her. We know that she had money with her when her body was found, and of course that would indicate that she'd been with a number of clients.
What about a blue Mercedes that somebody said they saw her in?
Yes, we've got an unconfirmed sighting of her in a blue Mercedes in Brighton Road at about 1 a.m. that morning, and we do need particularly to try and find the person who was driving that vehicle, whether he was with a prostitute or with his wife or whoever, if only to lose the sight to try and eliminate them from the inquiry.
Briefly, how else can the public help?
Well, of course, if we can trace the van with that combination of tyres on it, if we could trace the person that was with Yvonne, anybody that was with Yvonne that night, then I would appeal to them to come forward and contact me.
Superintendent Taylor, thank you.
Thank you.
If there's any way you think you can help in any way, please don't let this happen again. The number to ring, 01811 8055, that's here at Crimewatch, or you can call Edward Road Police Station at Birmingham 440 1155. That's 021 440 1155. The first of this month's reconstructions is of a crime that you may have read about. Indeed, you may have thought that it was solved. It's been in the news quite a bit. It's about two girls from the same school in Leicestershire who were both 15, both sexually assaulted and both murdered. But there were 3 years between the killings. The first was a notorious unsolved crime called the Black Pad murder after Black Pad Lane, where the body was found. The victim was Linda Mann, and her mother made a prophetic appeal for public help.
If anybody knows anything or saw anything, they must come forward and help, because it can only happen again.
On Thursday, the 31st of July this year, it seemed as though it had. Not far from where Linda had been strangled, Dawn Ashworth died in broadly similar circumstances. Suspicion fell upon a 17-year-old youth who lived locally. He was arrested, and in a tape-recorded interview, he made a statement and was charged with Dawn's murder. But with nothing to link that suspect with the earlier crime, police used for the first time in criminal history a complex forensic test known as DNA or genetic fingerprinting. The results were conclusive, but not what detectives had expected. And 4 weeks ago, they called a press conference.
Those tests which were carried out did not implicate Mr. Buckland in the death of Linda Mann. The results of the tests indicate that a person, as yet unknown, was involved in the deaths of the two girls.
In other words, whoever sexually assaulted Dawn Ashworth was involved in both murders, and unless he's caught quickly, he could endanger someone else. What follows is a reconstruction of Dawn's final afternoon in her home village, Enderby, near Leicester. It's summer holidays, and Dawn is helping out at the village newsagents.
You got my wages?
Yes, there you are. Thanks so much for showing me. Have a nice holiday, and don't forget to send me a postcard.
I won't. Bye.
Okay, bye, love.
Bye.
Ta-da.
This week's wages were especially welcome. Dawn and her family were off to Norfolk for their holidays. Dawn was a cheerful, bubbly girl, about to start in 5th form at the local grammar school. At 15, she wasn't yet much involved with boyfriends, but had a school friend whom she planned to see that night.
She had the opportunity, being in the newsagents, to buy every new magazine that was available, and this really was what her money went on, clothes and her look, and she was changing and blossoming really from day to day.
That Thursday, Dawn was going to the next village to see her friend, but her parents were also going out, so Dawn agreed to stay behind and look after her younger brother. Since the friend, Sharon, wasn't on the phone, she set off to tell her she wouldn't be free that night.
Bye, Mum. I'll be back by 7.
Dawn was seen on her way at about 4:15.
Hi.
Tony and Leslie were friends from school. This is 10 Pound Lane, which goes to Narborough. It's paved and lit at this end. But where it meets the M1, it narrows and eventually peters out into a track. At this point, Dawn had to make a choice. She could go either left across the motorway on the footbridge and go past the radiator works down to a dual carriageway, or straight on and down the track.
I always used to say to her,
Now, I would hate to think of you coming down here on your own in an evening. And I always used to impress on her, you should always use the footbridge. Always go over the footbridge that way. But, as I say, it is a shortcut, and it was a nice day. And it is a well-used route, there's no doubt about it.
In late July, the lane would have been heavily overgrown with shoulder-high summer foliage. At the end of £10 Lane is King Edward Avenue and Leicester Road, a busy dual carriageway. It's now about 4:25 p.m. Through the hedge, and Dawn would have been straight into Carlton Avenue, where Sharon lived.
Hi, Sharon there?
Oh, hi, no, she's just gone down to the phone box with Sue.
Oh.
Perhaps she'd like to try Sue's house.
All right, thanks, bye.
Bye.
Hi, is Sue and Sharon there?
I'm sorry, love, they're not here. They've probably gone for a walk to the village. Why don't you go and look for them?
All right then, thanks, bye.
Bye.
Mrs. Alsop is the last person we know who spoke to Dawn, though from the kitchen in number 8, Mrs. Walker saw her pass by. It seems Dawn decided not to go searching in the village, but to head straight home. A motorist saw someone who looked like Dawn going back across the dual carriageway towards £10 Lane. The time was now 4:40. From here, it's 15 minutes walk to home. It was a lovely July late afternoon, though there was a shower at about this time. Dawn got within 100 yards of where the track becomes an open pathway. Somehow she was taken off the track, was raped and strangled. 2 separate events suggest Dawn died between 5 and 5:30, the time she should have reached her home. Just the far side of the footbridge across the motorway, 2 men were out in the yard of the radiator works. The sound seemed to come from the direction of £10 Lane. At 5:30, 2 motorists saw a man run across the road from £10 Lane. They had good reason to remember him. At the top of that embankment is the M1. Tony Painter, it's not often you see someone racing across 6 lanes of a motorway, let alone a dual carriageway.
Certainly not. That sections were strange to say the least. 6 lanes, just short of junction 21 on the M1, which is the turn for Leicester. A pretty distinctive youth, about 20 years of age, late teens at least. He was 5'10", quite athletic to get up that embankment as he did. And has been described by the witnesses.
If anybody saw him at all running across the M1 junction 21, you want them to call you?
Certainly.
Now, there was another guy apparently seen pushing a motorbike on the dual carriageway, not on the B4114.
Yes, this is the dual carriageway that the youth had run across to get to the bridge, and he must have come down the other side of the M1, and we believe that the motorcyclist who was pushing his cycle along the pathway prior to that bridge could possibly have seen the youth when he came off the M1.
Now, as the name implies, Crimewatch UK is a national programme, but to be blunt about it, it does seem quite likely, doesn't it, if not almost certain, that this killer is a local man.
There are certain aspects of both the incidents that would tend to lead to that supposition, yes.
That being the case, there must be husbands who are suspected by their wives, I mean, it's a tragic circumstance, but there must be people who have suspicions about sons, about husbands, about cousins.
Yes, we understand that. And my appeal tonight is that the decision to let me know that they suspect a relative is an extremely hard one to make. But we've now had 2 murders in 3 years, and there's a distinct possibility that this man may strike again. And I ask any person who is shielding or suspects that a relative is involved to take that into account and to let me know. I'm sure that probably someone will have suspicions and they may be unfounded, but I wish to assure them that the information they give us will be in the strictest confidence.
Superintendent Painter, thank you very much indeed. If there is anything you can do to help, please ring us right now. The number in London is 01811 8055. That's 01811 8055. Or you can ring the incident room at Enderby. That's on 0533 482 400. That's 0533, the code for Leicester, 482 400.
It leaves a tremendous gap. It's not only a daughter that we've lost, but personally I've lost a very good friend, and that's what I'd brought her up to be, so that she could come to me with anything at all. And it's that friendship really that I miss more than anything.
Dawn Ashworth's mother, please do help if you can.
Nick.
Our final film tonight retraces the last 5 days of a young Cardiff woman, Lynette White. Lynette was 20. She lived with and helped to support a boyfriend and was hoping to settle down with him and have children. Instead, on Valentine's Day, Lynette was murdered. This is Cardiff's Docklands, Tiger Bay.
Good morning all and welcome to Wednesday Street Life. What a day Higid. Frank Hennessy summer. I'm with you until 12:30. And we're on a bit of a crusade today.
Welcome back to Meet for Lunch and to our phone-in on Women at Work and the extensive Red Dragon News. This is Martin Shankelman.
Lynette was a practical girl striving to make a living for herself after a troubled childhood. At the age of 18, she turned to prostitution. Every night, 7 nights a week, she'd work here from 6 p.m. till 1 a.m., often taking clients to a flat in James Street. When she stopped work early in the morning, she went regularly to meet friends at a nearby club.
You always steal my cigarettes.
Oh, come on,
no,
there's plenty.
I've only got
Come on,
7
there's
left.
plenty behind the bar. Now, what's the
This is the last one.
Well, I only knew Lynette from the club, but more of a friend in the taxi driver, you know, as the time went on, like. She used to talk a lot and dream a lot and, you know, like any other young girl, like, you know. But herself, she was a cracking girl, and I used to think a lot of her, like, you know.
Hey, Jack, how's your back?
Hey, Jack.
Good to see you.
On Tuesday afternoon, Lynette left her flat in Grangetown, and for 5 days, she disappeared. She was seen around the city, but she avoided her closest friends. This chemist shop is just around the corner from Lynette's flat, and she came here every Saturday to buy supplies of condoms. Lynette walked in as usual on Saturday the 13th, her 5th day away from home. Later on that evening, an old school friend saw Lynette standing outside a disco known as Monty's.
Really? So, yeah. I'm looking for my father. Have you seen him? No. You come in. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Lynette almost certainly was not waiting for her father. She hadn't seen him in a year. It's not known if she did meet someone here or left alone, but she stayed here till sometime after 1 a.m. By now, it's Sunday. It's February the 14th, Valentine's Day. That afternoon, a woman walking down James Street noticed a man who was standing in a doorway. He appeared to have blood on his hands. This is next door to where Lynette took clients. The witness walked past the Maritime Museum and stood looking out to sea when she felt someone sit down beside her. It was the man from James Street. At 8:45 that Sunday evening, Lynette's best friend went round to check the James Street flat. She was worried by Lynette's disappearance. When she saw a door locked shut that was normally open, she called the police.
Charlie Quebec 07, I need a console very urgently, over. Yes, from Charlie Quebec 07, I'm at number 7 James Street. I've just broken in and found the dead body of a woman inside, and it appears to be a suspicious death.
Charlie Quebec 07, Roger, that's Northern Wilcon 07, console 1.
Could you inform the inspector and the CID to attend, and also get the police surgeon out, over?
John Williams calling it a suspicious death turned out to be the understatement of the year. It was the most appalling attack on her. She had been stabbed, I think, was it over 50 times and had her throat cut. Terrible
Indeed,
attack.
that is so. It was a very cruel, vicious and violent murder after what is a young girl.
Now, the man seen virtually outside the flat that she used to take clients to must be the prime suspect. A man who was mumbling, incoherent. I gather he was crying at times too, blood on his hands.
That is right. He certainly is a person who we must speak to at this time.
Would other people have seen him, and if so, how would they have noticed him? We've compiled a Crimewatch video feed. What are the distinctive features?
He is very distinctive. He's got dark brown, greasy hair with lightning towards the front of it. He's about 35 to 40 years of age and between 5'8" and 6 foot tall. And we must remember that this man was bleeding himself. He's cut himself. He's also got blood on him from the deceased. He's upset, he's crying, and he's in a bit of a state.
And presumably might have sought medical attention himself.
Well, indeed,
himself.
that is so.
Why had she left her flat for 5 days, do you know?
Well, she's had a bit of a tiff with her boyfriend, and I think she's had problems with going to court to give evidence. She is a local girl. She would have stayed somewhere in the area. There is no doubt that someone out there knows where she stayed, and we would like those persons to come forward and speak to us.
To eliminate them, obviously.
That is so, yes.
Everybody seems to speak terribly highly of this girl. She was tremendously liked and admired, and I gather even a large number of her clients have come forward who went to her as she was a prostitute.
Yes, of course she was, but she was a popular girl. She was a quiet girl. She was well liked. But there are other clients in the city and outside the city who ought to come forward and tell us when they've been with her so that we can eliminate them from the inquiry.
Well, Lynette's family and close friends have put up a reward of £1,000. Here's the number. 018118055. That's 018118055. Or you can call the incident room in Cardiff. That's on 0222 398 381. 0222, the code for Cardiff, 398 381.
Just over 5 months ago, during the Muslim holy month of Ramadan, a religious teacher, Abdur Rashid, was murdered in London's East End. The killing shocked the Bangladeshi community where he lived, and police and local people are hoping Crimewatch viewers may be able to help find whoever killed him. Witnesses and friends in Whitechapel have helped us reconstruct what is known about the last day of his life. But our film begins 12 miles away from where he lived, in Essex. It's lunchtime on Wednesday the 27th of April. A group of children were following a nature trail on the edge of Epping Forest.
What's that?
It was the body of 46-year-old Abdur Rashid. It had been wrapped in a bedspread, tied with a sash cord and set alight. For the Muslims, the burning of the body is the ultimate disgrace. Abdur lived in the Whitechapel district of London's East End.
It contains a tightly knit Bangladeshi community which is centred around the East London Mosque. Some parts of Whitechapel are being redeveloped, and sash cord used to tie the body may have been taken from a local building site. Abdur had been killed by a sharp instrument. Evidence suggests that a traditional kitchen knife, such as this dar, might have been the murder weapon. Abdur was well known in the area as a religious teacher. He came to this country in 1979 and worked part-time in the mosque. But in 1983 he left. After that, Abdur tried to make a living by teaching the Quran in people's homes. Police know that he had several arguments over debts. He was also selling saris and trinkets to women throughout the Tower Hamlets area, sometimes when their husbands weren't at home. Police say this may have caused some resentment. He was sending money regularly back to his family in Bangladesh. On at least one occasion, a contact of his in Birmingham took it for him. Maybe somebody there knows something about his death. Ramadan is the holiest month. It began in mid-April this year. It's the evening of Tuesday the 26th of April. At about 9 p.m, Abdur asked the family he lived with if he could make a phone call.
Telephone engage.
The family remembers Abdur looking through a blue book, possibly for a number. That book has not been found. When he finally got through, the end of his conversation was overheard. Abdur left the house at about 9:30. At 10 o'clock, he usually attended the mosque for prayers, but strangely, no one seems to have seen him there that night. At about 11, Abdur visited a friend in Romford Street. He seemed nervous. Soon afterwards, he left. At about 11:30, another witness, Abdul Noor, saw him going down a staircase in a different block in Romford Street, block number 25. At about the same time, round the corner in Fordham Street, he was seen outside the Sylhet Cash and Carry. Who was he waiting for that night, and why? Sometime later, Abdur Rashid was murdered. His killers may have bought some petrol in a can, but where? His body was driven north up the A11. They probably took the Epping New Road towards the M25. In the early hours of the morning, someone may have noticed a car approaching the Robin Hood roundabout. It would have turned left towards High Beach, which is a popular area for courting couples. It would have pulled in a few hundred yards along Fairmead Road. Abdur's body was dumped just inside the wood. The flames must have been visible to any passing car. Well, Detective Superintendent Jeff Parrott is leading the inquiry into Abdur's death. Can you tell me a little bit more about what sort of man Abdur was?
Yes, upon his arrival in the country, Abdur took employment at the East London Mosque. And whilst that employment was terminated in 1983, he was still known in the community as the Holy Man. As such, he was very, very respected, and throughout this inquiry, everyone has referred to him as a good man. And with that in mind, it's a complete mystery as why anyone should wish to kill him.
What you really need most to know now is where Abdur went and what happened to him after that last sighting outside the Cash and Carry.
Yes, he obviously met someone outside the Cash and Carry, and from that point onwards, until his body was subsequently discovered, we have no sightings whatsoever.
What about the car park at High Beach, near where his body was found?
Yes, that is used every evening by courting couples, in particular, often into the early hours of the morning. It may well be, and it's distinctly possible, that couples were still parked there at the time Abdur's body was dumped and set fire to. It may well give rise to some embarrassment to people there, but I would urge them to come forward and give us what information they have. And I can only seek to emphasise that we will treat their information in the strictest confidence.
Right, you guarantee that. And you're quite sure that if somebody was there, they could well have seen something?
I'm sure they would. This burst of flame would be so obvious.
Now, you haven't yet found the blue book that he looked that telephone number up in that night. Where do you think that might be?
We haven't found that book. There's little doubt that that book contains the telephone number of the killer of Abdur Rashid.
So that's a vital clue.
It is a vital clue indeed, yes.
And the other clue is that the body was wrapped up in a bedspread, and we've had an artist draw up a detail from that. Where do you think that might come from?
We haven't traced the origin of that bedspread. It's cream with a green pattern, and little doubt about that, once we trace the origin of that bedspread, it will take us directly back to the killers of Abdur Rashid again.
So please do ring us if you recognise that bedspread. Now, thank you very much, Mr. Parrott, for the moment. Abdur Rashid's friends and associates are anxious, of course, to do everything they can to find his killers, and Abdur's 14-year-old son, Haruna Rashid, and one of the elders from the East London Mosque would like to make their own appeal in Bangladeshi.
আপনারা সবে জানেন যে মৌলানা আব্দুর রশিদ সাহেবরে মারা হইছে রোজাত এখন পর্যন্ত পুলিশে কোনো কিছু বাইর করতে পারে নাই
আমার বাবার হত্যা সম্পর্কে কেউ কোনো যদি তথ্য পাইয়া থাকেন তাহলে আপনারা দয়া প্রকাশে পুলিশকে অবগত করুন
এটা আমরা কমিটি থেকে সবে অনুরোধ করা যায় যে আপনারা আগুইয়া এই পুলিশরা হৌকা এতে কোনো ড্রাইভার বা ভয়ের কোনো কারণ নাই
Well, if you can help, please ring us. Here in the studio, waiting to take your call, as well as the detective here, we have a Bangladeshi speaker and a local community officer. The number, as always, to ring is 01811 8055. Or you can ring Edmonton Police Station direct on 01803 3311. That's 01803 3311.
Let's take you back now to the start of the August bank holiday, the Friday night. Were you in Hessel, near Hull, on Humberside that evening? Or have you ever taken driving lessons in that part of the world? If so, was your instructor called Keith Slater? On the night of Friday the 26th of August, Keith answered a knock on the door of his home and someone stabbed him to death. Police hope this reconstruction will prompt people who've ever known Keith Slater to come forward and help with the inquiry. Just outside Hessel, there's a wooded area called Little Switzerland. On Friday morning, Keith and his family walked down there for a picnic.
Here we go. See you both go in the end. Very good, isn't it?
Keith had no driving lessons that morning because his car was in for service. But by lunchtime, he'd picked up his car and called into the driving school. He was self-employed and had been franchised to the school for the past 16 months. Keith was a keen rugby player who almost always wore his Hessel Rugby Club tie and sweater while at work.
Get yourself comfy. You both in. Make sure your mirror's okay. That's okay. Now, if we just follow the road round. That's it, now careful. That's it. That's fine, he's got right away, he's coming first. That's smashing.
That evening at 8:30, Keith's wife Carol finished work. She just started a part-time job as a cashier. There was a sale on at home base and she'd had a difficult and busy evening.
I had to remember all those codes. I had to print on codes every time I came up with the stuff. Oh.
Just before 9, after a little bit of shopping, they arrived at their home on Bonaccord Road. The children were staying the night with their grandmother, so the two of them came back to an empty house.
But 18 months ago, Ted dropped his drawbridge for the last time and moved here to this...
After dinner, Keith and Carol spent a quiet evening watching television. But shortly after 10:30, Carol, who wasn't interested in the programme, went to bed.
I'm going up now, love.
An hour later, at 11:30, Keith went up too. At midnight, in Northgate, this pub barman was walking home.
Can you tell me the way to Bonnecourt Road?
I don't know, sorry.
A few minutes later, at Andy Carr's Taxis, close to Hessel Square.
Alpha 18, 210 Buffet Road to the Silver Cod.
Can you give me directions to Bonnecourt Road?
Yes, if you go to the top, turn left, follow the road down, and it's first on your right-hand side.
Is it past the Nolan pub?
No.
The witnesses described this man as stocky, with crew-cut hair, and in his 20s or early 30s. If it was you, please call us straight away to be eliminated from this inquiry.
Keith, is it the police?
The police?
Keith Slater.
Here.
Keith!
The screams were heard by a couple walking home a block away. They thought it was a party. The couple then saw a young man in a dark coat come out of Bonnecourt Road. At 12:25, a man was sighted heading towards the footbridge which spans the railway line and Clive Sullivan Way. It's now 6 weeks since the murder, and police are still anxious to trace everyone who knew Keith Slater and those who learned to drive with him. In particular, they'd like to hear from one young woman. A blonde girl was seen with him several times between February and July at the National Pub on National Avenue in Hull. She was petite, described as stunning, and witnesses remember that she wore a good deal of gold jewellery. Was this you, or do you know who she was? She and Keith were also seen here in Cottingham. She was aged around 20, was smartly dressed, and may well have carried a briefcase. There's another woman detectives need to trace. On the day before the murder, a rugby friend of Keith's flashed his lights at Keith's car on First Lane, Anlaby. It was about 8:45 in the morning. Although Keith's diaries show no lessons booked for that time, a woman with fair or brownish hair was driving the car. Do you know who she was? Mr. Lilly, were those two different women or one and the same?
Well, the evidence is that the descriptions do differ somewhat, but really it is something we must keep an open mind on.
Now, there must be suspicions that Keith was having an affair with somebody whose boyfriend or husband didn't like it, or at least he suspected they were having an affair and took it out.
Yes, this is obviously an area that we've looked at. Inquiries have brought forth many useful lines, and that is one of them, yes.
Now, obviously, this woman or these women have done nothing wrong themselves. Obviously, if they don't come forward after an appeal, there'll be people who are bound to suspect that they're some sort of accessories to the murder. But you desperately need these women to come forward.
It really is imperative that these two women come forward. It is true to say that they have not committed any offence at this stage, but they really must come forward. I would urge also, of course, that if any relative or friend knows who these people are, then please come forward as soon as possible. It really is imperative that we trace these two people.
Okay, now the man himself, who seems to have known something about the area, we've got quite a good description of him, haven't we?
Yes, we have an artist impression which was done by Carol Slater,
Carol saw the assailant fighting with her husband as she came down the stairs, having heard the disturbance. And she made an artist impression as a result of that. What I would say, of course, is that that is exactly as Carol remembers him. I wouldn't feel for 1 minute that he has such starry eyes if he's sat at home now or indeed in a pub. But we must say that is as Carol remembers him in the heat of the moment.
Now, someone must have suspicions about a boyfriend, a husband, somebody they know who looks a bit like that, but one thing is that he must have got covered in blood that night.
Yes, Carol was covered in blood because Keith was bleeding quite profusely, and she was covered in blood as she helped him back in. The assailant must have been well covered in blood. What I would say is that there must be someone sitting at home who knows that someone came home during the early hours of Saturday the 27th of August, covered in blood, acting suspiciously. They must hold a question mark against such a person, and I would urge them, please contact us here or at the police station as soon as possible.
If you think you know who that man is, if you think you can help, if you think you know who those women are, if you knew Keith Slater and haven't yet contacted the police, and above all, if you know that woman or those women that were seen with him, please call us right away. 01811 8055, or call the incident room at Hull. That's on 501 222. That's 0482, the code for Hull, 501 222.
Our next case is the murder of Michael Williams 10 weeks ago. He was last seen alive on the Friday evening before the August bank holiday weekend. His body was found early next morning in Highgate Wood in North London, close to where he lived. But police need to know where he went and what happened to him during the course of that night. Michael was 43. He'd lived in Highgate all his life, and he was an active member of the local church. He'd been married for 18 years and had a 2-year-old daughter. Michael was always keen to spend as much time as he could with her and worked flexi hours and often came home early to look after her. Our reconstruction begins in Pimlico in South London, where Michael worked. He was employed by the Home Office here at Horseferry House, where he'd helped set up the police national computer. Ironically, the very system which is now being used to help track down whoever killed him. It's Friday the 26th of August.
Hello.
Hello, it's me. I just wondered how late you'd be tonight.
Look, I'll work for another hour or so. Should be home about 8.
Okay, I'll put Marie to bed then. We'll see you later.
Michael had been under a lot of pressure at work, and for the past week he'd been staying late every evening to finish a particular project.
We're off to the Paviers for a few drinks. Coming?
Oh, lucky for some. No, I've still got work to do.
Oh, come on, you've got 3 whole days off.
Why not?
I'll wait outside.
See you in a while.
So instead of going straight home that night, he came here to the Paviers Arms in Pimlico.
Let's do a bit of music, do a bit in the garden.
Yeah. Would you like another drink?
No, thanks.
No,
you sure?
Not for me either, thanks.
Oh, God, is that the time? No, I said I'd be home at 8-ish.
Yeah, it's about time to go. So you're going on the tube?
Yep.
Yeah, I'll come.
You coming? Bye, all. See you next week.
Bye.
Yeah, you too.
Bye.
Did you change? Yes, I did, but it's late. No problem.
Right, well, this is where I change. So, see you, Michael. Have a nice weekend.
That was the last time anyone he knew saw him alive. From now, we can only speculate about where Michael went next. If he'd taken his usual journey home, he'd have continued on the Victoria line as far as Warren Street or Euston, where he would have changed onto the Northern line. By then, it would have been about 1:15 p.m. From here, he'd get on the Northern line to Highgate. But it's by no means certain that he did take his usual route home that night. Perhaps he met someone along the way. Police need to talk to anyone who may have seen him. If he did come to Highgate station, his walk home would have taken him past Highgate Wood.
Or he may have gone one step further along the Northern Line to East Finchley, because someone who looked like Michael was seen there at about 12:30 by a ticket collector.
Evening. Which way to the Lewis? Toilets are closed here, Gov. Okay.
If that was Michael, where did he go next? Was he planning to walk home from here? This is Highgate Wood, a popular spot even early in the mornings.
Well, then, let's go home.
It's the next day, Saturday morning. At about 8:20, a woman walking her dog saw something lying by the path leading to the wood. It was Michael Williams' body. He'd been killed by a single blow to the throat.
Yankee Romeo from 559. Can you call the CID? I found a dead body in the alleyway off of Lanchester Road N6.
Police need to know whether he was killed there or whether his body was left there later. Several people who'd used the path even earlier that morning didn't see the body, so it's vital that more witnesses come forward to help work out what did happen. At 6 o'clock that morning, this man was walking his dog near the woods past the spot where Michael's body was found. He saw nothing there, but then just round the corner, something odd happened.
My dog's usually quiet, and she saw this man standing over there, ran at him and barked at him hysterically. The man was standing there, absolutely immobile, and looked as if he was hypnotized under the influence of something. He was not moving at all. It was absolutely unreal how the man stood there and did not react to my dog, who was attacking him and barking at him.
Three-quarters of an hour later, as the gates to the wood were being unlocked for the day, the strange man had gone. And just 5 minutes after that, there was still nothing seen by the path. So police believe it must have been between 7 o'clock and 7:40 that his body was put there. It may have been dumped from a car. And there's a postscript. This is the New Argent Tandoori restaurant in Fry and Barnet Road in Southgate. The day after Michael's body was found, someone came into the restaurant and paid by credit card.
Your bill, sir.
Well, that card, of course, belonged to Michael Williams. Peter Wilton, Michael had been robbed of all the property he had on him. Was robbery the motive, do you think?
That certainly was one motive, but this case has homosexual connotations. He was a bisexual. It may well be that he met somebody and left somebody before he got attacked. I would like that person to come forward, or any person that was attacked in the locality that hasn't reported it before. Will they please come forward?
What description do you have of that strange man seen standing at 6 o'clock in the morning in Highgate Wood in some kind of trance?
Yes, he's never been identified. He's 6 foot tall, white man, slim build, blondish brown hair, with a beard of the same colouring.
Complete mystery, that. Whoever murdered Michael, was he a karate expert?
Could well be. We've spoken to several karate experts, and they say it would take several years of experience to deliver a blow such as that, because there was a lot of force used to Michael Williams' throat.
So a clue might lie there?
Yes.
Now you need to trace whoever used Michael's access card at the New Argent Tandoori restaurant, if only to eliminate him from your inquiries.
Yes, I would like them to come forward, because they may well not have been the person that attacked Michael Williams. They may have got the card by buying it, finding it, so I would like them to come forward. It may well be that other people were there whilst they used it as well, so they might know something about it.
That will obviously save you hundreds of man-hours of work.
Certainly.
Do you promise him discretion if you come
Yes,
forward?
most certainly. Yes, we're confidential.
Right. Now the main hope must be to trace some of Michael's property, all in a black and white carrier bag with ID on it.
That's right.
If we just run through the property very quickly, there was a radio pager called a Voda page.
Yes.
That may have been discarded somewhere, so that could be an important clue if anybody finds that. There was a computer manual.
Yes, his own.
There was his Home Office pass.
That's right.
And also a signet ring with his initials on. We don't have that, of course. And a distinctive Rolex watch. Could you tell me about that?
Yes, it was made for him about 17 years ago, and the peculiar thing about it is that there were clasps around the face of the watch, holding the face of the watch, so it is quite distinctive.
Right, so we're looking for all those items of property. If you were in Highgate Woods early that Saturday morning, please call us, even if you don't actually think you saw anything of interest. And if there's anything you can add to what police know of where Michael was that Friday night, Saturday morning, again, please call. The number here in the studio, as always, is 01811 8055, or ring the incident room direct, and that is 01803 3311. It's 01803 3311. If you live in Kent, and if you've brought any double glazing this year, you might be able to help solve our first case tonight. Since last Christmas, David Short had worked for Danem Windows as their East Kent representative. 10 weeks ago, on the evening of Thursday, the 22nd of September, he was murdered. Despite quite precise information about his movements that night, police have so far drawn only blanks in the search for his killer. Our reconstruction begins in the seaside town of Broadstairs, where David lived.
Broadstairs is a popular holiday resort between Ramsgate and Margate on the southeast coast. Perched high above the town is Bleak House, which a century ago inspired Charles Dickens' novel. David Short was 36. He'd lived in Broadstairs for most of his life and had done a variety of jobs. Every day he exercised his dogs around the Ethel Road area, where for the past 9 months he'd lived with his common-law wife, Michelle. 2 years ago, David was working in a well-known local hotel as a barman. One night, a barmaid recalls there was a visit by 2 men.
Oi, mate, any more trouble from you, and I'll bleed and kill you. Have you got that?
What was that all about?
Nothing.
A week later, David reported to work with a swollen face and black eyes. David used to frequent various night spots in Margate and Ramsgate, and police are anxious to talk to anyone who may have seen him in these clubs. They'd also like to speak to somebody called Mags, who David met apparently while working as a barman. In January of this year, David left bartending and started selling double glazing, a job he'd done in the past.
Good afternoon. I called the other day, Danem Windows.
Oh, Mr. Short. Yes, we're expecting you. Would you like to come in?
Thanks very much. How are the kids?
They're fine, thank you. Go through.
Thank you. Well, why don't I show you a couple of our brochures? This includes our latest top-of-the-range bestseller, which features an aluminium frame with a hardwood surround.
Over the years, David had worked for several companies. Perhaps he sold double glazing to you.
I'll just look at the frame, because that's coming out. Oh, no problem there. And measure up. Get you a quote in no time.
Business was going very well for David, and he bought a distinctive white Rover car. But if you saw the car recently, you almost certainly noticed the damage to the paintwork. About a month before his death, someone had vandalised his car with paint stripper while it was parked outside his home. Someone obviously had a grudge against him and knew exactly where he lived. Two weeks before David was murdered, a neighbour noticed a short, dark-haired man with a moustache arguing with David on his doorstep. She thought perhaps it had something to do with his business. On Thursday, the 22nd of September, the day David died, he returned home from an afternoon appointment to cook the evening meal. It was about 5:30 when he sat down to eat with Michelle and his mother, who'd come over for dinner. They had a discussion about the new house David and Michelle were hoping to buy together.
I think you're going to like living in Dickens Road, then.
Until
we've signed on that dotted line, I'm not taking anything for granted.
Don't worry. I went to the estate agents today. They've taken the sign down.
Yeah, they have. Oh, well, that's something.
Yeah.
We'll be in by Christmas.
I'm sure we will be in by Christmas.
I hope so.
Across the road, a neighbour saw Michelle and David's mother leaving the house on their way to play bingo in Ramsgate. That was about 7 o'clock. 10 minutes later, she saw David leaving, smartly dressed and carrying a briefcase. His diary shows an appointment in Deal, and the witness remembers he sat in the car for a few minutes before driving off.
4 and 3, 43. 1 and 2, number 12. All the sixes, 66.
It was 9:15 when David returned home. There was a yellow Vauxhall Chevette parked across the road. It had broken down and the owner had gone off for help. At 9:15, just around the corner from David's home, a witness on St. Peter's Park Road saw a motorcyclist preparing to ride off. Police would like him to come forward. At about 9:20, the owner of the broken-down Chevette came back with his brother. They've told police that in the 20 minutes or so it took them to tow the car away, they don't remember seeing the white Rover. So had David gone out again? And if so, where? At about the same time, 1/4 mile away, another witness saw 2 men shouting in a car. The woman and child walking nearby may remember seeing the orange or red-coloured old-type saloon car. It stopped just around the corner, outside the Albion public house. At 9:45, David's mother and Michelle left the bingo hall in Ramsgate. In the 15 minutes it took them to get home, David was murdered. His body was lying on the pathway by 2 broken milk bottles. At about the same time, a man was seen running down this nearby alleyway. When the police and ambulance arrived, it was discovered that David had been sprayed in the face with CS gas and hit on the head twice with a heavy object.
Delta Alpha 30, Delta Alpha 30.
Well, in charge of this case is Detective Chief Inspector David Birchall. Mr. Birchall, what sort of man was David Short?
Well, to be frank, he wasn't very popular. He was a person who had many threats made to him. 2 people, some 2 years prior to him being murdered, threatened him in the Castle Keep Hotel, where he worked, and shortly after that he was beaten up. A month before he died, someone poured paint stripper over his car, causing considerable damage, and we still don't know who did that. And the person who called on him 10 days beforehand, who was on his doorstep, who we still haven't traced, was arguing with him. We are interested in the 2 people at the Castle Keep and that man.
So it sounds as though there could be many possible motives for his death.
There are. We've investigated many things, but we're still not clear about what the actual motive is.
His social life seems to have been reasonably colourful.
Yes, indeed it was. He was a person who enjoyed himself and went around the nightclubs in Margate and Ramsgate.
And you wanted to find this person called Mags. Any clues on that?
We haven't. We know that he was friendly with a person called Mags. We've put appeals out locally, but we've had no response. Anyone by the name of Mags who was associated with David Short, we'd like to hear from.
Now, as I said in the film, CS gas was sprayed in David's face. Where could that have come from? Because it's illegal to sell it in this country.
It is indeed. There are 2 canisters here. They are obtainable in France, and we'd like to hear from anyone who knows of anyone who had possession of CS gas in that type of canister, particularly people from Kent. We'd also like to hear from a man, an anonymous caller, who called the incident room shortly after the murder. He told us that CS gas had been obtained in Dover to do a job in Margate. That man promised to come back to us. He hasn't, and we'd like to hear from him.
Right, please do call us. And finally, could you recap them on the several people who were seen near David's house on the night that he died?
Yes, as the appeal shows, we're looking particularly for 3 lots of people. There was a man on a motorcycle at 9:15 seen near to his house. We know that there were 2 men in a car who were arguing about 1/4 mile away from his house, and the man was seen running away from the scene of the crime round about the time the ambulance arrived. He was in St. Peter's Park Road, Broadstairs.
So these people need to come forward, if only to be eliminated from your inquiries.
Yes, and we can assure we'll treat them with discretion if in fact they do come forward.
Right, they can save police a lot of time, wasted time, if you can come forward and be eliminated from the inquiries, and maybe you saw something significant. Just to remind you, it was Thursday, September the 22nd. If you can help Mr. Birchall and any of his team with any information at all, do please ring us. The number here to the studio is 018118055, or you can ring the incident room direct, and that number is 0843 225566. That's 0843, the code for Margate, 225566.
Well, now we go to Liverpool. Detectives have asked us to help them find a killer who appears to be deranged. In fact, some newspapers have likened it to a Jack the Ripper crime. The facts are that someone, or conceivably several people, killed a prostitute and then mutilated her body. The victim, Linda Donaldson, was found 18 miles away at Winnick Lane near Lee. Helen Phelps takes up the story.
About a mile from Liverpool city centre is Canning Street. It's a small part of the Toxteth area, and it's the city's main red light district. Every night about 20 women are out looking for clients who circulate the area in cars. Many of the women here are on the streets for one reason: heroin. They're drug addicts and have turned to prostitution as a means of funding their needs. Linda Donaldson was one of them. She was well liked. A number of the other women and one of her regular clients have spoken to us about her.
Her mother was only 15 when she had Linda. Her father was from another country, and Linda never saw him. Linda was brought up by her grandmother.
What was she like?
Very friendly, a great personality. I found her quite a lovable person, and loving in return. I was her client at first, obviously, but I really do miss her.
I liked her. Everyone liked her. All the girls got on with her.
If there ever was a punter that was really bad or evil, you know, or he wanted something that kinky, she'd tell you, she'd let you know about him.
She just cared. She cared. She was that sort of person.
Linda was careful in a number of ways. She regularly visited this clinic, which was set up to prevent the spread of AIDS by distributing free needles and condoms. And she took clients home by a back alley, back Canning Street, so as not to offend neighbours.
I want somebody who walks the streets to respond.
Linda was invited to appear on the Kilroy programme a year ago and talked about this very issue.
Police in Liverpool wanted us to walk on a deserted street in front of the cathedral, and then they thought about it and others a bit more, and they put us back into the residential area.
Do you get problems with residents in Liverpool?
Well, I certainly don't walk past when someone's got kids around me. I wouldn't dream of chatting up a man right in front of kids. Not many girls will.
From 7 o'clock on the night of Monday the 17th of October, Linda was at her regular spot here on the corner of Canning Street, where she lived, and Catherine Street. She was distinctive because she always wore black. Sometime before 10 o'clock, she visited the shop in Windsor Street to buy some groceries. It was part of a normal routine. After shopping, she returned to her flat to feed her pets. She walked everywhere quickly.
Come on, love. Come on.
Linda loved animals. She had a dog and 3 cats, strays which she and her flatmate had rescued from the streets.
Where's me kiss then, eh? Hey? Yeah.
In Belgium, the trial of the British fans involved in the Heysel disaster opens in confusion. Tonight, many of them are on their way back home to Liverpool. How much for?
By 11 o'clock, Linda was back at her usual corner. She was spotted by 2 policemen.
You are?
No,
it's not.
It was a quiet night, but other women say Linda met a number of clients.
What's your name, love?
It's Tracy.
Tracy was her working name. It's vital that anyone who saw or met her that night comes forward. About 11:30, another prostitute was approached by a man whose behaviour made her uneasy.
You doing business?
Yeah?
Do you know anywhere dark?
Forget it.
No, come on.
Oh, come on, leave off, okay?
Oh, come on.
Look, I'm telling you, bug off or I'll get the police.
She was worried by the clanking in the bag, and so far police have been unable to trace him. She's compiled this video fit of him. He's described as 5 foot 11 inches tall, in his late 20s, and was wearing a white polo neck sweater. About 2 hours later, the same prostitute met Linda.
Hiya, Linda, how's it going?
It's a bit quiet.
Yeah, it is. I've just had one of those weirdos tonight.
You're joking.
Told him to get on his bike. I'm going to call it a day now, okay?
Right.
See you around. Take care. Bye.
Taxi!
As she got in, she noticed Linda moving towards a dark car which was pulling into Back Canning Street. Who was in the car? No one else saw her alive after this. Just over 4 hours later, 18 miles away, a maroon Ford Granada Mark II was spotted parked in Winnick Lane near Lee. People in the car may have seen something, and police urgently need to speak to them. Then at lunchtime, this elderly couple pulled off the M6 at junction 22. Winnick Lane links the motorway with the A580 East Lancashire Road. They pulled in at the same place where the maroon car had been seen earlier.
We were coming from home and we were travelling up to our daughter's in the Pennines. And usually about here I get stiff. I want to usually get out and stretch my legs.
And I said to Dorothy, is that a body down there? With that I went down to look to make certain. Came back to Dorothy and said, it is a body, kid.
The body was naked. Linda had been stabbed to death and mutilated. Mr. Leaf stayed there while his wife went to fetch the police. Detective Chief Superintendent Ken Clark is in charge of the case.
We haven't been able to find a motive for the killing. It appears she was simply picked up, murdered, the body mutilated, and then dumped in this field where you see the men searching.
So where was she killed?
This again is a puzzle we haven't been able to satisfy ourselves about. It's quite obviously that the murder had plenty of room in order to carry out the killing and the mutilation. So there's somewhere between Liverpool and Winnick Lane that he has carried out the murder in plenty of light and taken his time over it. Despite appeals to the public, there's been no sign of a clothing or a handbag anywhere. And this is something that we want to find out. If anybody saw anybody acting suspiciously, such as dumping clothing or burning clothing, would they please come forward? And I appeal to anyone of the public who may have anything whatsoever, no matter how small or insignificant, it may be the vital clue that we require.
If you have any information, then call us now on 01 811 8055. Or you can ring the incident room direct on Liverpool 708 7277. That's 051, the code for Liverpool, 708 7277.
Was hit on the head for no known motive. Police fear the killer or killers might strike again. It happened on the night before January's Crime Watch, Wednesday, January the 11th. Were you in Bristol then? Our reconstruction begins in the city centre, near the Broadmead shopping area.
Radio Bristol News.
It's 9 o'clock. This is Norman Rickard. The Civil Aviation Authority has ordered new safety checks following the M1 plane disaster on Sunday night.
The Stokes Croft roundabout is a popular meeting place for the city's homeless. They call it the Magic Roundabout. One of the regulars was Mickey.
He never ate much from 1 week to the next. Drink. That's as much as he did. From one bottle to the next.
It was mostly cider, but when funds were low, they had been known to drink meths, and lately he was drinking cider with Dettol.
Mickey came from Stoke Gifford, not far from Bristol, and he'd worked in various labouring and farming jobs. This is him 7 years ago at his sister's wedding. His parents had both died, as had his handicapped brother. Mickey lived with his sister for a time, but started drinking heavily, and soon afterwards left home. Because he stooped, he looked noticeably short and was known as Mickey Mouse, or Metal Mickey. He was only 33, but he seemed older.
Mickey was really a very ordinary sort of chap. Obviously his life had been blighted by alcohol. We'd known him for 5.5 years, and in that time we'd seen him deteriorate physically and obviously deteriorate. His trousers were always longer than his legs and under the heels of his shoes. Very shuffling gait. As his physical condition deteriorated, his walking became worse and worse.
Mickey was a nice popular chap. I remember in particular when one night I was doing the night shelter, I'd lost my purse, and Mickey was the first chap to offer me 50p for my bus fare home in the morning. And thereafter, whenever I saw him, he would always give 20p, 30p, whatever change he had for our funds. He used to use our night shelter a couple of times a week, but more recently he tended to skip her. That means sleeping rough wherever you can find a place.
The Sunday before he died, it was quite obvious that he and the little group that he moved around with had been on quite a binge for several days. On the day he died, I'd gone over to the charity shop, sometime after 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and I noticed from the window that on the bit of waste ground there was a fire which was blazing, quite brightly, quite strongly.
Hey, you two, put that out. It's dangerous.
Mickey was lying on the ground. Shortly afterwards, another witness remembers seeing Mickey and talking to his friend.
Hey, darling. You want 10p for a cup of tea?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, there you go.
You want a cigarette? Yeah. You got another cigarette for me, mate?
There you go.
Oh, God bless you, darling. Hey, Mickey. Got a ciggy for you.
Maybe Mickey left the fire. A social worker is convinced she spoke to him 10 minutes walk away.
I actually saw him as I was leaving about 4:30 as the day centre was closing, and we had a chat, and he was playing around with my lights, pretending to switch them on and off, and that was the last time I saw him.
Later, back in Picton Street, this witness, who'd known Mickey for 12 years, remembers seeing him lying dangerously close to the fire. There are several popular restaurants in this part of Montpellier. Did you pass through the area that night? A couple on their way to a meal recall hearing a muffled argument on the waste ground. The fire appeared to have gone out. Then at about 10:30, something unusual happened.
You a taxi? Yes. Have you got a radio?
Yes.
We'll phone the police quick. I want them 3 men arrested.
Who were they, and who was the woman?
They've gone down Arsenal Road.
The driver only called the police the following morning. Shortly afterwards, the couple walked back from their meal.
Strange place to keep down for the night.
There was only one man now, and he was lying flat on his back. Next morning, Mickey was found dead, but now his body was on top of the remains of the fire. He'd been battered on the head. Later that morning, the police received an anonymous phone call.
Force Communications. Yes. Picton Street, yes.
The caller said he'd seen 2 men hurrying away from the waste ground at about 10:45 the previous night. The 2 are described as in their mid-20s, one about 5'10" tall, while the other was shorter and stockier. Police urgently need that caller and the men to contact them.
I feel very much it's a tragedy that we all share in. We're part of a society that pushes alcohol at people and then despises the folk who can't handle it. Mickey was that sort of person, and I would just be concerned that people don't think, oh, it's a tramp, it's a drunk, it's not important. It's very important.
Ray Sargentson, why would anyone do this?
Well, it's a wicked motorless murder. All I can think is somebody's done it for kicks. And this is the man who had nothing, caused no harm to anybody, and in spite of his lifestyle certainly didn't deserve to die in the way that he did.
If it was young men out after pub closing time who went in for a bit of tramp bashing, as you suspect, that anonymous caller, who was obviously public spirit enough to recognise that he might have seen something important, he could be absolutely key to this investigation.
Well, I think he could well be the key, because from our other inquiries, we are fairly confident that he in fact saw the killers leaving the site.
Now, he rang you on the Thursday morning, that's the 12th of January. It's a long time ago, but you badly want to get in touch with him again now.
Yes, we do. He's a very public-spirited gentleman. He rang in, he's given us good information. We'd like him to be just a little bit more public-spirited and ring us with his name and address.
Now, what about those 3 men who were seen running away, the woman running after them?
Were they involved?
Well, we don't know. We're very anxious to trace her as well. She's in the scene, very close to where the body was found. It's vital that we find her. She may well have seen the killers doing something to Mickey, or it may be innocuous. But until we've got rid of her, then we really do need to get hold of her and find out what she's got to say.
OK, so if that was you who called the taxi driver and said, please get the police, please ring us now, 01811 8055. Also, if it was you running away, frankly, I take it you're not interested in minor misdemeanours. This is a murder inquiry.
That's right. I mean, innocuous sort of high-larking, skylarking, mucking about is not of our interest. We're trying to trace the killers of Michael Fahy.
The taxi driver said there were a lot of people around that time on that night, 35 people maybe.
Yes, we've traced a lot of people, but clearly we've got a lot of unidentified people seen in the street by persons who have come forward, and I do anxiously urge anybody who's in the area, even if they feel they saw nothing, to come forward and help.
OK, the date is Wednesday the 11th of January. The time is 10:30 to 11 p.m, around pub closing time. Here's the number if you were there, if you can help in any way, 01811 8055. Or you can call the incident room direct, that's on 0272 267 992. That's 0272, the code for Bristol, 267 992.
Of a straightforward, well-liked man for no reason anyone can work out. John Green was in his mid-30s. He wasn't a very ambitious man, and he made a basic living from a variety of occasional jobs. Because his lifestyle was a fairly simple one, and he lived rent-free in a property belonging to his mother, he wasn't too concerned about earning money. John lived in Poole in Dorset, and police need to hear from anyone who came into contact with him, particularly in the last few days before he died. It was on the evening of Saturday the 2nd of February that John's body was found at his home. Our reconstruction begins the week before his death. John had held a party at his basement flat. It was Saturday the 26th of January. John was usually rather shy and awkward in company. But that night, in his own flat and surrounded by friends, he was relaxed and sociable. The party was to celebrate the birthday of a close friend of his, Jude Holliday.
Oh, there you are.
Oh, hi, Tom, all right?
Yeah, I'm fine.
I can't have some fresh air. It's so hot,
I know, but it's a great party.
It's good, isn't it?
Yeah. Are you sure you're okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Brilliant, okay.
I'm glad you're enjoying it too.
I'll see you later.
Okay.
Oh, John! Hi, come over and join us. Do you know Andy? This is Andy.
Oh, hi.
I've known John for 15 years as a friend. He was quiet, unpretentious, shy, really, man. He had a wide range of friends. He was intelligent, active mind. All his friends would agree with me that he was a gentle giant and would never hurt a fly.
Yeah, it's nice to see everybody again.
I always sit up in the kitchen.
The party went on into the small hours. There are still a few partygoers police need to speak to. They may have witnessed something significant or be able to provide some extra information about John. Above John's basement flat is a shop which he rarely used. It was in the Branksome area of Poole on the busy main road to Bournemouth. The windows were usually whitewashed, but shortly after the party, John had scrubbed them down. The first of an unusual series of events that week was an appointment on Tuesday the 29th of January. A meeting at a roadside cafe with an unnamed person.
Oh, there you are.
Then, on Thursday, John's next-door neighbour heard shouting through the wall.
Every night when you don't watch it.
No, you won't.
I bloody well will.
You know I was pissed out of my head that night.
I could hear the conversation quite clearly through the wall, and I was absolutely horrified to hear this woman threaten to knife a man. I then heard some running footsteps and quickly rushed into the lounge to look through the window and just caught a glimpse of a woman.
Later that same evening, other neighbours heard shouts and thumps coming from his shop. Whatever may have happened, the following day John seemed untroubled. In fact, this local shopkeeper, who saw him around lunchtime, said he seemed unusually cheerful.
Oh, hello.
But only a couple of hours later, outside his shop, a witness saw someone fitting John's description and looking pale and frightened, involved in a tussle. No one seems to have seen John alive since then. The next evening, Saturday, shortly after 6 o'clock, a woman who had just got off the bus walked past his shop.
Hello.
That man could well have been seen by passengers getting on the bus.
All our fares are recorded on computer, and we can tell from that that on the night in question, 2 concessionary fares were issued at this stop. I was the driver on that night, and I'm fairly sure that I remember 2 elderly women boarding at this stop and carrying on towards Poole with me.
It was only moments after that that a friend of John's came to visit him. She found his body. He'd been repeatedly stabbed. Well, Mr. Homer, does there seem to be any possible reason, as far as you can see, why anybody would have wanted to kill John Green?
No, there doesn't, Sue. Despite the fact that we've looked very carefully into John Green's background, we can't find any reason why anyone would want to kill him. In fact, his friends describe him as a very gentle and genial man, and not the sort of person to confront people, the one that would not seek trouble.
Let's look at those unusual events. There are a number of them during the week before he died. There was the rendezvous at the cafe in his diary on the A33. What might that have been? A business meeting, perhaps?
That's a possibility, but on the other hand, he could have been meeting a friend. We really don't know at the moment, and we do need to find out. What we have established is that the appointment refers to the Little Chef, which is on the A33, about 8 miles north of Basingstoke, at a place called Heckfield.
And this was Tuesday, January the 29th. Somebody may have seen something.
Yes, and I'd like anyone that knew the reason why John Green went there or who he was due to meet to come forward and give us a call tonight.
The other of the mysteries was the sighting of John apparently being harassed by 2 men outside his shop, and that was the last time he was seen alive.
Yes, and that information came to the incident room from an anonymous letter that we received, and the person obviously observed what was going on for several minutes and saw this incident going on the other side of the road outside of John Green's shop. We also know that the author of the letter was waiting for someone to pick them up because their car had broken down.
So the vital thing is for somebody to come forward and perhaps corroborate that sighting for you.
Yes, that's right. I would very much like the writer of the letter to come forward. That's vitally important in my view, because the letter contains information which I know is important to the inquiry. And also it's important to get the person that picked them up to come forward.
Right, and that was Friday the 1st of February at around 3 o'clock in the afternoon?
Yes, it was. And the descriptions provided by the writer of the letter are that the first man was something around 20 to 24 years of age. He was 5 feet 10 inches tall, and he had light faded blue jeans with a dark blue top. And a very distinctive feature about his particular description is that he had dirty blonde hair, or hair that was auburn colour with blonde highlights in it. And the second man is considerably older, at around 40 years of age, again about 5 feet 10 inches tall, but with dark hair and in need of a shave. He was much thicker set than the first man and had brown trousers on with a lighter brown zip-up top.
So is there a possibility, perhaps, that one of those 2 men were the same man who was seen by the woman getting off the bus the following evening?
Well, we can't discount that, but on the other hand, we must keep an open mind about it. It could be that that man is not, in fact, connected with the murder inquiry and for some reason doesn't want to come forward. It's very important that we do find out who that person is, and I would ask anyone that knows the description of that man to come forward.
And what is his description?
He's in fact described as about 6 feet tall, 35 to 45 years of age, of large build, and wearing denim jeans. And a distinctive feature about him was that he was wearing a very thick, dark green jumper.
All right, now we're talking about shortly before John's body was found, and on the bus, got 2 women pensioners who you need to trace.
Yes, they were getting onto the bus at about 6:15 on Saturday the 2nd of February. We know that they purchased fares, which meant that they got off at the Shah of Persia public house at Poole, and the other one got off at an area called Upton, just outside of the town. It's very important that those 2 people contact us, and I'd ask them to ring us tonight. They may have important information, having been waiting at that bus stop.
Right, and there's a reward in this case, isn't there?
Yes, there is, and that's been provided by the family and friends of John Green, and it currently stands at £13,000 for information leading to the arrest and conviction of John Green's killers. And we're determined that we would like to get to the bottom of that.
Mr. Homer, thank you very much indeed. If you knew John and you haven't yet made contact with the police, or if you can offer any new information to help discover why anyone would want to kill him, please do phone. The number to the studio here is 081 811 8181, or you can ring the incident room in Poole, and that number is 0202 703388. That's 0202, the code for Poole, 703388.
John Shippey was almost everyone's good friend, it seems. Generous, gregarious, and though no one knew where it had come from, he had plenty of money. He relished popularity. He had lots of friends and lots of girlfriends. But clearly not everyone was so impressed by Mr. Shippey. Someone decided to kill him. And maybe in the next 10 minutes after this reconstruction, we'll discover who they are and why they did it. Doves is in South Croydon, Surrey. And after working there for almost a quarter of a century, John Shippey had risen from a junior in the accounts department to become the finance director. Since his death, the business has discovered that about £750,000 has been siphoned from their subsidiary finance company over a period of at least 8 years.
I'm going to the cricketers. Then I'm going to get some agreements signed.
OK, have a nice weekend.
You too, darling.
Bye.
I'd known John for nearly 8 years, ever since I'd joined the company. He was a big man. He had lots of presence. You always knew when he was in a room. If you had a problem and you asked him to solve your problem, he'd always try to do it. His local was the cricketers, and he had used the pub for many, many years, for both business and for pleasure.
Here comes the boy. Was you in trouble? All right? All right.
Hello, John. John was a very outgoing man.
Hello, lad. That's a lad.
That's in the pub in the cricketers.
All right, John. Now then, what's this about Friday? Everybody all right for it? Yeah, that's right.
John lived his life in thousands of little compartments, and you didn't really cross over from one to the other unless he really allowed you to.
All right, lads, who's up for a snack?
He was a completely larger-than-life character. A very kind, generous man, and just good fun to be with. I just cannot think of any reason at all why anyone would want to do any harm to John at all.
The night of Saturday, the 14th of December, 1991. John and one of his girlfriends, Carol, had dinner with Joe Kavanagh and his wife at a local restaurant.
You sure you don't want to drink, John?
No. I'm knocking it on the head until after Christmas.
Have you told them about the new boat?
No.
Got it?
Yeah.
Where'd you get the white one?
Yeah, 40-footer. You ready for Spain in May?
Is everything all right?
Great, yeah. As usual. Osborne, since it's Christmas, why don't you take a photograph? Give me the camera.
Here you are.
Here you go. You down at Palace tomorrow?
No, I've got an appointment.
Oh, I'll see you Monday or in a week or something.
Yeah, sure.
Cheers.
Bye-bye, darling.
The four of them left the restaurant at about 1 o'clock, and John drove Carol to the house he'd helped her buy in Ightham in Kent.
Although he owned a number of homes, he spent much of his time here and would normally stay with Carol at the weekend. But theirs was a volatile relationship, and that night they had a sudden row. John left the house between 2 and 3 in the morning in his blue Ford Sierra Sapphire. It wasn't until 3 days later that Carol realised something might be wrong.
Hello?
Hi, Carol, it's Joe.
Oh, hello, Joe. How are you?
All right, thanks. You haven't seen John at all, have you? He hasn't been down the critters for a couple of days now.
No, I haven't seen him since Saturday. In fact, I've had Doves on the phone saying he missed an important meeting yesterday. It's not like him at all. I'm beginning to get quite worried.
20 miles west of Ightham, the M25 crosses the M23 near the village of Merstham. Later that night, a witness was approaching the village on his way back from a badminton match.
I was driving along Rockshore Road towards Warwickswold, and I became aware of a car in front who was driving erratically. The driver and the passenger were looking in both directions and became nervous when I came up behind them. The moment I overtook them and went to look in and see exactly who was in the car, they both deliberately turned away, so I really only had a look at the back of their heads.
The small network of roads next to the motorway is usually quiet, leading only to a scattering of private houses or to a nearby gypsy camp. Yet at 10 to 11, another witness saw something there that struck him as peculiar.
As I passed the junction of Rockshore Road and continued down towards Warwickswold, there were 2 cars parked on the near side. The car I came to first was a Ford Cortina, and the car in front of that was a blue Ford Sierra with a man leaning into the back of the passenger compartment. And as I passed them, I picked up the headlights in the mirror of the car, which I thought was odd. If one of the cars had broken down, that both of them had got their headlights on.
In London today, the serious fraud...
Just down the road, a couple was watching Newsnight.
The price of Maxwell Communication Corporation shares. And the BBC has learned that a secret...
God, what was that?
I don't know.
Sound like I come from the motorway. But you stay here, I'll have a look. No, I'll come with you.
When to fund this.
Having picked my wife up and entered Warwickswold again, there was a blue Sierra which was completely engulfed in flames. And I thought at the time that was the car that I'd just seen previously and passed about 20 minutes earlier.
Fire and rescue. Yes, what's the address? In Merstham. Has a car fire, Warwickswold, Merstham. We're on our way, sir.
There'd been a spate of abandoned cars in this area, and this witness was compiling a video of them. John Shippey's body was found in the boot of his burnt-out Sierra. He died from stab wounds.
These are identical glasses to the ones he was wearing. They're Safilo sporting glasses. They're missing, as is this watch, which is a fairly distinctive Seiko watch. So if you've seen these abandoned somewhere, and John Beavers, the cases, we saw him putting identical cases to these into the back of his blue Sierra Sapphire. The cases are missing too.
Yes, they are. He kept all his personal and business papers in these cases, and he wouldn't go anywhere without them. The larger one is a Samsonite, hard grey plastic. The other one is a maroon leather case, both with combination locks. I would very much like to know where those cases are.
Now let's just fix dates in people's minds. This is 10 days before Christmas. It was a bitterly cold night that Sunday night.
Certainly. Sunday morning there would have been a very heavy frost on the car.
Now, there was this 3-4 days between his last sighting and the discovery of the car. So somewhere that blue Ford Sierra Sapphire went during that period. It must have been garaged somewhere, left out on the streets.
It's critical to our investigation. We must know where that car was. It was certainly somewhere for those 3 days.
H613 CWS, as you can see. Where do you think it probably was? What sort of area?
I would say it was in eastern Surrey, north west Kent, maybe south London, Croydon, those sort of areas. It may have been outside a lockup. Someone may have seen it obstructing their driveway. We really must find out where that car was for those 3 days.
Now, there was an implication, as we saw in the reconstruction, that he had an appointment on the Sunday.
Yes, despite all the people we've seen, and we've seen numerous members of his close associates and business acquaintances, nobody has mentioned having that appointment with him on that Sunday, and I would very much like to hear from anybody who's made arrangements to meet John on that Sunday, the 15th of December.
We heard how he sort of compartmentalised his life. I mean, do you think you've now spoken to everybody who knew him?
No, he was a very complex character indeed, and in fact the way he compartmentalised his life has made my inquiry even more difficult. There's possibly parts of his life now that we haven't actually entered into, and if anybody else who's listening to this programme who knew John Shippey, was a girlfriend of John Shippey, had business dealings with John Shippey, who we haven't spoken to, please contact us.
Just, it's a bit of a long shot this, but 3 canisters like this, camping canisters of gas, butane gas, were what detonated that explosion in the car. Now, each of them has serial numbers on the bottom, and the 3 in the back of the car, the serial number's 00491, and if you sold those to somebody before Sunday the 15th of December, remember anything about them, 00491, do please give us a call. Mr. Beavis and his colleagues are waiting for anybody who's got any information. Here's the number, 081 811 8181. Remember, if you prefer, you can speak to a BBC researcher. Or you can call Reigate Police Station direct. That's on 0737 765 040. That's 0737 765 040.
The police are depending on Crimewatch viewers tonight to help them make sense of a murder. Jacqueline Palmer Radford was well liked. She lived with her 2 sons in the Hampshire village of Eversley near Reading, and her life really revolved around the children. 11 weeks ago she was found dead at her home. Jacqueline's sons are played in our film by actors and have been given fictitious names. Our reconstruction begins in Eversley on Tuesday the 31st of March, the day before her death.
Do you need any help with your homework tonight, Sam?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Jacqueline and her husband separated a year and a half ago after 18 years of marriage. She and her 2 sons, 17-year-old Sam and 6-year-old James, had continued to live in the family home, Riversdale House.
So what do you 2 fancy for dinner tonight, then? Lasagna or pizza again? Pizza, pizza! Is that all right with you, Sam? Second time this week.
We were always very close, simply because there was no one else with her. The most important thing with Jacqueline were the children. She'd worry all the time for them, making sure they had plenty of clothes, getting their day right from the start.
Since her separation, Jacqueline had taken up new interests in her life. She applied for an open university course and became involved in a number of sports. She was socialising more and widening her circle of friends.
So do you think you're going to take up tennis then, or...?
Well, I quite fancy it, but I think it's going to take up too much time, really.
I'd known Jacqueline for about 18 months. We were very close. I think we sort of regarded each other as best friends, and we used to confide in each other a lot. If there were problems or if there was anything bothering her, she used to phone me.
On the day before she died, Jacqueline, as usual, collected James from his school in Crowthorne, 4 miles away. At around that time, on the opposite side of the road from where the parents normally park, one of the mothers remembers a man in a dark brown hatchback car, possibly a Vauxhall Chevette. The man didn't seem to be watching the school gates. He seemed tense and serious, staring straight ahead of him.
Sam? Come on, you're going to be late. Your breakfast is on the table. I knew he shouldn't have stayed up to watch that film.
Oh, have you seen that assignment I was working on last night?
Yes, you left it on the floor. I'll put it in your college bag. Now, who can that be? can't talk now. I'm in a bit of a rush. Yes, we're running late this morning. OK, fine, I'll call you later. Yep, bye.
A few hundred yards along the road from Riversdale House is a small office block. The main road through the village is a clear way, and employees arriving for work at about 8:30 that morning remember seeing a stranger in their small car park.
Maybe she's a new temp.
No, she doesn't start till tomorrow.
The first thing I noticed was her green scarf, which was covering most of her hair. She made me think that she didn't want to be recognised.
Jacqueline would have driven past the car park as she took James to school just before 9 o'clock. 10 minutes after that, Chris Gaylor drove through the village.
I was on my way to work in Reading. As I came into Eversley, there was a brown Chevette type car stopped in front of a house, indicating right, but there was no oncoming traffic. I waited behind the car for 10 to 20 seconds. He then turned into the driveway. As I looked up the drive, there was a stone drive with a couple of garages at the end. There was no cars in the driveway.
No one saw the car leave Jacqueline's driveway. Was it there when she returned from the school run 10 minutes later? Her mother remembers she sounded her usual self on the phone.
Well, actually, I'm going shopping. I've got to go and buy James a new jacket. Yeah. Yeah, I thought I could try that new shop.
Later that morning, the beige car was still parked outside the office block.
I noticed the same car in a different parking space. The lady was still in the car, but she'd taken the scarf off her head. She was very, very pale, red or ginger, short hair. I got the impression that she was very slim. She seemed to be parked outside until at least mid-morning.
At about midday, someone saw a smartly dressed man with a clipboard outside Riversdale House. There were plans to sell the house, although it wasn't yet on the market, but perhaps this was an estate agent or a surveyor. He may have seen something significant. At 4 o'clock, James was still waiting for Jacqueline to collect him from school.
Come on, James. Mummy's not here yet. Shall we go and phone her?
At about 5:30, Jacqueline was found in her home. She'd been suffocated. Well, this is such a sad case. Mr. Long, perhaps we could start with a brown hatchback car which was seen turning into Jacqueline's driveway. Do you think it's the same one that was seen the day before outside the school?
It's possible. The driver at the house may have been a male. Certainly the man at the school was definitely a male. We have a photo fit of that man. He's described as 40 years, sandy-coloured hair, mid-brown, scruffy on the top, wearing a white shirt over a grey pullover. He had a particularly pale complexion and looked ill.
Right. Now, what about the woman in the beige car?
Very important we trace that person. Anybody that would know the identity or the make of the vehicle or knows anyone that's loaned or hired a vehicle of that description to such a person, I'd like to know.
Right, remember we're going back to the end of March or the beginning of April. There was the man with the clipboard in the afternoon which just might tie in with a pen you found in Jacqueline's driveway.
Yes, fairly common pen that retails for about £32 in most outlets.
It's a shaper
country.
pen with a zigzag design on it.
Yes.
Something we didn't see in the film. At around 11 o'clock in the morning, a man was seen running near Jacqueline's home.
Yes, about 300 yards away, a rather unusual man wearing a raincoat, jogging bottoms, training shoes, carrying a plastic Sainsbury's bag and another bag that looked like an airline bag.
If you saw him, you'd remember.
Yes, simply like to know who he is.
And something else not in the film. We, in Jacqueline's house, you found an Open University prospectus with a name on it, Lawrence Gillam, and a time perhaps, so it looks like 10:40.
That's quite correct. The importance of that, she might very well have had an appointment with somebody. We'd like to know who Mr. Gillam is.
Please, if you can help, please call us. The number's 081 811 8181 here, or you can call the Basingstoke Police Station direct, and that number's 0256 473 111. That's 0256, the code for Basingstoke, 473 111.
We now move on to another rather grim case that's made national headlines. Another case, I'm afraid, that seems to be a killing for the sake of it. The victim was 16-year-old Claire Tiltman, and she was picked apparently at random. Almost everyone you see in what follows, fire and ambulance crews, witnesses and friends, are the real people involved who've helped us to reenact events.
Good one!
Second floor! Up a bit!
She was in the fire brigade, the Duke of Edinburgh scheme, and...
She made it quite clear she didn't want a 9-to-5 job. She wanted to go in the fire brigade.
Yeah. That was her intention, to go in the fire brigade. No one would change it, you know. She was a lovely kid, you know. It's just such a shame.
Claire, she was a good student. She always used to come to the sessions. She was always first here. She had an idea that firefighting was probably going to be what she wanted to do. There are other things within the fire brigade, but she really wanted to be out there fighting fires, possibly driving or even take promotion exams. She was very bright and very intelligent, so I would understand that she could very easily take her leading firefighters exam and pass, and possibly be in charge of a fire appliance.
Claire! You're gonna miss that bus! Okay, I'll be down in a minute.
It was the final day of Claire's mock GCSE exams. She'd been sitting school tests for a fortnight and was looking forward to an evening without pressure.
Here, drink this. Good luck with that exam. Huh?
Alright, Claire, how are you doing? Alright, have I told you? I've got a job down Pizza Hut. Oh, great. I was going to pop round later and talk about college and that. Oh, brilliant. Oh, I'm at typing. Oh, maybe I won't bother then. It's only for an hour. Yeah, all right. I'll come round tonight.
The exams was the last day. She'd done quite well in them, actually. She wasn't particularly a scholar, but she did work hard and she'd done very well.
All right.
How did it go?
Okay, yeah, I did quite well, I think.
Told you, didn't I?
Yeah, good. Oh, yeah, can I pop down and see Vicky later?
Yeah, of course you can.
Yeah, I want to talk to her about college and all that.
Yeah, she's got in.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah, she's really thrilled.
Oh,
yeah.
good.
Claire, are you sure you don't want to lift down?
No, it's all right. I wanted to do my hair first anyway.
Bye then.
All right, bye. See ya.
Normally, I would have run her up there and possibly even Heather bring her back because his car had been stolen, so he had my car, like, for work.
Claire had a mile to walk to Vicky's home. Were you driving down the A226, here called the London Road, through Greenhithe, Kent, between Dartford and Gravesend? It's 6 o'clock on Monday a month ago, Monday the 18th of January.
I often go jogging along the London Road towards Holmes Cross when I first noticed Claire walking towards me. On my way home along the same London Road, I again noticed Claire in the distance, just walking towards the traffic lights at the Railway Hotel. Just before the traffic lights, she walked out towards the main road, as if she was going to cross, thus causing me to run in the road. The thing that struck me afterwards, that I thought to myself, oh, thank you for letting me run in the road.
It's not clear why Claire went into this alley. Maybe she was forced here. Did you see anyone nearby?
Come down Providence Street, into Station Road, up towards the traffic lights. I see this car was parked in a very stupid place, half on, half off the curb, right on the traffic lights. And then this young girl come charging out this alley. I remember thinking, bloody kids. After hearing on the news about a young girl being killed and everything, I suddenly realised, suddenly dawned on me that that stupid girl who nearly ran on the road last night was Claire Tiltman.
About 30 seconds later, Michael Godfrey was turning onto London Road.
What's that, Ron? Looks like a person. No, it's probably a pile of rubbish. No, it's a person. I'm going to stop.
because she was against a wall. It looked as though it was a hit-and-run car accident. The obvious thing, it's right by a road. Ron, my passenger, went off and got an ambulance. I've used first aid before, but never to that extent. But she just didn't respond. And I continued that until the ambulance arrived, and they then took over.
I don't know, I think it's a road accident.
Has she got a pulse or
No.
breathing?
No pulse. I've been giving her CPR. She's not responded, and there's no pulse.
Vicky? Oh, hello. It's Linda here. Can you send Claire home? She's not there. Right. OK, I'll try Lisa. Thanks.
I'm sure that Claire would have sensed that somebody was with her in that last moment. And I think that's quite important for her family to know that she wasn't on her own, and that she was with somebody and that they were caring for her.
I used to play pool. She took an interest in it. All of a sudden, it seemed overnight, she just clicked.
They wanted to go in the competition on holiday, didn't they?
But she wasn't old enough. Playing pool, she was brilliant. Regularly beat me.
No one likes to think their husband, boyfriend, son, any relative is capable of doing this, but to come forward, because I know that I would have to, because I don't think I could live with myself knowing what that person's done, and maybe he was capable of doing it again.
Owen Taylor, that must be your fear. This guy's going to do it again.
Yes, it is. This was a particularly savage attack. Claire was stabbed several times with a large knife, and I think there's every likelihood that this person could strike again.
It's going to be terribly difficult for anybody who knows the offender, particularly if it's his mum or a girlfriend or somebody, to think it really could be him. I mean, what do you think they should look for? Firstly, does he live in the area, do you think?
I think there's, in fact, I'm convinced that the person either lives in the area, has got connections in the area, or has lived in the area in the past. And I'm equally convinced that somebody in that local community knows who this person is or suspects who they are, and I would simply say to that person, can you honestly live with Claire Tiltman's murder on your conscience? And can you live with the thought that this person may well strike again?
Now, you mentioned she'd been stabbed with a very unusually large knife. It's not the sort of knife someone would sort of carry, like a little penknife or anything. Is there a possibility this guy's got an obsession with knives, a fascination with them?
Certainly couldn't rule that out. I mean, it was a large knife, and it's not the sort of thing you would normally carry around, say, for instance, to do like your normal day's work. And so it's an unusual weapon.
Given perhaps to unpredictable violence, outbursts of aggression, which perhaps a girlfriend would have noticed.
I think certainly after committing an offence as ferocious as this, his behaviour would have been abnormal, and someone close to him, a girlfriend, wife, mother, would actually notice a difference in the behaviour.
Finally, just very quickly, that car parked so awkwardly at the traffic lights. You've got to find the driver of that, presumably.
Very, very important to the inquiry, very important witness, and we would like that person to come forward.
OK, well, if that driver was you, or there's any way that you can help, particularly if you just think there is something there that clicks with someone you know, the number here, 081 811 8181. Alternatively, there's a special incident room which has been set up tonight in Maidstone for Crimewatch calls. Take a special note of the number, please, because the line's already busy here, and it may be difficult to get through. The number there is 0622 654 321. Very easy to remember. 0622 is the code for Maidstone, and then 654 321.
Our first case tonight is the murder of a 76-year-old man, killed for the sake of just a few pounds in takings at the pet shop where he worked. Arthur Broomhill had lived in Northampton all his life, and our reconstruction goes back exactly 8 weeks, to January the 21st. Arthur had worked at Denton's pet shop in Wellingborough Road for the past 11 years.
Yeah, well, you're a good boy, aren't you, eh? Yes, you are.
Since his retirement from running his own business, he'd made his love of animals the centre of his life.
Nice to see your friends. There you are. Good boy. Right, no.
He thrived on the contact with people too, and almost everyone in the neighbourhood knew and liked him.
Well, my father was a wonderfully kind person, very gentle, quietly spoken, but a great sense of humour. We've had some very moving letters from children saying how much they loved him and how they'd bought their pets from him. Obviously it was such a great shock to my mother and myself and the rest of the family, and we're coping. But we are in a sort of limbo, simply because until the person that did this is caught, we can't have a funeral, and we're just about coping, but it's very difficult.
Thursday the 21st of January, the day Arthur died. He'd been in charge of the shop for a fortnight while the owners were away.
I got your orders for you.
Oh, that's great. Thanks a lot.
There you are.
How much do I owe you?
£3.80.
I've known Arthur for about 4 years, and he was a lovely man, very friendly, very helpful, and we always had a chat.
Very busy, yes.
Have you?
Well, the Dentons have been away, you see,
Oh,
so
have they?
I've been here all on my own, working late at night.
When he told me he'd been staying late, cashing up, I must admit I was very concerned.
No.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
It's now 5:30.
Hello there.
Oh, are you still open?
Yes, you're in luck. I was just closing.
Oh, good. Have you got any guinea pigs?
Yes, come in and have a look. Now, this is a very friendly one. Very docile. Sure you
A
like it.
male or a female?
To be honest, I don't really know.
Well, I like that one. I like that. It's a really nice one. Yeah,
Jolly
I like
good.
that.
I'll put it in a box for you.
Right, thanks very much.
Well, good night then.
Bye then. Good night.
Four hours later, Arthur was still there.
I was on my way home, and I take the same route every night, going down the Wellingborough Road. The time was somewhere between 9:30 to 10, and as I went past the pet shop, I noticed the lights was on. I saw two people in there. One was the shopkeeper, and it looked as if the other person was a friend or somebody that he knew.
This is the last time Arthur is known to have been seen alive. At about 10:20, round the corner from the shop, this woman was arriving home after an evening out.
As I walked across towards my house, I saw a man hanging about by Stonewright Memorials, and he looked really suspicious, and I sensed that he was watching me. He knew that I'd seen him. I actually had eye-to-eye contact with him. And after that, I sensed that he watched me all the way to the door. And as I got to my door, I looked back once more, and he was still watching me. Between 5 and 10 minutes later, I looked out of my front door, and the man had gone.
Early the next morning, another man drew the attention of several local people.
I was on the Wellingborough Road, which is right opposite the pet shop, and I happened to notice this chap on the corner, and he seemed to be acting very suspiciously. He was just peering round the Wellingborough Road as if he didn't want to be seen. It made me think that he was up to no good.
20 minutes later, a couple of streets away,
I was going down to get my newspaper like I do every morning. It's about a couple of minutes walk down to the shop and back. When I see him, I thought he was coming out to get a bus, and then he suddenly turned round and went back. Sort of didn't take a lot of notice of him the first time. I carried on down the road further to the next junction, and I see the same chap, and he was throwing something which I thought was rather peculiar. I just carried on and went and got me paper, and when I came out, he was there again. I looked straight at him. He got blood down the front of his tracksuit.
At 8:30, the assistant arrived at the shop to start work.
Morning, Arthur.
He found Arthur's body. He'd received several heavy blows to the head. Oh, Bob Thorogood, you do know what the murder weapon was?
Yes, it was a tyre lever exactly like this one. One like that is missing from the shop.
The man in the yellow tracksuit was seen throwing something. Could that have been what it was he was throwing?
Yes, it could. It was about the same length, and although where he threw it, the rubbish was cleared away, it may be that someone's taken it home. I do need to recover that quickly.
Whatever it was, even if it wasn't a tire lever, if you saw it, please give us a ring. What description do you have exactly of the man in the yellow tracksuit?
Well, he was in his mid-30s. He was about 6 feet tall, with blonde hair, and on the morning he looked quite dishevelled.
And what about the other man in yellow seen the night before, the night that Arthur died?
Yes, of course, that was a very different yellow jacket. It was like a road worker's fluorescent jacket. And he was in his early 30s, about 5 feet 10, with short dark hair, but he was clearly a different man from the other one.
You're convinced of that. What about the description of the man seen in the shop with Arthur shortly before he died?
He was in his late teens, about 5 feet 5, with mousy brown hair.
And there'd been no forced entry into the shop?
No, that's right, there hadn't, and we believe from that Arthur may have let the person in, but there was a window open upstairs, and on the outside, on the windowsill, was a boot mark like that, a very distinctive sole.
And that was the one going out?
It looked as if it was someone going out of the shop, yes.
And you've received 2 mysterious letters?
Yes, I'm most anxious to speak to whoever wrote those letters.
If you recognise either of those letters, please get in contact again. In fact, any detail you can give to Mr. Thorogood could be vital. If you saw anything that Thursday night, it was the 21st of January, or if you know of any possible reason why anyone would want to kill Mr. Broomhill, please ring. The number here is 081 811 8181, or you can ring the Northampton Police Headquarters on 0604 700 700. That's 0604, the code for Northampton, 700 700.
3 weeks ago, a businesswoman, Jean Bradley, was murdered beside her car in a suburb of West London. The tragedy made front-page headlines because it seemed so similar to another notorious and unsolved murder that happened 2 years earlier. The victim then was Penny Bell. In fact, detectives are reasonably confident there's no link whatsoever. But they do think Crimewatch viewers may be able to solve Jean Bradley's murder. And you're about to hear from 3 crucial witnesses and see for the first time a portrait of the killer. Jean Bradley lived in Crowthorne, Berkshire, with the teacher, Nicholas Osborne.
Yes, sunny.
I last spoke to Jean on the Sunday before she was killed. I was in Rome with the school trip.
What did the forum look like?
So she particularly asked me to check Rome out thoroughly because a week after I was due back, both of us were off to holiday in Rome during Easter week it was going to be. And she was actually very much looking forward to that.
Jean specialised in helping companies move premises. Her own office was in New Bond Street, 30 miles from her home.
When she moved to her new job in London, we had some trouble working out the best way to commute in.
Acton Town Station is just around the corner.
But she found that the best way was to drive halfway in and then take the fast tube line from Acton.
Couldn't be more convenient, could it?
Seems a nice, respectable road.
Think the car would be safer?
Jean was very keen to keep her car immaculate, and certainly the reason why we checked out the roads in which she parked her car was for the safety of the car. We had no idea, no views on sort of her own personal safety. It just simply wasn't that sort of area.
Jean had left work and travelled home on the Piccadilly line from Green Park Station. She arrived at Acton Town at about 7:20. Also driving home just then was a local carpenter. Jean had stopped off en route to buy a couple of cans of drink. Another commuter remembers passing her in Gunnersbury Gardens, and she recalls that no one else was in the street. Jean had parked her BMW in Carberry Avenue, just off Gunnersbury Gardens. It had been there since 7:30 that morning.
As I was driving down Carberry Avenue, I seen a man and a woman tugging at each other on the pavement. I see it was pretty serious as the man was holding the woman down and kind of like standing all over her.
You kill him!
A woman and her son passing in a Ford Escort were able to follow the attacker.
I said to my son, oh, he looks as though he's done something. Come on, we'll follow him and see where he's going. He's quite a tall man and taking long strides, but he wasn't actually running away in any great hurry. He looked really odd because he had a silly hat on that looked a bit like a sou'wester. It's not the type of hat that you would wear around this part of the world. I was halfway down Gunsbury Gardens when I was aware of this white van rushing up behind me, and I sensed that he was in a great hurry to overtake.
I think you better go and ring the police.
All right, Ned. You just attacked a woman back there. Do you want to try it on with me now? Come on.
The man was very pale. His cheeks were very drawn in, and he had a darkish stubble, possibly 2 days' growth. He was very cold. He could stare right through you. As he came towards me, he raised his hand, which had a black bag wrapped. I didn't know what he had in it. It seemed pretty rigid.
The two men ran off into Gunnersbury Lane, just off the North Circular Road. The woman in the Ford Escort was able to get ahead of them.
I had a very good look at the tall man as he was approaching me to cross the road. He was a good 6 foot to 6'3". The van driver was a pace or two behind him.
That man there, he's after attacking a woman. Call the police.
At this point, I decided it was best to go home and make sure that my son had called the police, and I just watched them head off towards Acton Town Station.
Police badly need to trace everyone who saw this chase, including people the carpenter called upon to help.
This white Golf convertible came down on the road. He was a Rastafarian, and I was asking him to give me a hand.
Can you give me a hand? What's he look like? He's got a white coat and a black hat. Can you give me? Oh, forget about it.
The chase had now been going on for nearly a mile.
I think the tall man thought he lost me. I hid behind a tree and hid behind a car and things like that, the way he wouldn't think I was following him. He didn't look back very often.
The attacker went into South Acton Estate. It was nearly 7:45 and several more witnesses now must have seen him. Police need all these people to come forward. Attempts to revive Jean failed. She died of multiple stab wounds from an 8-inch blade. At the edge of the estate, the carpenter almost caught up with her killer.
He looked back and saw me, and he started to run again. I thought all along that he wasn't a very fit man, because when he came to the end of the estate, there's a railing, and normally if you're a fit person, you'd jump it. But he didn't jump it. I went to run across the road, and this car came around, possibly a trying pound. I hesitated because it was a bit close and didn't slow down. I ran. He ran right around the corner. When I got down to the corner, raggedy close, I could not see the man anymore.
But unknown to the carpenter, one man had a clear view of the killer's next move.
The man I saw was definitely on edge because he was moving backwards and forwards in the doorway.
Go get the police.
He had a cream 3/4 length parka, jet black hair, black trousers. They were short because they were flapping above his ankles. He was definitely flat-footed. He was looking around him and trying to figure out which way would be the best way to get out of the estate. He was carrying a black bag in his right hand. He had a very, very tight grip on it, and he never let go of it once. I started to realise that there was something wrong, and by that time, the tall man had gone.
The attacker was last seen walking up Buckland Walk, 1.5 miles from where Jean Bradley had been stabbed. Bob Fenton, where did he go from Buckland Walk, do you know?
Well, he was heading towards Acton High Street, but I'm not only appealing for people in that general area, because he could have deviated off the route. I'm also appealing still for people who actually saw the carpenter chasing the man. That's from Carberry Avenue, past Acton Town Tube Station, and through the South Acton estate.
And we ought to make it clear, many of them wouldn't, or most of them wouldn't have had any idea what had happened. They wouldn't have realised why he was chasing him.
No, they wouldn't, but they would, if they were there, they would have probably noticed something going on.
What was this guy's motive? Have you any idea at all?
There's no apparent motive whatsoever. There is nothing stolen. He's certainly a strange character, and he's probably this man come to the notice of the national agencies for helping people, such as social services, psychiatric, drink, drugs, and maybe even he's bought his clothes in charity shops. That's the sort of thing we believe he's possibly doing.
So anybody who's a nurse or works in a rehabilitation unit or anything like that, not necessarily in this area, you really want them to rack their brains? Do they know him?
Yes, we're seeking help for anybody.
He's a sort of tall, thin, rather ungainly sort of fellow. What else do you know about him?
He's very, very, very gaunt man, and that sticks out most particular.
Doesn't he look after himself very well? A bit of a growth of beard. And...
Yes, he had about a 2 days growth of stubble. He's well described on the programme.
And this hat he was wearing, this is a fairly sort of similar sou'wester type of thing. Very weird because it was a dry night, very cold but dry.
Yes, it is a strange. Everyone's commented on this hat in particular, and obviously we would appeal to anyone that knows someone that fits a general description and has or even wears a similar hat.
Now what's just emerged today, I think, is what could be a crucial clue, a fragment of plastic that you recovered from the murder scene. Now, describe why this is important. This bit that we're seeing here is the recovered fragment. It's what, about 8 inches, 9 inches across, 21 centimetres or so?
Yes, that's foreign to the scene. It doesn't come from the victim or anybody that attended the scene, so you can only assume it comes from the attacker. It's possible that this is part of a bag that was wrapped around the weapon, the knife that was used, and perhaps Jean, the victim, actually ripped and snatched it at the time of the attack.
Very distinctive, this sort of logo on it. And also, if it was your boutique this bag was part of, or your shop, or if you printed or made this bag, maybe you'll recognise this S, or the writing, the printing that's very small on there. As you can see, this shows where it was made and printed in the United, something like the United Arab Emirates, United States, United Kingdom, or something like that. And a potential new witness that you're now trying to trace.
Yes, we now know that around the time the murder happened, there was a street vendor knocking door to door in Carberry Avenue. He's described as a 20-year-old. We don't think he's involved in any way whatsoever. I'm interested to speak to him because he could have seen this man loitering around. Clearly he was in the street for some time. I've got to point out, I'm not interested in prosecuting for any offences out of his trading from door to door. I simply want his information if he has any.
OK, this is 3 weeks ago tonight. Incidentally, there's a very substantial reward of £20,000. Also, if you live in the South Acton estate, there's a mobile police station on the estate. It's near the Prince of Wales pub at the corner of Church Road and Ragley Close, and it's open until 1 o'clock tonight. The lines here are open until at least midnight on 081 811 8181. 081 811 8181. If you think you recognise this man or can tell us anything about it. If you want to call the Murder Inquiry Room direct, the number there is 0895 254833. Please ask for the incident room at Ruislip on 0895 254833.
Well, our next case is the callous murder of Nicola and Harry Fuller at their cottage in the village of Wadhurst in Sussex. The couple had only been married 6 months, and their families are finding it painfully hard to come to terms with the tragedy. During our reconstruction, you'll hear the actual voice of a man police are desperately trying to trace. We begin at a shopping precinct in Tunbridge Wells, where Nicola had been working part-time.
Oh, that's nice. Is it for someone special?
Well, for my boyfriend.
Would you like some ribbon?
Yes, please.
Nicky was a shy, private, quiet, dainty little girl, really.
I hope he likes it.
I'm sure he will. Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Harry was just the opposite. He was considerably older than her. A very likeable character, though. Larger than life, but he seemed to come from a different way of life than that we were used to.
He brought Nicky out of her shell, and she seemed to really enjoy life, being with him.
Right you are then. OK, you're a gentleman. Just leave it to me. No problem. Cheers, mate.
Harry was always very protective towards Nicky. There was always a house full of flowers.
They met in June and the wedding was in August. The whole thing we thought was rather quick, but it was like a roller coaster. Once it started, there was no way of stopping it. But again, they were very happy. We grew to like him very much. He used to come here to Sunday lunch most weekends. He seemed to be looking for a sort of a family unit, and he certainly became a very popular member of the family.
Hello? OK, mate. Look, leave it to me.
Harry Fuller bought and sold cars. Most of his business was done on the phone.
I don't know, but if you leave it to me, I'll try and get it down a bit. No problem at all. OK, cheers.
Although he didn't read or write well, he had an eye for a good deal. A lot of his transactions were done in cash, and he often carried large amounts of money around.
Lot number 201 coming in, the Vauxhall Cavalier, the 1600L, January of 1989.
The day before he died, Harry spent the early part of the afternoon with a friend.
I've known Harry for about 13 years. I asked him to get me a vehicle because, having bought me one before, I knew he'd get me something reasonable. And I spent a couple of hours on that day with him at the auctions.
At £2,400 and selling for the first, at £2,400 selling for the second, third and final time, £2,400 K, your car's up.
Harry was always buying cars and looking for somewhere to store them. When he got the house at Wadhurst, it was like him winning the pools because he got a free car park there for all the cars he wanted to park.
It was last October that Harry and Nicola had moved to Sussex and rented Blackman's cottage in Wadhurst. It's Tuesday evening. Nicola was going out to a reunion with some friends at a restaurant in Tunbridge Wells.
Okay. I better go and get ready.
Oh, your friend phoned earlier on, but she's going to ring you back later.
A few days earlier, Harry started recording his phone calls. No one knows why. This is the only caller police haven't been able to identify.
How are you doing? Very well indeed. It couldn't be better. I popped over last night to see you. What time? About 7. I was up the gym, up at the golf club at Tysers. There were some lights on, but I knocked. Right. See you in the morning, my darling. Ready? 8 o'clock. Take care. Bye. Ciao now.
Harry was a late riser, and to agree to an early morning meeting was very unlike him.
Oh, it's Harry. He's on time.
Harry had arranged to meet Nicola at the restaurant at about 11 o'clock to bring her home.
Thursday. You're going Thursday.
Yeah, to Lanzarote.
Nicky was one of my closest friends. We'd known each other for a number of years. We used to go out together.
Yeah, I hope so. It'd be a nice break, you know.
Hello, Harry.
Hello.
Nicky and Harry seemed very happy together. They were going on holiday to Lanzarote the following week. She was really excited about going to get suntan before the summer.
Early the next morning, a postman was startled by a car pulling out from behind the Fuller's cottage.
It's normally very quiet in the morning. A dirty blue Ford Escort pulled out in front of me, which caught me by surprise. The passenger seemed 35 to 40, tall and well built, and the vehicle travelled towards Tunbridge Wells.
Half an hour later, at about 7 o'clock, a witness saw two men get out of a cream-coloured Sierra and walk up the path to the cottage. The witness who saw these men gave the information anonymously. Police need him to contact them again.
Hello, old son.
Nobody saw the two men leave, but we know that Harry went out of the cottage about an hour and a half later, leaving the door ajar.
Good morning, can I help you?
20 Embassy number 1, please.
Thank you. 226, thank you. That's £10, thank you very much.
Thanks, cheers.
Bye-bye.
Nicky had gone to a reunion on Tuesday night, and I hadn't spoken or seen her since Sunday, so I decided to ring her at 8:45, and I rang and the line was engaged, and I continued to ring every 5 minutes until 9:15.
Nicola and Harry Fuller had been shot dead just 10 minutes after Harry's visit to the tobacconist.
You know, she just seems to have found happiness and then suddenly it's snatched away from her, which seems dreadful. Absolutely dreadful. Anyone could do that to her.
I feel that there's part of me that's gone. And there is this big hole that's never going to be filled. And I do miss her so.
Well, of course, it's going to be absolutely crucial, isn't it, Superintendent Hill, to discover who that unidentified caller is. We can listen to that call again. Our engineers have taken Harry's voice out of the tape you're about to hear, so that the only voice on the tape is the caller's voice. Do you know who this is?
How are you doing? Can we take the first thing? Too early for you? About 8. I popped over last night to see you. There were some lights on. He's gone away. He's left them with his missus. So we'll zip down there. Won't be long. About, what, 10, 15 minutes. They're down the other side of Roberts Bridge.
So that's just the caller's side of the conversation. And that meeting was arranged very close to the time that Nicola and Harry were killed. So until this man comes forward, he's got to be your prime suspect.
It's absolutely crucial we find this man. So far we haven't found him and he hasn't come forward. There may be some reason for that, but we really need to find him, and I would ask anybody who's listening tonight who either recognises his voice or who thinks they recognise his voice to please make contact with us. Alternatively, if the man concerned is listening and he himself wants to contact us for us to eliminate him, then please contact us.
Do you think he might be called Steve, or...?
Well, there's an indication that he might be called Steve. However, I would want anybody who might recognise the voice, irrespective of whether the person is called Steve or not, to contact us.
Now, you want the witness who saw the men in the cream Sierra to come forward again, but you have another witness who saw another car and a man early that morning.
That's correct. Just after 8 o'clock that morning, in the car park at the rear of Blackman's cottage, a lady saw a long black bonneted vehicle, something like a Jaguar, pull up, and a man get out of the vehicle, and he was fairly distinctive in that he was wearing a very long black coat, almost to the ground. We would like anybody else who saw that man, or indeed saw the vehicle, to make contact with us.
And if you know who that voice was on the phone call, if you can shed any light at all on this case, please do call us. There's a substantial reward for information leading to arrest and charge. The number here in the studio is 08181118181. Our lines here are very busy, as they were last month, so do take a special note of the incident room number at Sussex Police Headquarters, and that's 0273 480 999. That's 0273, the code for Lewis, 480 999.
Our first case tonight is murder, and very nearly multiple murder. For whoever killed a local government official 4 months ago almost blew up a block of flats and all its residents. The dead man was Bulick Forsyth. Detectives hope tonight to find the motive and the culprit.
Is anyone in there?
Well, I don't know. Mr. Forsyth lives there. If he's in or not, I don't know.
Oh, there's someone in there. Get a move on.
Get in here, Tom! Find the meter! Lock it up! We've got a body in here, Tom!
There's a body in here, go! One man found in back bedroom, apparently dead.
The fire had been started deliberately. The dead man was 42-year-old Bulick Forsyth, and he'd been murdered, beaten repeatedly and savagely around the head.
Morning.
Morning.
Oh, Edna. I've just walked through the car park. It's a complete mess. There's cars blocking in social work.
Bulick worked for Lambeth Social Services at our headquarters in Clapham for over 4 years. Although he was considered by some people to be rather overzealous, in fact his bark was much worse than his bite.
This morning, I came through the yard. There were cars wrongly parked, blocking other people in. Social services cars can't get out in an emergency.
Amongst his responsibilities were premises management of some 10 social services buildings around the borough. He was a very conscientious and efficient office manager. And in fact, senior management in social services often asked him to write important policy documents on health and safety procedures. I would say that he had a very genuine concern for the welfare of staff.
Hello? Yes, yes. Bulick Forsyth speaking.
We generally heard very little from him about his private life. Really, he kept very much to himself on those matters.
Bulick moved to Foster Court in South London 4 years ago. In 1990, he'd married an American, but he loved his job too much to emigrate, so his wife, now pregnant, was planning to join him in Britain. Their baby was due in May.
I'm so overjoyed at the moment to think that at 42, I'll be having my first child with you.
He was very excited and said, Dee, I can't believe this. At my age, I'm going to be a father. He said, somebody up there must love me. I said, please, don't you tell anyone until I'm sure. But I guess I should have told him to tell the world, because as soon as I hung up, he called my mom, he called his friends, and I heard he went to the pub, and he told everyone. Bulick was easygoing, loved to party, loved his music, and loved to play pool. And I guess on his job, most people never saw that side of him.
In fact, while Dawn was in America, Bulick, or John as some friends knew him, may have been quite lonely. Few colleagues at work were close to him, but he had several friends from Clapham, some from the gay scene, and several visited his flat. Please call if you knew him. For some months before his death, Bulick had often been seen with two men at an off-licence just across the road from his flat. One man always stood near the doorway, while the other seemed equally keen not to be recorded by the shop's security camera. The owner remembers this man as scruffy in blue, tight-fitting jeans and a casual jacket. He was about 25 years old, 6 feet tall, with blue eyes and unkempt fair hair.
Are you up already, Bulick? It's only 4:45. Yes. I've just finished working on this report now, and I've been at it for 6 weeks, but it's all done. Really pleased. So I'm going to get an early night.
Bulick was last seen alive leaving the council offices around 5 p.m. on Wednesday, February the 24th.
Every morning I hear the alarm of Mr. Forsyth's go off, because my bedroom is above his bedroom. But this morning I didn't hear the alarm. And then when I went out at 9 o'clock, I saw his curtains open. That was unusual, because mostly his curtains are drawn at that time in the morning.
Edna, have you seen Bulick this morning?
Is he expecting you?
Well, not really, but I'm a little bit worried, because he's normally here by now.
While his colleagues were trying to contact him, Bulick's flat may have been having visitors. A local resident recalls,
I was going over the paper shop to buy a paper, and I saw 3 men was coming out of Foster Court round the front there. They was carrying some briefcase and some folders in their hands. Why I noticed them? Because they look official. I never saw them here before.
if you were one of those 3 men, the police would dearly like to hear from you. 4 hours later, just before 2 o'clock, the same resident who'd seen visitors at the front noticed something unusual at the back of Bulick's flats.
I saw a white car parked there in the corner with 2 men sitting in it, and they was gazing at me. They're well dressed, and one of them have black hair, the other one have a brownish hair. I live here for 18 years and I never see a car parked there before.
Phone. Mike, I'm getting concerned about Bulick. I'm going to go around to the flat later, see if he's okay.
When she got there at 5 p.m, Bulick's curtains had been closed. Someone had obviously been in the flat that day.
Bulick! Bulick! Are you in there? Open the door, Bulick!
Bulick was probably inside, but almost certainly now dead. Then, later on that night, a resident in Foster Court was disturbed by a commotion.
It was about 1 o'clock in the morning. I remember looking at the clock. I heard running at the back of the flats, quite heavy footsteps.
The gas failed to explode, and Bulick's neighbour woke up an hour later.
Oh my God, there's a fire. Fire brigade. Fire brigade. Please call. I would like to know why he was murdered. And For my sake, my baby's sake, and his family, we all want to know why.
If you know anything that could suggest a motive for Bulick's Forsyth's death, do please ring. And with this man, a friend perhaps called Steve, who's maybe a bicycle courier, call as well. Or were you one of the 2 friends seen with Bulick in the off licence? Can you help eliminate the 3 men who were leaving Foster Court? We know some documentation is missing from Bulick's flat. It could be personal or it could be connected with his work. Do you know where it is? Or have you been offered Bulick's watch, a silver Rolex Oyster model, R16220A7? Who would be so crazy as to set fire to a building in the dead of night with families asleep in all the other flats? Detective Superintendent Brian Tompkins is waiting for your call, or you can ring another number, the Murder Inquiry Room at Gypsy Hill, 071 326 1212. That's 071 326 1212. A few weeks before Christmas, David Hurd became the first postman to be murdered in connection with his work in nearly 4 centuries of the postal service. It's difficult to figure why someone would want to steal pre-Christmas letters. It's harder still to imagine why anyone would be prepared to kill for them. David Hurd lived all his life in Sheffield, and all his life had gone to see United. He had 2 great passions, his football and his family.
My life now is non-existent. I don't feel as though I've got a life, because the love of my life is dead.
See ya! David had spent 31 years working for the Royal Mail.
David loved his work. He enjoyed the outdoors, driving, and he never ever complained about getting up, going to work early, or coming home late at night.
At 5:50 p.m. on Monday the 15th of November, Andrea Bray was in Fraser Crescent, Woodseats.
I suddenly heard some footsteps at the back, and I turned round and saw 2 lads. I remember the 2 lads because they came up behind me and startled me. I turned round to look at them, and they'd gone down the grass verge. Both the boys were young.
Could they have been you? Next day, Tuesday the 16th of November.
Hello, love. You all right? David used to ring me up nearly every day to see if I was all right, and he rang at 4:15, asked if I was all right.
Love you too. I'll have your supper ready for you when you get in. Bye, love.
And that was the last conversation I had with David.
Soon after calling Jean, David set off on his last collection. At 10 to 5, Andrea Bray was once again in Fraser Crescent.
I was coming home from work, and I got up to the post box at the bottom, and the mousy-haired boy I'd seen the night before was stood on the corner, just stood there with his hands in his pockets. It seemed odd because he was just loitering around.
Moments later, the van was seen travelling at high speed, following a dark Cavalier. This is half a mile away from the letterbox. It's Lindburn Road, where, as it happens, a resident was expecting a delivery.
Hey, sounds like van.
Go and have a look then.
I knew he went to postman. He wasn't wearing a uniform. He wasn't old enough to be a postman. He wasn't old enough to be nothing. Come here.
What's the matter?
Well, look at him there.
What's he doing?
He was about 5'6", 5'8", slim build, very fresh face. He looks as though he'd never had a shave in his life. He was a young lad. He sat in the front of the van and he shot round as though somebody shouted him from behind.
Where's he going now?
Let's walk to the back of the van.
There's another lad with him.
The second guy, he was like stocky built. He was maybe about 5'8". His hair was very unkempt. He walked across to the car, which was a dark Cavalier. He got something out of the car, then moved to the back of the post office van. Can you see what they're doing?
No, I don't know.
The movement seemed as though they were moving stuff out the back of the van into the back of the car.
Wait, he's coming back.
The driver of the van walked back round to the front of the van and then wiped the door handle and walked back. They got into the right on the back seat of the car and they drove off.
I'm gonna phone post office.
Meanwhile, back in Fraser Crescent, a motorist saw someone lying in the road. David Hurd was still alive, but he had massive injuries to his chest. Although an ambulance arrived in minutes, he died before he got to hospital.
I don't know if I'll ever get over it at all. But come time, and with people's help, I hope I do. But I shall never stop loving David.
John Booth, David had been hit on the back of the head. He'd then been run over in his own van. Why? I mean, was there any money on board?
No, there was 4 postal packets removed from the van, but there was no monetary value whatsoever in the van at all.
They're quite extraordinary. You've got pretty good descriptions of these two lads, particularly the younger one, whatever he is, 16 years old, something like that.
Yes, he's 16, 17 years of age, 5'6" tall, slim build, with short, dark hair, which is evenly cut, very clean shaven. Doesn't look as though he's shaved, very clean shaven.
Described as sort of baby-faced, really.
That's right.
And the other one, who's a bit, what, 2, 3 years old?
Yes, he's
like
18 to 20 years of age, 5'8" tall, average build, fair hair, which was very unkempt.
Now, the vehicle that they were in, it seems, this Vauxhall Cavalier, you've got a rather better description than we gave in reconstruction.
That's right. It's a Mark II Cavalier, which ranges from X to F registrations. It's a 5-door hatchback, and it is dark in colour, and that is still to be traced.
Now, you've made a lot of inquiries in Sheffield. I know you've actually had a huge response. Everybody's been trying to help on this one. Could this have been organised from outside Sheffield?
That's right. We're now in the 9th week of the investigation. There's been a great deal of response from the local people of South Yorkshire. Many inquiries have already been undertaken, but we're now looking further afield. In particular, we've got teams of detectives working in the Manchester area and on offences that have taken place of a similar nature elsewhere in the country.
You still need to eliminate those 2 lads we showed in the reconstruction who were seen there the night before. I mean, if somebody's heard something on the streets, if somebody's heard some gossip, if somebody's got some suspicions, it's always difficult, basically, to shop somebody that you know, particularly if you care for them.
Right. All I would say to those individuals that if they ring and contact myself or the incident room at Ecclesfield Police Station, any information that is given to us will be dealt with in the strictest of confidence and will be taken through and dealt with in that nature.
Okay, I should say there is an enormous reward on this very, very big for normal criminal inquiries. £50,000 for information leading to conviction. So if you can help in any way with this case, the number here in the studio is 0500 600 600. Or you can call South Yorkshire Police at another free call number, 0500 400 200. That's 0500 400 200. Our first case this month is one of those bewildering crimes where it's hard to see a motive. It's difficult to imagine why anyone would want to cause the tragedy they did. As you watch our reconstruction, is there someone you can help eliminate? And is there anyone you suspect could be involved? It took place in Suffolk 4 months ago. At the age of 21, Karen Hales had been a mother for 18 months. She lived all her life in Ipswich in Suffolk, worked part-time in Boots, but she spent every hour she could with Emily.
Karen was a very caring mother. She was very bubbly, real outgoing girl, full of confidence and devoted to Emily and her mother. Wasn't she, Jerry?
Yes, she was. She's very special to all of us. A lovely daughter and my best friend. She's very caring, too caring. Thought of other people more than she did herself.
I met Karen at school. One day she came up to me and asked me out very openly. That made me feel good. That's the sort of person she is, to sort of come up to you and sort of speak her mind. We went out with each other for 6 years. We were very happy together in them years. When she got pregnant, we were very happy. So we went and bought a house.
They bought a starter home in Ipswich in Lavenham Road and had lived there for a couple of years. On Saturday, the 20th of November, Peter had gone out with workmates. Karen was too frightened to call out.
Peter?
Sorry, were you asleep?
Oh, no. No, how did it go?
Oh, all right, we just went up the Swan. Everything right here?
Well, no, I had a bit of a fright. I was sitting in the living room and I thought I heard a noise. So I went to the front door and somebody was trying that.
Although their house hadn't been targeted up to now, there had been a spate of break-ins in the area.
No, they weren't there for very long.
It's probably only kids anyway.
Yeah.
The next day was Sunday, the 21st of November.
Karen, where are my socks?
They're in the second drawer. Right, come on then. Put that down. Go and say so long to Daddy then. There we go.
All right, love, see you later.
All right. Oh, wait.
Oh, I've still got time to take you over to your mum's if you want to go.
No, it's all right. Me and Emma are going to clean, aren't we?
Oh, all right, then. I'll see you later. Bye-bye, Emily.
Peter was on a late shift and had to go to work at 4 o'clock that afternoon.
Doing? Oh, Ta? Ta? Oh, are you eating bread? I have some, and I have some.
Near Ipswich town centre is the bus garage where Peter works. At 4:15 or so, Karen's parents called to see him.
Is that you, Peter? Oh, all right. How are you doing?
All right. Wondered if you could have a look at the car. The starter motor's playing up again.
Ah, no problem.
Peter, you got a spanner?
No, Nigel's got it.
Is Karen at home?
Yeah, I asked if she wanted to come over to you, but she said she'd rather stay at home and get some housework done.
Oh, well, we'll pop round and see her in a minute.
Two locals were taking a short cut into Lavenham Road, near Karen and Peter's house.
We saw a man. I was going to ask the time, but I didn't get a chance because he was walking so fast. All I remember about him was he was wearing a parka with grey fur around the hood.
The man walked out onto the main London road, where a couple were driving home.
She looked better, but she still looks tired. What on earth is he doing?
We noticed a chap barely agitated in the central reservation. As we got closer to him, I thought he's going to make a dash for it, and sure enough, right at the last minute, he did.
I thought he was suicidal. He was wearing a dark parka coat with a grey trim. He appeared to be slim build, dark short hair, around about 20, 25.
About now, the two boys were passing Karen's home.
We were walking across the green when I looked over at a house. Is that smoke over there? That's just condensation.
A local resident was in Chantry Park, about 400 yards away.
Hello, Risky. Come on then. There's a good boy.
I decided to take the dog for a walk, and had just left the car park and noticed a person moving in the distance. I noticed him because he was running bent over, and then he hesitated and stopped and stared, and I just felt that he was acting strangely and thought he'd been up to no good. I suppose he was aged about 20 to 30 years old, and he was wearing a blue-grey parka coat with a hood.
About the same time, Karen's parents reached Lavenham Road.
Karen? Karen? It's funny, it's open.
Karen was discovered by her father. She'd been stabbed several times, and her body had been set alight. Her daughter Emily was in the same room, but had not been injured.
If there's any mum out there that is hiding anything, they just want to imagine what it's like. Every morning, Emily cries for Mummy. During the day, she's asking where Mummy is. We, Peter and I, do the best we can, and Graham, but we don't take the place of Mummy.
John Saunders, why? I mean, what's your guess? Why did it happen?
We don't really know what the motive was in this case. As you can see, Karen was a loving, caring person with no enemies at all. What we do know is that items were stolen from the house, so we cannot rule out the possibility that it was a burglary.
This is an identical purse to the one that was stolen. Now, this is a fairly common sort of purse. Lots of these around in Britain, so please don't ring us just because you've seen one. But we are interested, presumably, if you've seen one thrown away around the Ipswich area.
Yes, certainly anything of that nature that's been discarded since November, we would be extremely interested in, or whether anyone's been in possession of that.
And a couple of knives as well. Again, there are thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of these in the UK. So don't just ring us about these. They're laser knives. It's just if you've seen them thrown away in a bin or under a hedge or something like that in a way that could be connected to this. You want more witnesses in Lavenham Road, I gather, still, despite all your extensive inquiries?
Yes, we've traced over 1,000 people in connection with the inquiry, but we still have people unidentified that we can't put names to.
This guy wearing the parka, just go into his description a bit more for us.
Yes, he's described by various witnesses, and it may be that there's more than one person wearing a parka, but it's a parka with a fur hood. He's aged between 20 and 30, about 5 feet 10 tall, slim build, with thin, dark hair, which is cut fairly short.
And whoever killed Karen would have been presumably heavily bloodstained?
Yes, I'm certain that that's the case, that clothing would have been heavily bloodstained, and I would appeal for anyone who knows of somebody who was bloodstained on that day or who's discarded their normal clothing to contact us.
Sunday the 21st of November. There's a reward As though that was necessary in a case as, you know, really despicable as this. If you can help in any way, the number here in the studio is 0500 600 600. Or you can ring the incident room at Suffolk Police Headquarters. That's 0473 613 577. There it is, 0473 613 577.
Well, our first case tonight has been baffling police for the past 3 months, simply because all their investigations have failed to reveal any possible motive. It's the murder of 47-year-old Derek Kiley at his flat in South London. By all accounts, he was a man with many friends and no enemies that anyone's been able to discover. Derek's girlfriend died last year, and our reconstruction begins at Hither Green Cemetery in southeast London. Derek was an immensely private person. He'd had a girlfriend for 2 years, but few of his friends knew about her until she died suddenly of a heart attack last November, aged only 37. His brother remembers Derek was devastated.
Derek was really, really broke up. I've never seen him like this. He couldn't speak, he didn't seem to know what day it was. He was definitely in shock. To see him upset like that, falling apart, you know, he really was a bad scene for me and for Derek, I think. We lost touch over the years, and we was just getting back together again, which would have been terrific. He was a good guy, Dale. I mean, he'd do things like, he'd stop the traffic to let an old lady across the road. He was a real old softy, really, although he didn't give that in his appearance.
Derek, or Del as he was known to his friends and family, had spent most of his life in South London. He'd lived in his flat in Harpenden Road in West Norwood for more than 10 years.
Yeah, tell me about it. Look, don't worry yourself. Yeah, well, look, we'll sort something out. Well, leave it to me. Hang on, mate, look, I've got to go. There's someone at the door. I'll bill you later, yeah? Ta-da.
Derek's friends knew they were always welcome to drop in for a chat.
Hello, Jules.
Hi, Del.
Come here, you.
He used to actually call his flat the Haven. It was where people could go with their problems. I've known Del for about 4 years. He was a very good friend to me. He was a very good friend to everybody. But although he did have a lot of friends, I felt that in the last 6 months he did get quite lonely, and he seemed quite desperate for people to be around him. In actual fact, he seemed quite frightened of being on his own.
While people confided in him, Derek kept his own problems very much to himself. But there's no doubt that something had been worrying him.
Before you threw that out?
Now I've stuck it back together again. Painted the flowers on myself. It's all right, isn't it?
He was always mending things, always fixing things. I used to call him Mr. Fix-It.
You want a rollie?
No, thanks. He used to spend most of his time actually in his flat. He used to call it his control centre, because where he used to sit he had everything to hand. His remote control, his answering machine and his telephone.
Hello? Yeah, all right, mate. What's the mileage?
Derek's main love was cars, and he made a business of doing up and selling second-hand vehicles.
Yeah, we can do something, yeah. Consider it done.
He was a familiar sight in the street, working on various old cars outside his house.
Hi, Del.
Hello, girl, how are you?
All right, thanks. How are you?
Not too bad. Hey, there's something I've got to say to you. That little cat of yours.
He was such a good neighbour to us. We used to say that the best things about West Norwood were the fishmonger and Del.
It cost me a fortune in cat food as well.
I had a smash in my car and Del just completely took over. He just did everything.
Oh, it's really good since you fixed it.
Yeah, well, you should get onto the garage, you know. They ripped you off something rotten.
Yeah, I know. I keep meaning to ring them.
Yeah, well, do it and let me know what they say.
He was a real mixture. I mean, he came across as really macho, and yet you'd go round there and he'd be doing watercolours of cottages and sailing ships, which came as a real surprise. You know, it was quite a contrast to his image. I mean, I think he thought he was quite hard, but I certainly never saw him being aggressive, and he was a real honey to us.
It's just after New Year, Sunday the 2nd of January. A neighbour remembers seeing a man coming from the direction of Derek's house that night and getting into a black 7 Series BMW. The witness describes the man as of Asian appearance with a ponytail and in his mid-20s. The next afternoon, around 3:30, a local man remembers seeing Derek in the street.
I was walking up Oldswater Road towards Harpenden Road when I saw him talking to a man in a light blue Sierra. The man he was talking to had slick back hair and a ponytail. He was about in his mid-30s and had Mediterranean type skin. I also remember that the car tax was out of date.
Later that same evening, Derek was at a pie stall in Crystal Palace Parade, a few miles from where he lived.
Tea and coffee?
Yeah, please, Ron.
Well, Dill used to come up at night to see me on odd occasions, have a chat. All right, Dill.
Not really.
But on this occasion he come up, he looked down and out and didn't seem that he was in his right mind. Something was worrying him. He said to me, "I'll see you later," and then off he went. And that was the last time I see him.
That was the last time anyone is known to have seen Derek alive. Half an hour later, back in Harpenden Road, it's shortly after midnight. This woman lives a few doors away from Derek's flat.
I heard what I thought was a woman scream. I went to the window and looked out, but I couldn't see anything. So I decided, as it was a woman that I thought had screamed, I'd go outside and check it out. I went out, had a good look round. I couldn't see anything, so I decided I'd better go back home.
The shouting seemed to have come from the general direction of Derek's flat.
There's nobody available to speak to at the moment. If you'll leave your name and any message, I'll get back to you as soon as possible. Thanks for calling.
Hi, Del. I'm a bit worried about where you are. Give me a ring when you get back. Thanks, bye.
Over the next 3 days, Derek's friends became increasingly worried as he failed to return their calls. It was Thursday, January the 6th, when Derek's body was discovered in the flat. He died from multiple stab wounds.
I do honestly miss him so much. We had so much going then between us. We were very, very close, and I think he was going to come back into the family, and we could have been a family again. It would have been tremendous to have had Del back. And all I can say is I do really miss him very much.
Well, Mr. Younger, as I said at the beginning, you've been really struggling to find a motive here.
That's right. We don't know why anyone would want to kill Derek Carley, but I'm sure somebody does know, and that would greatly assist us in finding out who did kill Derek.
There were a few things stolen from his flat.
Yes, there was a black bag containing a large amount of cash and a wristwatch, quite an antique type wristwatch, about 1935s. It's slightly more oblong than the one being shown, but in point of fact it was very valuable.
So this watch could be really vital. It's interesting that we actually couldn't find one identical, but it's an oval version of this.
Yes.
There's no manufacturer's mark on it.
No, that's right. But if anyone's been offered that, certainly since the 6th of January, we'd certainly like to hear from them.
It could be very helpful. But you don't actually believe that robbery was the primary motive for Derek's murder?
No, Derek was a very cautious man, and he wouldn't let anyone into his flat unless he knew them, and certainly there was no forcible entry, so I'm convinced that he knew his attacker, whoever it was.
And whoever did attack him stabbed him many, many times, so there'd have been quite a lot of blood.
Yes, and I would appeal again to anyone who, on the early hours of Tuesday, the 4th of January, came home with blood-stained clothing. There must be someone out there to whom that would apply, and if someone could ring in with that information, we'd be most grateful.
The one person you know so far that you need to eliminate is the Asian man with the ponytail who was seen coming from the direction of Derek's flat on the 2nd of January in the evening.
Yes, we know he was a regular visitor. He may have nothing to do with the murder of Derek Carley, but we'd still like to trace this individual to eliminate him and find out what Derek was doing on the Sunday.
And we've got a description of him.
That's right. He's about 25 years of age, slim build, 6 foot tall, and the video fit is a good likeness to him.
Now, if anybody can help in this case, there's a reward as well, isn't there?
There is a very substantial reward offered by Crime Stoppers. Yes, that's right.
Well, if you can help with any information to take this investigation further, please do ring us. The number here in the studio is 0500 600 600, or you can contact Gypsy Hill Police Station direct, and that number is 071 326 1212. That's 071 326 1212. Well, our next case is an indiscriminate, futile murder. It's the kind of crime that happens luckily very rarely, but that's no consolation for the victim's family and friends. Shirley Leach was a pensioner. She lived in Greater Manchester, and our reconstruction begins in the small hours of Friday the 7th of January in Bury Town Centre.
Yeah, it's a good night down there on a Thursday.
That's not bad. Have your mates gone home?
Yeah, they got a cab earlier.
God, I'm stuffed.
Here, have you got any fags left?
Yeah, just the one. We'll share it. I'll have to go to the loo first, though. Is there a bog round here?
Yeah, there's one in the bus station.
Come with us. It's a bit dark.
The couple walked to the toilets at the Bury Interchange, the town's central bus depot.
Hello? Yeah. Where is it? Yeah, OK, I'll be right over.
OK, John, what we've got? Looks like a bad one. There's a female in the toilet. She's aged between...
Well, our first priority was to preserve the scene of the crime. We needed to protect the forensic material which was inside there, so we had to make sure it was as secure as possible. I always try to keep a distance emotionally from these sorts of things. But I must admit that the first thing I thought when I saw the body lying there was that I've got a poor old lady who's probably never done anybody any harm in her life. She goes into the toilet and her life ends there. We didn't actually identify the body for about 14 hours. It was then that we discovered she was an old age pensioner from Bury. Her name was Shelley Leach.
Shirley had lived most of her life in Bury and had 2 grown-up children. She'd been widowed nearly 2 years ago when her husband died of cancer.
Hello, Joan. Parcel for you. She was a very good neighbour, great neighbour. I often used to say to her, I hope you never removed from here, because I'd miss you. The garden's nice and tidy. Is it?
Oh.
Yes. Oh, I thought it was just a lovely, kind person who would help anyone, you know, if she could. Do you know it's cold out there, and I'm going uptown later.
Are you?
Yes. Going to meet our Darren.
Darren was her only grandchild. The 2 of them had always been close.
Darren, it's my favourite. Listen, who's it back again? It's that culture club.
Oh no, Gran, it's Culture Beat.
Culture Beat, that's it. Hey, I'm going to get it.
She wasn't typical Gran. She was young for her age. She loved music. She knew more about music than me. She was well up to date with it all. And she loved buying records. She was more like a mother to me. We used to have a laugh together and spend plenty of time together. We could go out and have a good laugh, have a joke. Last time I saw her on 6th of January, when we went to visit my mother in hospital, and we decided to go to the pub.
Shirley's journey home meant taking 2 bus rides, and she and Darren decided to warm up with a drink before setting off.
Thanks, love.
Yeah?
Well, that's all right. Put it in your pocket.
Cheers, Gran.
Yeah, she used to look after me. If I was short of money, she used to help me out a bit.
Oh, before I forget, here you are. Got something for you.
With my mum being in hospital, she bought me a few things.
It's only milk and lemons. Hey, we better drink up if we're going to catch our bus.
It's getting on for 9 already, isn't it?
It is.
I could talk to her about anything, any problems that we used to discuss together. We caught the 9 o'clock bus together. I got off at my usual stop, and that was the last time I saw my girl.
Shirley's bus carried on towards the interchange. Around the same time, a local man, Gary O'Neill, was arriving at the interchange.
I was just on my way home from work, and I was just walking through the bus station towards the gents' toilets, and I saw a man standing outside. It was quite unusual for anyone to be stood there at that time of night. He was late 40s, early 50s. He was wearing either a grey or beige raincoat and a cap, and he had a green bag on his shoulder. As I left, he just faced the bus station.
It was about 9:10 when Shirley got to the interchange. The connecting bus she'd intended to catch home had just gone. 2 of the hospital cleaners recognised her at the bus stop.
Have we missed bus? Yeah. We're always missing it. 4 times out of 5. What time's next one?
It'll have to be the 25 to 10 now, won't it?
Oh, that's another half hour.
Hey, let's go and have a look at the Manatee timetable, see what time it goes. Shelley was obviously annoyed at missing the bus, and a few minutes later I saw her crossing the interchange. I wondered where she was going, and then I assumed she was going to the toilet, and that's the last time we saw Shelley.
About 15 minutes later, some teenagers were chatting nearby. The scream came from the direction of the toilets.
What was that? Probably someone messing about or something.
Oh, look, it's gone.
At around the same time, these two sisters were on their way home after a game of bingo.
We'd have caught that. I told you we shouldn't have played that last game. Am I going to get home now?
Me and Joan were talking, she was worried she'd missed the bus. And I happened to glance to the ladies' toilets.
I'm going to get home now,
Oh, look, Joan, what's that man doing going in ladies? Oh, look, what's he doing now? He had his back to me the whole time. He was around 5'6" to 5'9". He went out of my view then.
Police believe it was around this time that Shirley Leach was murdered. No one seems to have seen the man leave the interchange.
We're obviously looking for somebody who is mentally disturbed. He needs to be caught very quickly. He needs medical help. The particular worry we have is that this was a horrendous crime to commit. She was butchered, she was sexually assaulted, and I just thought, what's the world coming to?
Well, Mr. Maskew, that was such a tragic case. Shirley used to make that journey every night for 2 weeks to visit her daughter in hospital, and that was the first time she'd ever missed her connecting bus.
That's right. It was the first time she'd ever missed a bus. But even if it had happened on other occasions, quite often she'd been accompanied by other members of the family when she'd made that journey. So if that had happened on other nights, it would not have made any difference.
It was the first time she was on her own as well.
Indeed, yes.
What sort of person do you think could have done this?
Clearly a very dangerous individual. If anything, Shirley was a little bit more timid than the actress portrays it in the reconstruction, and certainly she was smaller in build. She was clearly a vulnerable victim, who I think was selected for that particular purpose.
3 people altogether have described the man we saw there in the film loitering at the Bury interchange. Do you think all those 3 people actually are describing the same man?
Certainly the descriptions are very similar, the one exception being about the top coat that he's seen when he's first seen outside the gents' toilets. That anorak with the drawstring is not visible on the other 2 sightings, but nevertheless the remaining description is so similar that I think it could well be the same man, although obviously I can't exclude the possibility there may be more than one.
The last sighting, in terms of time, was at about 10:10 that Thursday night, wasn't it?
That's right, that's at 10:10, and it's a young girl who's waiting at a bus queue when she sees the man walking across the interchange, and he is in fact leaving the interchange at that point onto Angolan Way. He's holding to his face a white tissue or a white handkerchief, which is blood-stained, and he could well have been bleeding from the face.
What precisely is the description you have now of this man?
It's a compilation from the 3 witnesses, and he's aged between 40 and 50 years of age, 5'7" to 5 feet 8 inches tall, and certainly on the night of the murder he was wearing a sports coat or suit-type jacket, a flat cap, or as a hairstyle which creates that impression.
Any indication at all for you where he might have come from?
Now that's a difficult one. It's a busy bus station where the incident occurred, and it's also the Metrolink for the tram services in Manchester. He could in fact have come from anywhere in the country.
How are you hoping that viewers tonight might be able to help?
Hoping by someone who may recognise the man from the description and the reconstruction. It may be someone they know, particularly females. It may be someone that they feel uncomfortable in his presence. He meets the criteria in terms of age and height, and it may be some other thing that means that they're connecting with this incident. And if that's the case, I would ask that they please contact.
And of course anybody else who may have seen the man answering that description on that night.
Anyone else with any information whatsoever. It's such a dreadful crime as this that I really do appeal to people, if they've got any information, to make contact with me.
Mr. Musgrave, thank you very much. And just to remind you, we're talking about the evening of Thursday the 6th of January at the Bury Interchange bus terminal. If you can help, please call us here in the studio. This is the number here, 0500 600 600, or you can ring the incident room direct, and that number is 061 856 8383. That's 061 for Manchester, 856 8383.
But first tonight, an unsolved murder, at least unsolved till now. The victim, Larry Burt from Ramsgate in Kent, was so well liked, according to a friend, we'll probably have to have St Paul's Cathedral for the funeral.
Larry, you got those invoices?
Won't be a minute. Janet, can you come and have a look at this? The dropout's far too high in this relay. You reckon it's that one? All right.
Larry Burt worked as a quality assurance controller. Part of his job was to test products before they were sent out to clients.
What could I do without you? Shouldn't that stay here? Thank you. Open your eyes. Can you hear me? Obviously not. Right, he's unconscious. What do we do now?
Mouth to mouth.
You're jumping the gun. We've got to check for breathing first.
Larry was a branch officer of the Red Cross and twice a year led courses in first aid.
I run the Red Cross here in Margate. I very often help Larry with his lectures. He was full of fun, he was loved by his students, and many of them have stayed friends over the years.
Now, clearly there's nothing happening to this poor chap. So, only then do you follow the ventilation procedures. Right, change the subject. I need a casualty. Who fancies being tied up? Jean?
Oh, dear.
Need a hand? Larry! How are you doing? You just got back then?
What's this then?
Slimming again? It's only for the week, my engine blew up.
We've known Larry now for about 25 years. He lost his parents during the war in an air raid, and now, of course, his adopted parents are also dead. So he was totally alone. He had no relatives at all, and he just adopted practically everybody of his friends as relatives, and he had a heck of a lot of friends.
Yes, in fact, I would say that his death has been a great personal tragedy to a great many people. We had an awful lot in common.
You had a common interest in art, didn't you?
Oh, yes, we had a common interest in art. Lots of things we were interested in and encouraged to be interested in by Larry.
He introduced us to bird watching, basically.
Yes, you know, he was enthusiastic about all sorts of things, and he managed to convey it to people. He had a zest for life, without a doubt.
Oh, well, look, I won't see you tomorrow, because I'm going up London to have a mooch around. Going to take this on the train. So, I'm going to see you Sunday, though.
Right.
Okay, fine.
Bye.
Yep. Bye.
On Saturday, the 26th of February, Larry boarded the 9:52 from Dumpton Park to London.
Morning tickets, please.
Oh, sorry, cheap to return to Victoria, please.
£15.70. Thank you.
It's not known where in London Larry meant to visit, but he clearly intended to return that same day.
Ticket. Morning tickets, please.
20 minutes later, the same guard, Ian Williams, remembers seeing someone sitting opposite Larry.
Although I didn't see them talking, it looked to me as if I'd interrupted something. I remember she had a 5-day return London to Whitstable.
Larry was just the sort of person who might have started up a conversation with a stranger. If that woman was you, and if he mentioned his plans for the day, it's obviously important. At any rate, please call us. Larry visited London every couple of months, but from here it's all conjecture. He probably cycled from Victoria out towards the East End. In the past, he's talked of visiting St. Catherine's Dock, as another of his interests was boats and chandlery. Maybe you saw Larry cycling around Wapping that afternoon. In Wapping High Street stands the town of Ramsgate pub. Larry may have been there in the past. Did you see him here in February? Larry had binoculars for bird watching and was an accomplished photographer. He was also a remarkable artist and would often turn his drawings into cards for his friends. Perhaps you noticed Larry by the river that afternoon. With his sketchpad, camera and binoculars, he would have been distinctive. The next day, overlooking the river at the rear of a warehouse known as the Old Pump House in St Catherine's Way in Wapping, Larry's body was discovered. It's likely he was murdered in this yard above the river, probably the day before. He'd been strangled. In fact, Dave, Inspector Michael, he was strangled with a scarf left at the scene, identical to this one. And it wasn't his scarf?
No, it wasn't his scarf. The person who strangled him would have been the owner of that scarf. The scarf was well worn, so they've had it for some time, and we'd like anybody who knows somebody who went out with a scarf similar to this, who came home without it, to get in touch with us.
26th of February, Saturday 26th of February, possibly Sunday the 27th of February. The bike that Larry had is missing. I mean, it's conceivable that whoever killed him came home with a bike as well. Tell us about that.
Yeah, it's a metallic blue Man's Abbey Racer Tourer bicycle. It was modified since Larry had it, and it had chrome mudguards, back pannier, and the handlebar tape was blue.
Now, what other things were taken? Because you suspect the motive is robbery, and quite a lot of belongings disappeared.
There's a good chance. We would really like anybody who knows about the other missing property, which includes a Swallow binoculars, which is adjustable.
Like these?
That's correct.
These are 8x21s.
Yes. Also a 35mm automatic compact camera with built-in zoom lens. His personal belongings in his wallet, identity cards, a black rucksack with possibly sketching materials. Anybody who's had this property, who knows anything about it, please get in touch with us.
In truth, knowing that the stuff was stolen, they might be quite reluctant to get in touch with you if it's passed through their hands. They don't want to be done for receiving stolen property.
Okay. Obviously, that's quite understandable, but really we're just concerned with Larry's murder, and we would encourage these people to come forward. Please get in touch with us.
Now, since you don't know really where he went between Victoria Station and being found near St Catherine's Dock, you need to find anybody who met him at all that day, or perhaps any other day in London when he was on his...
We know he had a good knowledge of Wapping, the East End. Also, he had a broader knowledge of London. But anybody who was with him that weekend, or knows anybody who was with Larry, please get in touch with us.
Inspector, thank you. If you can help in any way with this case, the number here in the studio is 0500 600 600, or you can ring the incident room direct. That's on 071 488 5241. 071 488 5241.
As we say quite often on this programme, cases where a person is murdered by someone unknown to them are very rare. Our next appeal is sadly one of the exceptions. We've changed the name of the key witness in the reconstruction which follows, which takes place in Wakefield on the day of the murder. It's Tuesday, 15th of March. Wendy Speaks had lived here for nearly 11 years. Every morning she followed the same routine before she left for work.
My mum was very happy living on her own. She had lots of friends, but she was a very private person. She kept herself to herself, and really, she didn't have any particular best friends as such. It was more myself and my sister. It was the three of us together, really. My mum used to call us the Three Musketeers. and she was like the big sister. I was very proud to have her as my mum. She always took care about how she looked and her house. Her house was always very smart and neat, and she'd got everything she wanted in her life.
Wendy was the receptionist at a marketing company on the outskirts of Wakefield. She set off for the bus stop each morning at about 8:30. An hour later, less than a mile from Wendy's house, Julie Smith was waiting for her bus to work.
I noticed this man coming towards me. He passed by really close. I remember he was acting strange, looking about him a lot. By then my bus had arrived and I didn't see him again after that.
Look, I'm sorry about this, David. It's just that with Tracy living down south and I'm 52 next birthday.
Recently, Wendy had decided to leave Wakefield, and at work that afternoon, she handed in her notice.
And thanks for all the work you've done for us.
Oh, thanks, David. Thank you.
It's now 5 o'clock. Julie had finished work and was on her way home. As the bus pulled up at her stop, she herself didn't notice the man she'd seen that morning still hanging around.
I realised that he was watching the young lady what lives next door, and he stood there for a moment.
Hello, I was wondering if you could help me. I've been walking around for 2 hours trying to find Flanshaw Drive. You any idea where it is?
I'm not quite sure. I think it might be down off Flanshaw Road.
He was acting strange, shifting around, and that's when I remembered him from the morning. I realised he was lying about the amount of time he'd been in the area. It made me nervous.
I didn't get all that. Could you get me a pen and paper?
I'm better off just saying it to you.
I remember he looked in his late 30s. He had brown eyes and was sort of medium build. I think he had a local accent.
Turn left down by the hotel.
By now I was really scared and I didn't know what I was saying. I thought he might push me inside.
Could I come in and use your phone?
No, definitely not. Anyway, my boyfriend's in the kitchen. He wouldn't like it. Look, I'm really sorry. I can't help you anymore.
I never normally open the door to strangers, but I suppose he caught me off guard.
Wendy's bus from work would have arrived at Wakefield town centre at around 6 o'clock. From here, it was just a short walk home. You may have seen her walking along Bourne Lane. This silk screen printer was nearing the end of his shift. The factory is directly across the street from Wendy's house.
I was looking out the window. The only reason why they caught me eye is because I've never seen anybody call at the house before. I'm pretty sure the woman lives there, but I've never seen the man before.
Perhaps the man was going through the same routine. Perhaps he'd asked Wendy for pen and paper.
Hey!
I remember being called away to the machine for a few minutes. When I returned to the window, the guy was leaving. Didn't think much of it at the time.
Wendy's body was discovered the next day when she failed to turn up for work. She'd been stabbed several times.
One pair of blue shoes.
A pair of shoes at the scene didn't belong to Wendy. and some of Wendy's own shoes had been disturbed.
We've all been affected so deeply, it's more than you ever imagine. Our life is just on hold, really, until the man responsible is caught. Some days we're very angry, and some days we're just numb. And it's just my mum was such a big part of our lives that it's just difficult to see how your life can be normal again.
Is this working?
I just miss her all the time. She's on my mind all the time.
And may the love you share today be always of the best. These moments you will treasure because they mean the most. So let us raise our glasses, and while I propose a toast to the bride and groom.
Bride and groom.
Well, that was just last September at Wendy's daughter's wedding. Detective Superintendent Taylor, what was the motive for Wendy's death?
I'm quite satisfied that when this man knocked on Wendy's door, his intention was to sexually assault her, which he did, and kill her. And he came prepared and brought certain items with him to do that.
One of those items was a pair of shoes. What's the significance of those shoes?
Well, the shoes are vitally important to the inquiry, and it is very important that we find the owner of these shoes. They were left outside a charity shop in Wakefield on Saturday, the 12th of March. The assistant at the shop found them in a bag outside, took them in, priced them up, and placed them on the shelf, and does remember a man purchasing them later on in the day.
So that was just 3 days before the murder?
That's right, yes.
Do you know what size these are?
No.
Could you try them on for me, please? Do you mind?
No. It's too small for me.
Why, what size are you?
7. These must be a 5 or 6.
OK, I'll take them.
Now, we didn't use the actual pair of shoes in the film there. What did the actual pair of shoes look like? We've got a picture of them there.
Yes, the actual shoes were last manufactured perhaps 6 years ago and have RP Ellen Oxford Street on the inside.
So it's very important that the owner should contact you if
Yes.
they recognise that.
The owner who got rid of those shoes wherever in Wakefield, please contact us.
You need to confirm that the man who tried those shoes on is the man you're looking for.
We do indeed.
He also brought a piece of candlewick material with him.
Yes, this was part of what he brought to the scene. It is a candlewick bedspread, and firms in the area of Wakefield actually cut these up into rags and they are sold. And it might be another link in the chain to identify the man.
And a pair of stockings that he brought too.
Yes, he prepared a pair of stockings and tied loops in them about 15 inches down from the top, which, although he didn't use them, would have fitted over someone's wrists. And it may be that someone in the past can piece that together.
What sort of man do you think would commit a crime like this?
Well, we've spoken to offender profilers and witnesses, and we've put together what we think is a picture of this man. He didn't alarm Wendy, so he would be of normal appearance and voice. Normal intelligence. I think that he may be local, although I don't discount that he could be just a visitor to the area. One of the witnesses described the possibility of some dark bands around the top of the arms on his bomber-style jacket, which is the same as the prison service issue, and therefore he may have been a previous offender for sexual offences. And the most disturbing part of all is that it may form part of a series and he could well strike again.
So you think there may be a prison connection and that he may want to commit more crimes like this, which means it's really important to find him. What does he look like?
It's very disturbing, yes. His description is of a man 35 to 45, 5'6" to 5'9". He is receding with short light brown hair and greyish and balding.
I believe he had a Yorkshire accent too.
Yes, he did have a Yorkshire accent, and what we are seeking to achieve from Crimewatch this evening is to put all the pieces together of the stockings, the candlewick material, the description, and hopefully somebody can ring in and put a name to this man who must be caught.
Right, well, if any of those details seem at all familiar to you, I can't stress too much, please don't hesitate to ring. It's important to find this man as soon as possible. The number here, once again, is 0500 600 600, or you can call the incident room at Wakefield on free phone 0800 318 001. That's free phone 0800 318 001.
Progress report and other cases too later in the programme. The island of Orkney is more isolated than almost anywhere in Britain. 45 minutes by ferry from John O'Groats off the northern tip of Scotland. It's not the sort of place you'd expect to see a major crime. And when one happened there this summer, it was a crime that would have been extraordinary anywhere.
Would you like to sit down? No, what would you like to drink tonight?
Okay, I think I remember who's got what. 1 chicken tikka.
Me.
1 lamb tikka. I ordered that. Very good. And who's the chicken chat?
Oh, that's mine, thanks.
Keep away! You bloody shoot us too!
When the gunmen came in, it looked like a fancy dress. When the gun went off and I realised it wasn't, it was a horrible thought to have your children there and not be able to do anything about it.
Shamal Mahmood was 26 and from a large and successful family. This was his second time working at the restaurant in Kirkwall, having seen the job advertised in London.
We had a murder in Mummiatas Indian restaurant, Bridge Street, Kirkwall.
I want you to preserve the scene, Bob. Make sure nothing's disturbed. I'll get an inquiry team together and get to you as soon as possible. The Northern Constabulary covers a vast area. Orkney hadn't had a murder for 25 years, and it was necessary to provide support from the mainland. A helicopter wasn't available to me, making it necessary to travel by road 150 miles from Inverness to John O'Groats. We then had to travel by ferry across the Pentland Firth. That's the nature of policing in the Highlands and Islands. So how is the Holmes computer link to the mainland going?
It's almost ready, sir.
And what do we know about Mr. Mahmood, Angus?
We know that he's been on the island for about 6 weeks. He was here last year for about 9 months, and at that time he was also working in the Mummiatas restaurant.
Anything more you would like?
Not meantime.
Not just now?
He has no enemies that we can find, and we do know he has got a brother who lives in London.
He was a very brilliant student. The family wanted him to carry on with his studies. We cannot think why it should have happened to him. He was a very kind-hearted person. The sad thing is that he got killed at a time when he was about to go home and get married to his girlfriend.
We require teams to carry out inquiries at our airport and ferry terminals, to conduct house-to-house investigations in Kirkwall, and to re-interview all of our main witnesses.
Right, Marianne, what I want you to do for me is just if you could go over the events that happened in the restaurant, just in your own words.
I was showing 2 customers to the table, and I was just about to go back up to the bar for the menus when the door opened behind me, and I turned round to see who it was. And a man with a mask on came in. At first I thought it was a joke, but then I saw the gun in his hand as he went past me. He went up to the table where Shamal was serving the customers, and I heard a shot. I thought he was in to shoot everyone. And I had the door open behind me, and he came out and went down the other lane. And the last I saw him was going down the narrow lane at the back of the restaurant.
We were driving down Junction Road at about 7:15, and as we turned into the car park, I saw a guy out of the window on my left. He had on dark clothes and had mossy brown hair.
As you're aware, the man that went into the restaurant was wearing a hooded sweat top, and he had a distinctive stoop. Down here at Junction Road Toilets, which is just down behind the restaurant, at about 7:10, we have a sighting of a man hanging about outside the toilets shortly before the murder.
Well, I was driving along Junction Road, heading towards the pier, and I was about to turn into the Albert Street car park when I noticed this chap just outside the door of the toilets on my left. He was wearing a hooded top, and I noticed he was wearing a balaclava underneath that.
Also, there was someone who saw a man walking from the direction of the toilets across the road in the direction of the restaurant.
George, the people of Orkney are very concerned about this murder. How can they help you with your inquiries?
I'm keen for anyone who was in Kirkwall on the day of the murder and who may have seen anything suspicious to come forward.
Can you tell me what time of day that was at?
It was about 5:10, and I was about to go down the lane past the Mama's restaurant when this guy got down in front of me, and he turned to stare at me, which I thought was quite frightening at the time. The way he held his arms was like a bodybuilder. He was in his 20s, about 28 I would say, and his height would have been about 5'8" to 6 feet.
This sighting is of particular interest because of the similar physical characteristics to the person seen in and around the restaurant. But at the end of the day, we still haven't established a motive for this crime.
I'm always looking for an exit.
Daddy, I can't sleep.
It's okay, Daddy will take you through and tuck you in.
The effect it's had on our family since the incident is one of distrust. We have had difficulty going out in the evenings. Things are getting better now, and we hope the kids are getting back to normal. It's difficult to take in such a horrendous event.
George Goff, in the 4 months since this happened, you've obviously made extensive inquiries in the Orkneys. Now, how can a national appeal help?
Well, we hope to reach the people of Orkney with a visual reconstruction through Crimewatch, which may help to jog their memories. Also, of course, the programme will reach the remainder of Britain, where we hope to contact anyone who has been on holiday in Orkney. Orkney, and Kirkwall in particular, has a very industrious holiday trade in the summer.
Now, I know you haven't got a motive, but there was a possibility of motive in as much as the day before the murder there was a sighting of an argument going on at the restaurant, at the door of the restaurant.
Yeah, that's correct. About 8:30 the night before the murder, witnesses described to us that two people were arguing with the now deceased Shamul Mahmood outside the restaurant in the doorway of the restaurant. Now that may have an innocent explanation, but our inquiry has failed to trace these people.
Now, that was Wednesday the 1st of June. If we roll back 2 weeks, there was another sighting, this time rather more remarkable, in woods which are part of the town. Describe what happened there.
Well, it's an area known as Parkdale Woods, which is within the town of Kirkwall. Our witnesses described to us that a man was carrying out what appeared to be commando manoeuvres within the woods for no obvious good reason. Again, that might be an innocent pastime, but we would like to hear from the person to have it explained.
Obviously, then, we also need to find any other witnesses to the man outside the public lavatories. And we should explain that while we were filming, it was raining. Actually, the day of the murder, the 2nd of June, it was one of the hottest evenings of the year. Yeah. So his dress would have been most extraordinary, having a collar up, let alone a balaclava.
That's correct. The weather was so good that there's no good reason for having a hood up.
And the bodybuilder in the alleyway, now there's really nothing much to connect him with the crime. You really want to eliminate this man.
Again, as we've seen from the reconstruction, this man is of great interest to us, and unfortunately our inquiries to date have failed to trace him, and he hasn't come forward. If he recognises himself from the programme and is prepared to come forward with an explanation, that will be very helpful.
Come on, come on.
If you were there that night, perhaps you talked to her or saw who she was with.
Anybody in town?
86 Bob, I'm in town.
Get me Piccadilly 21 for Natalie.
Roger.
Is this a taxi for Natalie?
Yeah, Natalie, yeah.
Oh, brilliant. Just get me mates.
Well, she's with 3 white lads, basically. Student-y type. One was very tall, that I distinctively remember.
Within shore, please.
The 2 lads in the back I didn't get a really good look at. I could just describe them as 2 white males, about 5'10".
Oh, I was just thinking, I hope my dog hasn't done anything when I get home. She's only a puppy, she's called Sasha, she's good.
Natalie was keeping the conversation alive by doing all the talking and gibbering on about a dog. What kind of a night have you had? Has had a good night?
I
passed 1 or 2 questions, but they didn't want to know, they didn't want to tell me anything. What club did you go to? Did you go to that 21 club?
Could you pull up at the next petrol station so we can get some cigs and some crisps and that, please?
Okay, yeah, it's just through the lights.
Cheers. Just here, lovely, thanks.
Okay, that's £7.80, please.
Okay. It's good, innit? 3 lads, and I've still got to pay.
Smashing.
Oops.
Thanks very much.
Thanks a lot. See ya.
See you again now.
Were these old friends of hers, or had she just met them that night? Either way, police need to hear from them.
Sasha, come on. Come on.
There are no confirmed sightings of Natalie after that night. If she was still alive on the Saturday, she would certainly have spent some of the time at her flat. That Saturday evening, the neighbour downstairs heard a lot of noise coming from Natalie's flat.
The banging was getting on my nerves, so I slammed the door to the sitting room, hoping it'd make him stop, but it carried on.
An hour and a half later, it was 4 days after that Natalie's body was found. She'd been stabbed several times. Now, Mr. Baldwin, do you have any theories why anybody would have wanted to kill Natalie?
Well, it was 8 weeks ago tonight since Natalie's body was found by your mum. Since then, we've made a number of enquiries, but we're unable to tell at this stage why Natalie should have been attacked and killed.
Nothing was missing from her flat?
No, she'd only been in the flat for about a month. And we obviously need to speak to anyone who's visited her there, or who knows of anybody else who's visited her in that time.
Yeah, what sort of period are we talking about people who need to come forward and talk to you?
We've had a good response from people who saw Natalie during the week prior to Easter, but we need to speak to anyone who saw her between Thursday the 13th of April, which was the day before Good Friday, and Thursday the 20th, when her body was found.
Now, the man in the red jacket that somebody saw her with at the bus station was before that time, wasn't it?
That was the day before Good Friday. That was a sighting by someone who knows Natalie well, and we're quite satisfied that that was the time and date. We do know he's about 28, about 5'11". He had collar-length blonde hair, which was greasy.
So we still need to eliminate him. But you do have one witness who saw somebody else with Natalie a couple of days later at the same bus station at about the same time of the morning.
We're not altogether certain about the date, but it was the same bus station and about the same time of day. This was a younger man. He was in his late teens or early 20s. He had black hair, which was shaved at the sides and the back. He was also about 5'11", but his hair was blonde on top, blonde streaks. He had a scar on his face, which went from his nose down to his top lip and across his left cheek. On the back of his right hand, he had a very distinctive tattoo, which looked like a bird in flight, and 2 lines of dots on his knuckles. We think he may have used the name Paul. And as Natalie and this individual walked away from the bus station towards Portland Street, he was speaking to her in a very aggressive way and was either pushing her or punching her in the back as they walked.
But the last actual definite sighting of Natalie was by that taxi driver after she left the Piccadilly 21 Club with those 3 lads.
As things stand at the moment, these 3 lads are some of the last people to have seen Natalie alive. We really need these people to come forward. The descriptions we've got of them are not too good. Student types. One of them was particularly tall. It may be that they recalled the taxi journey back to Wythenshawe, calling at the garage for cigarettes and crisps. Perhaps they remember seeing Natalie's dog with a bandaged leg when they got back, but we do need them to come forward so that we can eliminate them from our enquiries.
Right, and that was the 13th of April, late Thursday night, the small hours of Good Friday. That was the 14th of April. And there's an unusually large reward in this put up by the police and Natalie's family. If you knew Natalie, if you met her or you saw her in the few days leading up to the Easter weekend, please ring and help Mr. Boardman try to build up an accurate picture of Natalie's life at the time she died. The number here, 0500 600 600, or you can ring the incident room on their direct line, 0161 856 4300. That's 0161, the code for Manchester, 856 4300. If you live near Clacton in Essex, you might be able to help with our last case tonight. Simon Shannon was a shy, sensitive young man, a bit of a loner. There seems no possible reason why anyone would hold a grudge against him. But sometime between Wednesday the 3rd and Saturday the 6th of May, he was stabbed to death in his flat. It was only when a neighbour noticed the bottles of milk beginning to accumulate on Simon's doorstep that the police were called.
Simon Shannon was 26 years old. He was found dead in his flat by a police officer on Saturday about 11 o'clock in the morning. He'd been strangled, he'd got serious internal injuries, his throat had been cut. We know that he's lived in the flat in Groom Park for about 5 years. We know that he is an adopted boy. He comes from a big family.
Simon was my son, and as a father you have a special relationship, and all that has been taken from us.
Simon was a very quiet person. He, right from an early age, he'd like to have his own space and his own privacy. He didn't like to be part of a group of people. He liked to be on his own, doing his own thing.
Now the problem is, we don't know very much about Simon since he moved away from his parents' home. What we need to do is find out a lot more about him. So let's get down to Clacton, let's do our inquiries and find out as much as we can.
Simon was about 17 years old when he came to see us. We ran like a guest house, and Simon lived with us for about 3 years. And we became very fond of Simon.
And he remained friends with you after he'd left here, did he?
Oh, yes. Simon would come here 2 or 3 times a week. I'd be working away in the kitchen, and all of a sudden Simon would appear out there. He would just stand there. And until I actually looked and saw Simon, he wouldn't knock or ring the doorbell, and I'd just say, "Come on in, Simon." Simon had this amazing talent. He loved to paint. Everywhere you go in this house, Simon's painted something in every room.
We're going to have to find the people that he's given or sold a painting to. We've got a statement here from a woman that saw 2 men leaving Simon's address on Tuesday 2nd of May, and one of them was carrying a painting. It's about 4 to 4:15 in the afternoon, and as she entered Groom Park, she saw these 2 men coming up the footpath of Simon's house. She's given a couple of good descriptions.
Anything else that we need to change?
The mouth was smaller.
How about that?
She says in her statement that the man carrying the picture was 25 to 26 years of age, 5'7", medium build, shoulder-length blonde
hair, which was wavy and unkempt, you know, it wasn't brushed. The second man was about the same age, about 26, and he was a bit taller, 5'8" to 9", I'd say, slim build. He had dark collar-length hair, which was wavy, and a bit longer on top.
We now have a better idea of the places he visited. There's 2 I've come across which are in Clacton. The first one is the Warwick Castle Market, or Boot Fair as it's often known. We've got a lot of sightings of him there in a very distinctive mauve jacket, and also at the library, again in Clacton, and we've got a definite sighting of him there on the Monday morning before the body was found.
Yeah, we found someone who saw him in Safeway supermarket on Tuesday.
There are other possible sightings of him, but at this stage we don't know if that's just someone that looks like Simon. What's important about
During the first week of the investigation, 2 more witnesses had emerged.
Open my lift door as up and comes.
I really was quite taken aback. I mean, it was dark and he just took me totally by surprise. He did appear to be waiting for somebody.
What did he look like?
He was about 18 to 23 years old, medium build with a bit of a belly. He was about 5 foot 1 inches tall, and he had light brown or fair hair. He had a rounded face.
Across the road from Simon's flat, the second witness saw something in the small hours of the day Simon's body was found.
And you saw that on Saturday the 6th of May?
Yeah, I was in the kitchen at the time.
And what time was it?
About 3 a.m. As it went across the junction of St Anne's Road, St Mary's Road, I thought it was going to collide with the wall. It looked light in colour, like an old-style minivan.
And why didn't you report this to us early then, Joe?
Well, I didn't really think much of it at the time, until I heard about the guy being found dead across the road.
It's a very difficult situation to come to terms with. I never knew until this happened, what it meant to be gutted.
Well, Mr. Seal, because Simon was such a quiet sort of person, you presumably feel there's a lot more about him that you need to know.
Yes, he was very shy, and we found out almost nothing about his movements and where he was, who he saw on the Wednesday and the Thursday before his body was found. We know that he's walked around Clacton with a number of different men, only one of whom has come forward, and we need to trace them. And we know that he's written around the country through gay contact magazines, and he's written, trying to make friends in writing. We need to contact these.
So it could be connections anywhere in the UK, in fact.
Yes, there could.
He painted a lot, didn't he? Why do you need to hear from many people he gave or sold paintings to?
He was a very, very talented artist. He's done paintings on commission, he's given paintings away, and we're trying to trace the people who he's done these paintings for, so that we can build up our knowledge on him.
As we can see, he either signed them Simon Shannon or SS or S. Shannon.
Yes, he did.
The two specific people, of course, that you want to eliminate from the inquiry are the two people we saw in the film, the men coming out of Simon's flat carrying what could have been a painting.
Yes, the one with the blonde hair is described as in his mid-20s. He's of medium build, he's about 5'6", and the man with the darker hair is a little taller, he's about 5'8" or 5'9". The dark hair is longer on top, he's in his mid-20s and he's of medium build.
Right. And you've just discovered now there's another man you need to trace. A new witness has come forward with new information.
Yes, a witness has come forward having seen the first effects of these two men, and the man he describes definitely not that blonde man because he's 6'1" of medium build, but he's got blonde hair, and we know that he's been seen going to Simon's flat on 4 separate occasions between January and May this year.
Now, this is a sensitive case for you to investigate, isn't it? Particularly as Simon was gay. Some people might feel reluctant to come forward at all.
Yes, I can understand that, but they really shouldn't be, because we will treat them with care, respect and sympathy, and we just want to hear from people who can help us.
Right, thanks. Well, please do ring if you can help at all. We need to hear from you. Here's the studio number, 0500 600 600, or you can contact Essex Police Headquarters, where incidentally there's a gay officer on the investigation team. That number is 01245 452 120. That's 01245, the code for Chelmsford, 452 120.
In our next reconstruction, frankly, not much appears to happen. It was an ordinary day in summer in an ordinary former mining village in West Yorkshire, in the life of an ordinary, if genuinely popular, local character. The village is called Charleston. The date was Thursday, August the 24th, and the local character was a widower, Don Herbert.
My granddad lives on his own. With him having emphysema from working in the mines, my mum has to go twice a day to look after him. She does everything for him. And with her going for a week's holiday, she asked me if I'd go to look after him, so he went on his own.
Slept through then?
Yeah, I did, love. First time for a long time. Yeah, but man, it's a bit cooler now.
Yeah, it's been a bit much, hasn't it?
Are you still going to the shop?
Yeah, I'll pop in on my way after work.
Don't forget my whiskey, love. I want a gas cylinder for the soda stream.
And what about your tea? Have you got old tin?
No, I haven't, but I'll get some fishing.
Oh, all right then. Well, I've got to finish off because I've got to get to work.
All right. Thanks, love.
My dad spent most of his life in Charleston, just a small village between Pontefract and Wakefield. He worked at Charleston Colliery, and he started work when he was 15 years old, and he finished when he was 54. And then he looked after my mum, because she always had an heart condition. One day he'd be 21, next day he'd be 90. And it don't matter what you said to him to look after himself, he still liked to enjoy himself, but he liked everybody else to enjoy themselves as well.
I've cashed my pension, and with all that money in my wallet, it's burning a hole in my backside. Listen, can you do us a favour?
What's that, Don?
If you go to the shops, can you get us some beans?
I've known Don for about 4 or 5 years. Nice gentleman, kind fellow, he'll give you anything. Yeah, will do.
Thanks. Now, what time do you want to meet at Villa?
A Villa is a working men's club, and we'd meet there every day and have a drink and a bit of a natter.
Sometime mid-morning, Don would have left his flat. Because of his illness, he used a mobility buggy to get about the village. He was seen soon after by his niece.
I were coming home from work. I work in Wakefield, and I was getting off the bus in Charleston. It was around about 10 to 11. I got off the bus and I was walking down home, and I met up with my Uncle Don, and he was with the man.
Well then, where are you off to?
You all right then?
Yeah, I'm fine. You know this fella, don't you? Dave, he used to stay with me.
Yeah. He thought I did recognise him, but I didn't. He was about 38 to 40. He was like 5'9", 5'10" tall. He got darkish, scraggly hair, and he got right drawn-in face.
Don arrived at the villa sometime around 1 that afternoon, but without Dave. Who is Dave, and where had he gone?
How then, lads?
Hey, Don.
All right.
They were a character. There's characters in every village, and Don was just one of them. They were a laugh. I could always go and sit with Glenn and Don and Barry, and they were always made welcome. Any chance of a lift down it, Jeep?
Certainly.
No, we're all right.
Certainly. Get on top.
Don would give anybody anything. He was good as gold, salt of earth, and he was just a genuine guy.
Well, that's nice, isn't it? Mates for all these years.
Buddy, is he allowed to come with me?
No.
That's right.
Got to get over
There's
there,
having the
Jay.
fish. Get the fish down the neck.
Me and they, then we're going up there. We'll have an hour then, eh?
At around 3:30, Don went home to spend the rest of the day at his flat.
Do you know you had me fetch that bottle of whiskey?
Yeah.
Well, there's half a bottle left in cupboard.
Well, you've got to be prepared. Here, try one of these.
Oh, are these from Greenhouse?
Yeah. Sun's been beautiful.
I left at 5:20 and was in a lovely mood. He felt a lot better than he had done all week.
Take them. I'd pick some more.
Are you sure?
Positive.
You all right, Don?
Oh, yes, fine. That's
Here's
good.
your wine.
Right, thank you. Got some of these for the wife? That'd be a good swap, wouldn't it?
That evening, a resident saw a man walking in the close a few yards from Don's house. He didn't visit any of the neighbours. Who was he, and what was he doing there?
I've known Don for about 30 years. Since I became his neighbour, he's taken to knocking on my door at night and inviting me in for a drink. He was a character and very generous. He usually called up at about 8 o'clock. 5 out of 7 nights a week. That night I waited at home for Don to knock and say the bar was open, but he never knocked.
Still no answer?
No. I've been ringing long enough. I'm getting a bit worried now. I think I ought to go up and see if it's okay.
Yeah, it might be the best.
When Barry looked through Don's window, he saw him lying on the floor. He'd been battered to death. Andy Brown, plainly the first task is elimination. 2 people. Firstly, Dave.
Yes, we're looking, despite a lot of work that we've done, extensive inquiries, we haven't traced this Dave. Now, we know he's got a local accent. We know that Don knew him and had said that he'd stayed with him previously, so someone in Charleston should know who he is. We haven't traced him yet. We need to trace him and eliminate him.
And the chap in the black tracksuit in the close.
We're obviously interested in him because at 10 to 7, 20 to 7, that's the relevant time as far as we're concerned. It's a dead end, so he was obviously going somewhere, and he didn't visit anyone in that close. It may well be that he visited Don.
OK, that's Thursday, the 24th of August. Now, these things are missing, or at least these are replicas of things that are missing. Don's black purse, like that, just in case you've found it, obviously. It's a great long shot, this. And his wallet, a fairly ordinary brown wallet. Nothing very distinctive about this, is there? But what you might have found inside, and that's really just the most important thing of all. Again, it's a long shot, but did you find these travel cards, a bus pass, and a train pass? Now, presumably the most important thing is anybody who knew Don, anybody who knew his visitors, anybody who might have come into contact with him.
We know that he had a lot of visitors to his home. People used to go there for a drink. Sometimes they'd go down there to sell him things. We know he's bought things, not things that he would always need himself. He has loaned money, normally he would get it back, but There's a host of reasons why someone would go there. We need anyone that's been to his house to contact us. There is a reward. Crime Stoppers have put up a reward of £5,000. We need the information.
Mr. Brown, thank you. If there's anything you know, anything that you can add, there's the number. It's a free call here to the studio. Or you can ring the incident room direct. That's a free phone number, 0800 318 001. 0800 318 001.
First tonight, a reconstruction of a truly sad and senseless crime in which a young man became a killer. Perhaps the event started as a prank or even in preparation for a robbery. But one day, a month ago, in Kirk Langley outside Derby, things got terribly out of hand.
When we first met, we were 14 years old. We were married at 22, and we've been married for 32 years in January. We just lived for each other. We never went anywhere without each other. We didn't need anyone else. We were just so happy in each other's company.
Morning, Mick. All right.
Mick Pritchard worked as a delivery driver for Business Express.
All over the place. Uttoxeter, Ashbourne. Mind you, there's some lovely places up there.
He'd been with the firm for almost 20 years, mainly delivering parcels for the Littlewoods catalogue.
He loved his driving. He was such a careful driver. He was asked if he'd want to go for promotion, but he turned it down. All he wanted was to be out in the fresh air, doing a job he loved and helping other people.
That day, Mick's deliveries took him across his beloved Derbyshire as usual. At 3:10, he was nearing the end of his deliveries. After Quandon, Mick drove the 4 miles to Kirk Langley. Now with only 10 parcels left to deliver.
I was leaving the school with my son. I got to the end of the road to cross Moor Lane to go up to the Cunnery. I recognised the van. It was the same delivery man that's been coming to the Cunnery. I thought for 1 second that they're going to collide, but they didn't.
Nobody cooks puddings much anymore, do they? Oh, it's the catalogue delivery. Oh, go and get the parcel for her, will you?
Hey! Hey! Get out of my van!
Blimey, I think someone's trying to nick his van.
Hey! Hey! Get out of my van! Hey! Get out of my van!
Mick had got such high principles of high morality, got a very deep resentment for anything that was wrong.
Hey!
Get out of the way! Get out of the way! Get out of the way! Oi, come on!
I think he's gone under the van. I'm going to call an ambulance.
I could see the delivery driver being dragged underneath the van for about 50 yards down the street.
When the body left the van, I froze.
Mick suffered terrible head injuries and died at the scene.
Slow down!
Initially, I thought it was like a road rage between the two van drivers.
Once I got onto the A52 and I started to approach the two vans, I realised that they were actually in cahoots with one another.
I was driving along the A52 towards Derby and I came by the bottom of Kirk Langley. There was a Mercedes lorry behind me. I just passed the Little Chef restaurant on the left-hand side, and just after then the white parcel van shot in behind me. I could see in the mirror that the lad was agitated and one thing or another. Then just soon after then the delivery van overtook me.
Mick's van was abandoned on the outskirts of Kirk Langley. The Bedford rascal turned around and headed back towards the A52.
If he knew that he was going to be late, he always used to ring me. Well, half a state came and there was no phone call, so by this time I was getting really worried. I'm still numb and shocked, and I can't take it in that it's happened, and I'm still thinking that Mick's with me. We just live for each other, and I shall miss him so very, very much. In fact, part of me's died. It really has.
Well, Kelvin Ashby, we can all feel huge sympathy for Hilary and, of course, their only son, Jonathan. The question is, why?
We've no idea, actually. All we know is that these three youths were in the village up to no good, and clearly they've seen the opportunity to steal Mick's van.
And you need to find them, and you have some fairly good descriptions of at least two of them, don't you?
Yes, we have. Certainly the driver, the killer, he was a male about 19 to 20 years, white, 5'9", medium build, with blonde, fair, collar-length hair, but he was described as having a baby face.
And what about the driver of the, we're calling it the Bedford Rascal van, the getaway van? Now, he perhaps didn't actually see what happened, did he?
That's right. Whatever took place there was actually behind them, and they wouldn't know what has taken place. He's described, that's the driver of the Rascal van, as again a white male, 19 to 20 years. We don't know what height he is. He's slim, medium build, with ginger or sandy hair, and the important thing with him is he's got a tooth missing on the upper left side, which is very distinctive, the witnesses tell us.
So you definitely need to hear his version of events.
Yes,
as well.
we do. We'd like those two to come forward.
Now, this getaway van that we're mentioning, you haven't tracked it down, have you, yet?
No, we've not. It's still outstanding. All we know about it is it's a florist or sandwich-type van, described as possibly a Bedford Rascal, white in colour, and it's an E prefix.
So, of course, the question is to link men fitting that description with a van like that.
That's right. We seek anybody who's got information that can link these three with the white van.
You've had a number of witnesses come forward already, but you need to hear from more people who witnessed perhaps that erratic belt of driving along the A52.
That's right. In particular, the white Mercedes truck driver, he was cut up by the parcel van, and he might be able to provide detailed information about the other van, which is the important one that we need to trace.
Now, just remember remind us when this happened.
This is about 3:25 p.m. on Wednesday, the 12th of November.
As if anyone needs an incentive, there is a reward here, isn't there?
Yes, there is. Mick's company and this union have put up £10,000 for the conviction of these offenders.
And who are you appealing to?
Well, it's a senseless crime, and I would appeal to anybody, and in particular the criminal fraternity. Somebody out there knows who these people are, and I would ask them to come forward and give us that information.
Kelvin Ashby, thank you very much indeed. Well, it really is important to catch these men. If you know who they are, or if you've heard anything about who was involved or what they were planning, do please call 0500 600 600. That's our free call number here live to the studio. And there are detectives waiting now at the murder incident room. You can call them on 01332 222 111. That's 01332 222 111.
We start with an extraordinary case, a double murder, or rather two separate murders, both of vulnerable people, both without apparent motive, and, as you'll see, they're linked by bizarre coincidence. They happened in January by the seaside in Hastings in Sussex.
Thinking about Claire, since her death, my family have to face reality, whereas before that side of life was a fiction. I think that the criminal and the victim are somehow drawn together. My daughter was looking for a companion, and the criminal had his own ideas, and they were brought together by some mysterious alchemy. And the criminal always chooses the weakest in society, just as a lioness will choose the wounded deer. Claire was not suited for the cut and thrust of ordinary life. She was too much of an innocent, you know. I had this plan in my head to try and rehabilitate her, if you like. I blame myself deeply for letting her drift on in her own sweet way. I used to arrive every Sunday because otherwise she did not have visitors. So I felt I ought to make myself a visitor and a friend. Basically, I was taking her out because she'd mentioned that she was depressed. I think she felt the loneliness of it. In the basement, she was isolated from the rest of the community, and I think that depressed her.
Now then, where would you like to go?
Each Sunday they went shopping, and then Claire's father would take her for high tea. That day they went to Littlewoods, where there's a cafe in the store. They got back to Claire's flat in Cornwallis Gardens around 5 p.m.
Well, I'll see you next Sunday, weather permitting.
Thanks for the tea.
Bye.
Bye.
We both changed together. She was changing me and I was changing her. I felt really there was a warmth coming through, and then it was stopped, which I very much regret. I was stopped in midair.
About an hour and a half later, a jogger ran down Cornwallis Gardens. Was this you? 6 feet tall, mid-20s, with sandy blonde hair. Then, half an hour later, opposite Claire's flat.
Well, I was going to pick up my boyfriend, and there's not normally many places to park the car, but luckily there was about 3 car spaces, so I just pulled in. And as I did, I saw a car in front of me, facing me, with its engine running and the lights on. It was similar to a red Escort, can't be sure, and the headlights were square. It makes me think that either somebody was sitting in the car waiting for somebody to come out of the flat, or that they were maybe in a hurry and they were just nipping in to get something and come back out, and that's why they left the car running with the lights on.
Whose was this red saloon? Neighbours reported the fire at 7:15. Claire Letchford was found dead from smoke poisoning. Then, a week later, detectives met the next victim.
It's so terrible for someone to die in a house fire like that. Awful. Terrible.
Could I just take your name and address in case we have to contact you later?
Yes, of course.
Thanks very much.
It's Mrs. Beryl O'Connor, Dorney O'Connor, and it's 53 Clifton Court, Holmesdale Gardens. It's just over there.
Fine. Thanks very much. Thanks for all your help.
You're very welcome.
Thank you. Here, let me give you a hand.
Oh, thanks very much. Just about to go and buy some ciggies.
It was certainly ironic, but it was also very, very tragic. And we're talking about another victim. And then the following day, she herself becomes a victim. I've worked on several murder inquiries in my career. Certainly that has never happened to me before, and I hope that it never happens again.
Known her for about 6 years. She was young at heart. She had so much to talk about, like, you know, interesting things she'd done in her life. Everyone just really took a shine to her because she was, I'd say, lovely. Remarkable, really.
Hello, David.
Hello, Donnie. Now, let me take that for you.
Thank you, dear.
Sit yourself down.
Thank you.
How are you, anyway?
Oh, not too bad. The old bone's a bit creaky.
Never mind. You want a drink? It's whiskey,
Please.
innit?
Yes, please.
Oh, whiskey, please, barman.
20 to 9 next morning, Monday, January the 26th, just up the hill from Claire's flat, Dorney's home in Clifton Court.
I've known her since we've been here, but not really got to know her well till her husband died. That was last June. And that's how I came to be doing the shopping for her, because I'd be going up the shop and if I said, well, give me a ring if you want anything, which she used to do.
Here's your bread. Rose, what's that wet down there? Look, there's some more over there. It could be paw prints. No.
If it had been water, I thought, well, it maybe dried up or disappeared. So I was a bit worried.
Come on. Let's go and check the rest of the flat.
You just don't know who comes in and out. If it had been on my door, I don't know what I would have done. That's why I was worried, because she's on her own up there. She couldn't, you know, move quick.
You are a good Rose.
Her neighbour was so concerned that she checked on Dorney several times that Monday morning. She last spoke to her just before lunchtime.
Thank you, Rose.
Later forensic analysis would find that the liquid at the entrance to the flat was mineral oil, possibly a lubricating oil. At 2:35 in a neighbouring block, a man was seen near the stairwell to Dorney's flat. He was slim and in his 20s with dark hair. Who was he? 5 minutes later, and just down the road, detectives were continuing their inquiries into Claire Letchford's death.
I didn't see her that much, say, on average about 2 or 3 times a month. Sometimes when she went past the window, I'd ask her to come in. She was like a lost sheep. Lonely sort. Not very good at looking after herself. Excuse me. Hello? Oh, hello, Dorney. No, I can't talk right now.
She seemed agitated, and I got the impression she wanted to get out of the flat, you know.
OK, I'll see you in a minute.
The day was so muddled up, what with the police coming to tell me about Claire and then dawn ringing. It completely went out of my head. When the police come for the second time and told me that Dorney was dead, and I nearly passed out. There were 2 lovely, lonely people, and now they won't be there anymore.
It was approaching the bridge that I saw this man on the right side of it. Looked like someone in his early 20s. He was 5 foot 9, 10, medium build. He had very dark hair, brushed to one side, slightly longer over the years. You could see that his chin was slightly square and his eyebrows very prominent.
Who was this? An innocent jogger or a double killer? At around the same time, a few yards up the road, firemen were called to Clifton Court. Dorney O'Connor was found in her burning flat. She'd been strangled.
Jeremy Payne, this must have had a profound effect on the community.
These murders have caused immense distress to the community and devastation to the family of Claire and Dawn. Dawn was a smashing person. She was lively, young at heart, and Claire was gentle and she wouldn't have harmed anybody.
Now, with no obvious motive, is the killer likely to be somebody who appears to be weird, who acts strange, or at least did around this time in January?
You're absolutely right. We have no logical or obvious motive, and it's quite likely that the offender would have behaved strangely before or after these crimes.
Now, obviously there are people in the film that you want to eliminate, that you want to trace. Is there anybody else you need to find?
Yes, the week before Claire's murder, there was some young children messing around in a basement flat next door. They're 2 boys and a girl, aged between 10 and 14. They're not in any trouble, but we need to know who they were.
So, if you know who those kids were around Cornwallis Gardens on Sunday the 11th of January, call us straight away. What about the 2 victims? I mean, have you traced all of their friends? I mean, these aren't people who would have let anybody in the door. They wouldn't have let strangers in.
No, they were very security conscious, and it's very unlikely they would have let strangers in. We've spoken to many people, friends and people who knew these 2 ladies, but if you haven't come forward yet, please do so.
And do you know all you need to know about their movements around the time they were killed?
Well, in respect of Claire, her father had an arrangement with her whereby he would meet her in her flat at about 3 o'clock. Now, Claire wasn't there on that Sunday, and we don't know where she was earlier on the day. So if you know where she was, please give us a ring.
Sunday the 18th of January.
That's right.
What about Dorney? Accounted for all her time?
Now, Dorney, the critical time is 20 to 3 to 20 past 3 on that Monday. We know that Dorney was alive at 20 to 3 because she rang a friend, and at 20 past, the fire alarm went off, so the killer would have left her flat between those times.
And it was around 20 past 3 that runner was seen on the bridge, which is really right outside her flat. We had the artist's impression.
That's right. We put a lot of effort into tracing that man, and he hasn't come forward. It's purely for elimination purposes.
OK. Just tell me what the significance you think of the oil was at Dorney's flat on the floor, and how can viewers help about that?
I don't know what the significance of the oil is. However, that might be the last piece of the jigsaw puzzle in somebody's mind. If you're suspicious about somebody and you suddenly realise that back in January they had a can of oil they were carrying around with them, then we need to know.
OK. This is a very, very rare offence, of course. There's a reward of £10,000, but above all, these murders have caused a lot of grief, as you've just heard, and they still represent a serious danger. Here's Claire's father once again.
I would appeal to the family of the killer and ask them to consider very deeply whether what they are doing is the right thing. Think about it very deeply.
0500 600 600. And obviously the importance of calling now is to prevent another death. That's our free call to us here, live in the studio. And other detectives on the case are standing by on 01 424 456 060. That's Hastings, 456 060. Well over 90% of murders are eventually solved, but the killing of a schoolgirl in North London has defied detection for a year. Tonight there's a chance to prick someone's conscience. Someone must be able to fill in the gaps in what detectives know about the life and death of Hannah de Turville.
I get so weak in the knees, I can hardly speak. I lose all control when something takes over me in a daze. It is so well.
Hannah, can you go to the wool shop for me and get some of that gold thread so I can finish this off?
Yeah, okay, Mum.
Today she wanted to be a doctor, tomorrow an actor, you know, the next day she wanted to be a singer. She was young, so at the end of the day, it's like the world is her oyster. She wanted to do everything.
Was that you arguing outside?
Yeah, the guy's mad.
What were you arguing about?
Nothing.
What can I get you anyway?
Some gold thread.
Oh, okay. When does school start back?
Monday.
Listen, Hannah, do you want me to call you a cab?
No.
I'll pay for it if you like.
No, I'll be all right.
It was the day after New Year's Day. If you knew who might have been arguing with Hannah, please call to eliminate this incident from the murder inquiry.
And every shopkeeper in the area knew Hannah. She was popular, but she's got this aura that, you know, she makes friends very easily. I felt proud, you know, to be her mum. I still am.
What do you think?
You look great.
Mum, can I go out tonight?
All right, as long as you're not back late, okay?
Thanks, Mum.
Do you want anything done? Can I get you anything? No, I'm fine. Don't forget your keys. Yeah.
Hannah left her home in 6th Avenue to go and meet a friend nearby. No one knows what happened after that, unless you can help. Hannah disappeared.
Okay. Okay.
But deep down, the anxiety was there. I was trying to, like, live in hope that, you know, she's going to walk through the door because there's no need for her not to come home.
About 7 miles away, near Perivale, is Horsenden Hill. This is early January last year. Do you remember being there one Sunday morning?
I got about halfway up and I saw 3 black guys coming down the hill. I was sort of a bit wary. Well, it was just unusual to see, you know, 3 men without a dog or children or anything up there in that sort of weather. It was unusual, so I just avoided them.
These men are very likely unconnected with Hannah de Turville, but police need to trace them to be sure. The importance of Horsenden Hill became clear 3 weeks after Hannah disappeared. The area is often used by gay men, and some may be crucial witnesses.
London Lesbian and Gay Switchboard, how can I help you? Yeah, I know Horsenden Hill, it's off the A40. Are you sure? Don't worry, this is a confidential service. And you found it? From the concrete post, 150 metres in a southeasterly direction. Down the hill, shrubs begin. Where it levels out, and the body, you say, is in the wooded bit.
Hannah had been stabbed repeatedly, as though in an outburst of anger.
It's like every time I see a mother and daughter, I envy, you know, that mother. She's still with me, you know, she's as if she's still, you know, here. Then my memories will never fade. She's there.
Well, Brian Pender is now running what's regarded as one of the most difficult murder investigations possible. Who are you hoping will come through tonight?
Nick, I would hope to appeal to friends of Hannah's who have not yet contacted us, those friends of Hannah's who have been in touch with us and who have yet more information to give us, and particularly to the anonymous male who rang the Gay and Lesbian Switchboard on Friday the 23rd of January 1998. His contribution is vital, and I can guarantee him that he'll be treated with sympathy and discretion.
Now, over a year later, the truth is, I mean, going through some of the clues you've got, and they're very, very fragile, they're very slight.
That is correct. In fact, there are probably about 9 features, in fact, that exist in relation to the person that we want, and I would be looking to identify about 4 of them tonight. We're looking for somebody who's familiar with the area of Harrow Road, familiar with the area of Horsenden Hill, likely to have known or met with Hannah in the past, a person with access to vehicles, who may have shown violence in the past, and a person who, over that weekend of the 2nd of January, would have been heavily bloodstained and destroyed that clothing, who may have been involved in the extensive cleaning of premises or a vehicle that may have been heavily bloodstained, who may have confided in someone, and who may have behaved strangely since that time.
So if anybody can put 4 of those features together, you want them to call?
Certainly.
The family, of course, have been left in turmoil and will be until this is solved.
That is correct, Nick. The murder of young Hannah was a dreadful act of violence. Such crimes as this strike at the very heart of our community, and in essence the whole of society becomes a victim. None of us can understand the pain and suffering that June's family have gone through and that her friends are experiencing. And I would appeal to anyone who can assist in any way to provide the pieces that complete the picture to come forward and help us.
Okay, there is a reward, if that would help. £10,000 has been put up by the police for this. As I say, it's been a desperate time for the de Turville family. If you know something, if you know anything, give us a call, 0500 600 600. That comes direct to Brian Pender and his colleagues here in the studio. Now, I should say we've been having a technical problem with some of our phones tonight, and if you are having a difficulty getting through, please persevere and try later, or in this case at least, and we'll give you other numbers in a moment, on this case you can try the incident room in London on 0181 358 1871. That's 0181 358 1871. In one of the first ever Crimewatch programmes, I think it was 14 years ago, we covered a terrible crime in which a man posed as a gas board official and murdered a shopkeeper who'd let him into his kitchen. We now have what may be a somewhat similar crime, this time a man posing as a water company official. It happened in Bethnal Green in East London on a Friday afternoon 4 weeks ago. The victim was Mary Lazenby. Her family are all keen that this appeal should go ahead, but they're so distressed they couldn't themselves take part. So Mary's carer guides us through what happened.
Her life was her cats. She loved her cats. I used to say to her, Mary, have your dinner. And she'd make sure the cat had her dinner first. Chico! Chico! I've been going to see Mary on and off for about 10 years. And I used to take her dinner every day.
Come on then.
She mainly just stayed in her flat. She might put the telly on sometimes. But she was mainly with her cat.
Yes, you are.
Deep down you do have your little favourites. I'd be lying if I said I didn't. You know, and Mary was one of them.
Mary had her own flat at the end of this corridor in Rochester Court, housing for the elderly. It may be sheer coincidence, but a neighbour, Sophie, had an unexpected visitor on Friday afternoon, the 21st of May. He had no right to be in the building, and certainly no right to be inside Sophie's flat.
Who are you? Hello there, I'm just from the water board here to see about your water. Do you have a bowl or anything like that I can borrow?
There's nothing wrong with my water. Let me see your identity
Yeah, of course, there you go. Okay. Tell you what, should we go and see the warden? She knows me, she'll vouch for me.
Good doubt.
Okay.
Later on, Sophie found her purse was missing. Soon afterwards, two men were seen sitting on a wall in Wilmot Street outside Rochester Court. Who were they? And was this their van? Then, half an hour later, the son of some residents answered the intercom.
Sorry, I've got the wrong flat.
Okay.
Who was trying to get into the building around 5 p.m. that Friday? Was this you, innocently going to the wrong flat? Or was it the man who'd stolen Sophie's purse? Then, an hour later, at Mary's end of the corridor.
Here we are, ladies. Come on then, off we come. Lovely. I thought we could have...
As we came out of the lift, we saw a man at Mary Lazenby's door.
Hello, Mary, are you all right? We're going to try that dress on.
I assumed he was visiting. He was very casual, and he just walked in and out of sight. I've got a lump in my throat. Every time I talk about it, I feel sick. You know? Because she would have let anybody in. She would have believed anything anybody would told her. But to do what they did to her is just unbelievable.
Half an hour later, Mary was heard talking to someone in her flat.
What are you doing that to me for?
Even then, I just thought it was a relative or a visitor of some kind that she knew. She wasn't shouting, she didn't sound frightened.
For you, and we can go down.
As we went in the lift, I heard Mary's front door open and close quite quickly. Now I think that maybe it was her opening the front door and maybe him shutting it. Maybe she was trying to get out. And I wish I'd gone back up to have a listen outside the door, or even from the lift I might have heard something.
OK, dear, I'm all done. I'll see you next week, all right? You take care, all right?
When I left my clients, I was walking towards Mary's door,
A young fella came out of the door.
You going in this flat?
Oh, no.
He didn't appear nervous at all.
He was 17 to 18 years old, medium height, had short blonde hair, a thin face with a chipped tooth, and was smart and clean. Mary's body was discovered in her living room the next morning. She'd been punched and kicked so hard that her jaw, her ribs, and her spine were broken.
I just remember the lady I used to go to every single day for years. Warm, lovely, simple lady. And I'll just remember smiling at me at the door.
Mick, whoever killed her seems to have completely lost control.
Yeah, Mary's injuries were absolutely horrendous. Her jaw, her sternum, every rib in her body was broken. Her spine was actually snapped, and her heart and her liver both exploded as a result of the force used on her.
She was a small, frail lady with a disability.
She was, yes.
It seems inconceivable that whoever did this could have done this as a first offence.
I wouldn't have thought so. I would have thought there was probably a string of minor offences that have led up to this.
Did he do this on his own, or do you think there were two people involved, or perhaps more?
There was certainly, he was in the flat on his own. I would think that there was a possibility that there was another man outside the flat somewhere, maybe in the street outside, or outside the confines of the flat itself.
How seriously in trouble is that accomplice?
Well, I can't believe that two people went out that day intent on committing this horrendous crime. I would think that probably one of them doesn't know what his accomplice has done. If he was outside and he went out with a view of committing what he thought was a minor crime, a theft of some description, and now he knows what's actually happened within, if he comes forward and speaks to us, tells us who the other person is, I can assure him I will deal with him for the minor offence of theft, providing he's got nothing to do with this offence of murder at all.
And if he doesn't come forward, is he in much bigger trouble?
Of course he is, yeah, because that just shows that he may have some sort of knowledge, or he may have been part of it.
Now this e-fit we've got from the witness who saw the man coming out of the flat, you're fairly confident of that. Tell us what you know about this man's description.
The e-fit is very good. The man is about 18 years old, he's 5'10", he's got an angular face, pointed features, quite slim build. He's described as quite good looking with short cropped hair, but he's got half a tooth missing on the left hand upper part of his mouth, and his smile actually ruins his good looks apparently because there's a buckle in the rest of his teeth.
Now this is terrifying to people, this sort of attack, particularly to elderly people. You were telling me earlier, older people shouldn't be worried about this sort of thing. It's very, very rare indeed.
It is very rare, Nick. Yeah, older people shouldn't be worried at all because statistics show that younger people are more prone to be victims of violent attacks. And as I said before, there's absolutely no need for this sort of violence to be used on this type of person.
Well, this is a horrible crime. There may be something, anything that you can contribute. If there is, please, 0500 600 600. That call costs you nothing. Or you could ring detectives in the incident room on 0171 790 1212. That's 0171 790 1212.
Now, let's go back to an August bank holiday in 1977. That was the year of the Queen's Silver Jubilee. We're about to piece together clues from a murder, a case that's been reopened thanks to the progress in new DNA techniques. Mary Gregson lived in Shipley in West Yorkshire with her husband and their young son. Their home was beside the Leeds-Liverpool Canal. And the policeman that you're about to see is one of the officers who worked on the case all those years ago.
Mary was my sister, my best friend. She took me to school for the first time, cried buckets when she had to leave me. We were very close. There's not been a day gone by in 22 years that I've not thought about Mary in happier times, but what caused her death? It doesn't go, it never goes. It seems a long time since I saw her. But a lot of things are very vivid. It's just like yesterday.
Ta-ra then, see you at 7:30ish. Be good.
I will. Bye.
With being locals, we never thought about the canal bank being lonely and dangerous place. It was a regular walk through childhood into adulthood.
You've done it all. You've broken every code.
I got to know Mary when I first got married and I went to live next door to her. Became friends and we stayed friends even when I moved away. She was working with me at Salts Mill. That was a meeting point on the canal side. And if I was there first, I'd wait, you know, watch, see if I could see her coming, or vice versa. Which is what I did that night. I stood and watched for her and because she didn't appear.
Soon afterwards, another woman was also heading for work and had a disturbing encounter.
What's happened to that girl? What you do with her?
Nothing. She fell off the wall.
What's her name? Where she live? You know where girl lives?
House by the canal.
There are no houses there. What's your name? You want help? I get ambulance. Police.
I don't need nothing.
The witness heard Mary moan and remembers the man as in his early 20s with fair or light brown hair. Now he'd be in his mid-40s. By tragic irony, Mary's husband was cycling home along the towpath just out of sight of his wife and her attacker.
I won't.
On you go.
He was about, I should think about 5'9", 5'10". He had a long, thinnish face. His eyes were just piercing. They just held me, and they've held me ever since. And at his feet, lying straight out in a straight line, was a youth, I thought. I just thought it was extremely odd, but it never occurred to me that she was dead.
Susan?
Sorry to bother you, Bill, but I was wondering if Mary was okay.
Okay, but what do you mean? What's happened? She's with you, isn't she?
She never showed up for work, Bill. I just assumed she was feeling poorly. I waited for her at bridge, but there were no signs.
That night was horrendous. I never want to live another night like that. I didn't sleep. We just waited. I just sat in a chair in my bay window at home and waited and watched. The following morning, my husband had gone back out to resume searching, and he came back with a police officer. He'd witnessed my sister being brought out of the river. And that's when we realised what had happened. As time goes on, you still keep hoping, you never stop hoping that somebody's going to be caught. I want to know why somebody could attack somebody like Mary.
Now, Brian, this tragedy ripped this family apart, didn't it? Not only did Mary die, but a few years later, her husband died of a heart attack near the scene of the murder. Her son was then left an orphan. Now, we're 22 years on now. Realistically, what chance do you think you've got of finding the man who did it?
Well, we now have a DNA profile of the offender. And what this means is when we're eliminating or indeed implicating the suspect, all we have to do is take a mouth swab called a buccal swab. That's a very simple procedure. It's very quick, it only takes a few seconds, and it's totally safe.
Now, because of the DNA, it's not so much witnesses you're after now, is it? Because after 22 years, people's memories are going to be a bit shaky. It's names you want, isn't it?
That's right, yes. What I'm trying to do is reach everybody who may have lived and worked in Shipley in 1977 and have now moved on. I want to tell those people that we've reopened the investigation into Mary's death and ask them to contact us if they've got any idea at all as to who may have been responsible.
Now, the people that lived in that community in Shipley, is it the kind of community that the people who lived there then are likely to still be living there now?
No, not necessarily. For example, the John Lang's construction company and many other smaller subcontractors were building the headquarters of the Inland Revenue, and also there were many mills, engineering firms along the canal towpath that have now shut down and people have moved on.
Now, some people might think perhaps that after 22 years this matter should be laid to rest, but we heard from Mary's sister there, the family very much want to catch this man, don't they?
They certainly do, and the first point I'd like to make is that we never close a murder inquiry. If any new information ever comes to light, then it's investigated. We've also got a duty to Mary so that she can rest a little easier, and also to a family, the two sisters and a son. They need to know who killed their mother and the sister, and perhaps more importantly, why. And we've also got a duty to everybody else out there, because this man, if he's still alive, will only be in his 40s or his 50s, and he's still out there.
That's it, he's still out there and he needs to be caught. 22 years seems like a long time ago. It is a long time ago, but rack your brains. If you've even an inkling who might have been involved, call us. We can quickly rule them out if it's not the right person. The studio number is 0500 600 600, or call the Instant Room in Yorkshire on 01274 537 422. That's Bradford, 537 422.
20 years ago, the country was transfixed by the murder of a 14-year-old in Hampshire, Marion Crofts. But her killer has never been caught. Then, last autumn, came a scientific breakthrough that's unlocked new evidence. And tonight, at long last, prompted by what you're about to see, someone might just open up their heart and call in with their suspicions.
The body of Marion Crofts was found in the woods near the Basingstoke Canal at Farnborough. A shoe and sock.
It could be a long one. I'm still optimistic that it won't be a long one, but it could well be, and we're planning that it may go on for another week or two.
One of the nastiest that I've ever been involved in. On the scale of 1 to 10, I suppose you'd have to say 10. Everybody who worked on it was affected. Most of us had children, and I can't think of much more devastating than to lose a child, and to lose a child through murder is double devastation.
Still don't understand how a girl can go off in the middle of the morning and ride a bicycle and not come back.
Makes you wonder upon what Marion would have been like. Yeah. It wasn't to be.
I've never been down there since. We've walked along the canal to nearly there, and I don't think I could. Because I'm a coward. I don't know.
Hey! Don't forget this. You can collect your sponsorship money.
Sarah, are you ready? We're going to be late.
Should you be getting down?
Come on,
I'm coming.
You know what the party's like down there. Come on. Oh, Marion, I pumped up your tyres last night, love. All right.
Oh, thanks,
okay,
Dad.
Bye.
Bye.
Come on, you two. Bye.
I think maybe she was a bit the apple of his eye, being the baby. She was a good pupil at school. Well, wasn't particularly naughty. She was musical, of course. She was quite a serious child. At 14, she decided she was going to be a teacher. I think she'd probably have done it, given the chance.
On Saturday, Marion cycled from her home in Fleet to a school in Farnborough, where she rehearsed with a local youth orchestra.
Come on, Abdur.
Yeah.
Laffans Road runs beside the Basingstoke Canal. It's familiar to anglers and joggers and to generations of soldiers who train at Aldershot Camp.
you see that? Strange place to take a bite.
Strange place, isn't it?
Yeah.
Clarinet. So no sign of Marion?
No.
She'll be fine. I'm gonna go.
Bye.
I rang the home of the little girl who would have gone with her.
Hello, it's Marion's mum here. Did she come back with you?
And her mother said that Marion hadn't been there at all that day, and that was when we got worried. I rang the hospital and asked if a little girl had been brought in who'd sort of come off her bicycle or anything, or been knocked off her bicycle. Something had gone very wrong. I certainly didn't think of what it was. It didn't run through my mind of what had happened. I just thought perhaps there'd been an accident.
It's Marion's. It's her sponsorship form.
Mum? Mum? Oh my God. Marion! Marion! Marion!
Wait! Let's get the police.
There was no way I'd let her go up there, or myself, because I was afraid of what we might find.
I'll phone from the golf club.
Marion was so well hidden, it took a police dog to locate her. Her body had been camouflaged with brambles and undergrowth. She'd been raped and battered on the head.
What in life can be worse? If only I'd taken her that morning. If only I hadn't gone and played cricket. But you have to live with that. Every day.
There must be a Crimewatch viewer who knows what happened, or at least has suspicions but hasn't come forward. Perhaps because they fear they could be wrong. Maybe somebody covered for a friend. And did anyone ask you to tell a white lie, to give them an alibi? Do you know someone who was in Hampshire in the summer of 1981, perhaps at the Aldershot Army Camp, or just nearby, that raises suspicions in you? Did his behaviour alter at the time? Has he been uncomfortable watching the reconstruction? Now, with DNA evidence, any name can be easily and emphatically ruled out. Just tell us who. The number's 0500 600 600, that's always on the screen, or you can try 01 962 871 402. Most of the early calls we've got have been on the Marion Crofts murder. Now, since this is a case that's 20 years old, it's really heartening the number of calls we've had. We've had just in the instant room, here in the studio, we haven't yet heard from the instant room, we've had 30 new names come in. One name has been repeated, and of those 30, almost all have very strong links to the Aldershot area. Several people have named people who were soldiers nearby Aldershot camp, though that's not by any means the only line of inquiry. Two separate cases, 20 years old, and both have provoked an astonishing blizzard of calls. We've had some really strong leads on the murder of 14-year-old Marion Croft. How many viewers watching tonight could help solve a murder almost 20 years ago? Well, the answer is, I don't know how many so far, but something far more than we've anticipated, been willing to try. Our appeal was a long shot. It was to reawaken suspicions anyone's had about the rape and killing of a schoolgirl, Marion Crofts.
It's Marion's. It's her sponsorship form.
Mum? Mum? Donaldson. Marion! Marion!
20 years ago, I think it's over 100 calls now.
Well over 100 calls now, Nick, yes.
Andy, tell us what you've got from them.
Almost every one of those calls is nominating an individual. That's going to be a great boon to us. We've got 17,000 people in our database.
17,000?
17,000. We've now got somewhere to start. One individual's been put in by 4 separate people. He sounds very interesting.
4 separate people?
4 separate people.
In the area at the time?
In the area, and they're all from local people.
Now, again, this is a case where you've got DNA. This is something where, if it is the right man, then you can tell so instantly. If it's not, you can eliminate instantly.
Quickly eliminated.
You were going to say, I interrupted you.
We've had information from the military, from local people, from within the prison service. Very, very encouraging result.
It's far more than we'd anticipated you get on this.
Far more than I thought as well. Very, very encouraging.
Thank you. Now, this might sound an odd question, but have you ever been interviewed about a murder? More specifically, one that happened back in 1982. On a summer's day, just off the Finchley Road in Swiss Cottage in London, a 17-year-old was murdered, killed in her own home. It caused a sensation at the time, and many people locally will still remember the victim's name, Yanula Yani. The murder was never solved, but now, with new forensic evidence, tonight, it just might be. Yanula had just left school and was waiting for her exam results. She and her mother used to take lunch to her father, who ran the local cobbler's shop.
Hi, Dad.
They were Greek Cypriots, a close family, but fairly strict, and Yanula rarely went out on her own. Instead, life revolved around the family home in Belsize Road, and this is Yanula dancing with the family 18 years ago. Only once was there any hint of trouble, one evening when they'd gone out for a walk.
We were followed once by this, from what I remember, a Mediterranean-looking fellow. We were out for a walk with my mum, and we noticed him following us from Finchley Road.
Oh, that's very good. Yeah, that's really good. Ella. Maria, I think he fancies you. How do you know? Maybe he likes Yanula. Oh, I think he's very good.
Do you think we can come back next week and
Oh,
get it?
darling, I think it's too expensive.
Oh, but it really...
I know. Here he is again.
He just waved. What a weirdo.
Oh, no. Look, he's here again. No, come on, girls. We go home.
Mum, what are you scared of? There's 3 of us.
No, I don't like it. No, come on, we go home now.
What's going on?
August 18 years ago, and this is how he may have aged. Maybe there was an innocent reason for his interest in the family, or maybe not. Who is he?
The day Yanula died was actually Friday the 13th. She'd just gone to my dad's shop to take him some lunch.
Meals on Wheels for Mr. Yanni.
Oh, so much work.
Okay.
Oh, why you don't close the shop and finish what you're doing? Yanula, you go and put the dinner on in the oven, okay, darling? I stay here and help your daddy. He needs me.
Okay. See you later, Dad.
And that's the last they saw of her, because then she just literally walked out the shop, round the corner back to our house, which was probably not more than 4 or 5 minute walk.
Later that Friday lunchtime, a neighbour saw a man turn into her own front path. Then, as he realised his mistake, he went next door to the Yanis. The family always answered the bell by looking to see who was there. So if Yanula let the visitor in, there's a big chance she knew him. She certainly seemed to like him. A local man who'd always rather fancied Yanula from afar saw Yanula smiling at the visitor. He remembers it clearly because he wished she'd been smiling at him.
It wasn't more than 20 minutes later when the parents came back to the house.
They called her. They said, we're home, and there was no answer. Mum went upstairs into the bedroom. That's where she found her on the bed. I remember her saying that she'd picked her up and she was crying and her head just dropped. I don't think it's true what they say that time is a great healer, because for me it's literally like we're way back there 18 years ago, day one.
I'd never seen my parents like that. I mean, my father, who was very strong, it killed him off, it finished him.
As a parent myself of two girls, I sometimes wonder how on earth I would be able to deal with something like that, and for a child of mine to die in such a way. I mean, she did die a horrific death.
Yanula had struggled with her attacker, had tried to run upstairs, but had been caught and raped and strangled.
To catch him, though, would I think, bring a peace, because it's finished. There's something there that hasn't finished, and hopefully we'll get him this time, and then we can close the chapter.
So, David, your appeal is very simple. Anyone who was interviewed by police 18 years ago on
Yes,
this?
any person who either spoke to police or gave fingerprints for elimination purposes. And that would include people from Kinston School, the local Greek dance class in Camden Road, and Woolworths, Finchley Road, where she worked part-time.
Or perhaps anybody who's heard anything since?
Yes, any information. It's 18 years since this crime. It's quite possible the killer has confided in somebody else. I would appeal for that person to come forward.
And what about anybody who knew Yanula but hasn't been interviewed by the police?
Anybody who's got information.
Anyone at all who's got any information at all and who knew her?
Yes, that's quite correct, yes.
Now, the guy who was following them, I know it's a very long shot, because actually that was several weeks, if not months, before the attack, but he was rather similar to the guy who was seen at the front door. Very short. 5'4", 5'6", 5'4", yeah, 5'6".
That's right, yeah. 20 to 24, Mediterranean appearance.
So it'd now be 38 to 42. Yeah. I should say that aging we showed was done with the National Missing Persons Helpline, who've got tremendous expertise in that. If you think you know who that is, we can help in any other way, or were interviewed at the time, call us now. It's a free call number, 0500 600 600, or the instant room 020 8358 1777. And if you want to give information anonymously on this or indeed on any other crime, call Crime Stoppers 0800 555 111. Jones, the 15-year-old who disappeared from Essex. You can't have missed this in the news. It's had huge publicity, and perhaps the chance of finding new witnesses tonight might be slim.
But even if it's a long shot, someone out there must know something. Danielle vanished on a walk to school 4 weeks ago in the village of East Tilbury.
Okay, morning everybody. Welcome to day 28. Exactly 4 weeks today since Danielle went missing. Tasking today for teams 2 and 3 will be a footpath that runs from Butts Lane to a railway bridge at Linford in Essex. Okay, the divers will be continuing today at the lake nearest to the East Tilbury village. There's tyre tracks, footmarks on one area of that lake where they'll be paying particular attention.
Because you're just sitting waiting for news all the time, which is hard, very hard. But basically at the end of each day, there is no news, there is no result. There is nothing to tell us, really. The only one thing we want to know is something that we're not hearing, and that's that they found her. She's not a withdrawn child, but she is very shy. She's just a homely girl. She's not one that likes to be wandering about at all. She loves animals. She adores her rabbits. She's got 2 very young rabbits, which she's not had long. She got up her normal rushing around. Her friends knocked as usual and she wasn't ready. She normally has like 2 sandwiches and then just stuffs it all in the school bag, and she went out at about 5 to 8. The normal thing was to say, see you later, Mum, and I'd say, see you later. I wished I'd told her how much I loved her. Just hope I get another chance.
Danielle's brother saw her turn left as usual, but then she turned and walked the other way. Why? 2 schoolboys saw her as well, and assumed she was heading for a nearby shop, though she could have caught the school bus going that way too. She never did. Perhaps Perhaps quite unconnected, but someone thinks they saw a schoolgirl arguing with a man not far away. Later that day, Danielle's school rang her home to say she hadn't turned up.
So I just thought, she'll come home. In any minute now, she'll turn up. And I was sure by dark she would come home because she doesn't like the dark. There is no way she wouldn't have made contact with me. I know there isn't. Just from the simple note she leaves me, she's going to a friend. I'll phone you when I get there. I'm next door. A month sounds an awfully long time. Each day makes it a less likely good outcome in my mind. Although I've still got that slight flicker that there'll be a good outcome, but that is getting very hard to believe anymore, really.
Well, Peter, that's Mum's hope. What about you?
Well, I'm convinced that Danielle has been abducted. I know that she was last seen walking towards Coronation Avenue, but after that I don't know where she went to, and we really need to speak to anybody who saw her after she left the road close to where she lives. Anyone who may have been there, they may think that we already have the information and we don't need to speak to them again. We do. Anybody who can tell us anything about Danielle's movements after she left home should contact us urgently.
And what about the possible sighting of Danielle arguing with a man? You know about that, but you want more witnesses on that, if possible.
I want witnesses to anything that happened to Danielle. It's possible that it was her involved in that argument. It may have been somebody else, and if it was, let's speak to them. Let's rule them out so we can be clear what we're now looking for. But if that was Danielle and anybody else saw an argument or a conversation between two people, speak to us. Tell us what you saw. No matter how insignificant it is, it can contribute to our investigation. It may be the absolute key to what we're looking for.
Given that you believe she was abducted, is there anything that may have been going on in her life before this that might shed any light?
I certainly think it's a possibility. There may be friends who have been confided in. There may be somebody who knows something that she's talked about at school or in the village. Contact us and tell us that. There may be good reasons why you haven't spoken to us before. They may be frightened with this length of time having passed that they'll be criticised if they come forward now. We must speak to them. Tell us now whatever you can to help, and let us be the judge of how useful it is.
So anything or anyone possibly that was bothering Danielle?
Indeed, anything or anyone. We would like to speak to them now.
The information you think you'll find that will unlock this for you is going to be in the local area in East Tilbury. Shall we just remind ourselves, you're looking for items like this, aren't you? This is what, Danielle's school bag?
Yes. When Danielle left home, she left home in a school uniform with her school bag and books inside it. Her lunch was inside the bag. Okay. And anybody walking around the Tilbury or the Thurrock area of Essex who should see anything similar to this, a Kukai bag.
Kukai bag. This is her school tie.
That's the school tie. Yeah, that's St Clair's school tie. Now that is the comprehensive school for that area. But we're looking for any indication of where Danielle has been or may be now.
And her school blazer.
Indeed.
Okay. All right. Peter, thanks very much.
Thank you.
Well, Danielle's parents are here. Tony, do you agree with Linda, your wife, and do you agree with Peter about what's happened?
Yes, I do. I've always got that glimmer of hope that she is still alive, but we just know that she wouldn't have run away. We know that 100%. The type of girl she was, she just wouldn't have run away.
Do you, Linda, believe at this stage there is anybody out there who knows something who hasn't come forward? In your heart, is that what you suspect is going on?
I hope so, because we've just had nothing positive, so someone surely has got to know something. She hasn't just disappeared off the face of the earth. Someone's got to have seen something.
It could also perhaps be a girlfriend of Danielle, somebody she's confided in who knows something, who again is fearful. Maybe she feels she should have come forward before. Maybe she feels it was told in confidence. There are all sorts of reasons. What do you say to tempt that girl to come forward and talk?
Well, obviously someone knows something. If it is a friend, I know they must be really frightened of leaving it this long to come forward, but they've got to come forward to put us out of this. We can't deal with this indefinitely.
You know from the enormous reaction there's been, it's somehow a crime that really has touched the nation's heart. Everybody out there is hoping for you tonight. And let's hope that the right person or people call in, please ring us here in the studio, 0500 600 600, or the incident room. You can call it directly. It's manned now and will be for a long time tonight, 01 245 464222.
6 weeks ago in Plymouth, there was an incident of road rage between a pedestrian and a driver. The pedestrian finished up dead.
He liked being private. That was the way he was. He was very quiet, very independent. He was helpful, and he helped other people. And he loved his family.
No one doubts that Colin Beer had too much to drink that Saturday. He'd been at it all afternoon.
I don't know why he'd been drinking that day. It was a surprise to me because when he came to visit me, or me and my wife, I offered to take him out for a drink, and he said no, he wouldn't drink him anymore. He'd stopped drinking.
Come on.
I know about 7, half 7, I don't know yet.
What's the others doing?
Just a minute. Look at that blue colour. What the hell? There was a man stood in the middle of the road. He looked a bit drunk and was staggering a bit. But then we noticed that as one car went past, he hit the windmill of it. When I first saw him get out the car, I did think that there was going to be a fight, or at least words would be crossed, because he looked angry, but I didn't think that it would be that bad. When I saw the man attack the victim, I felt a bit nervous, but when I saw him fall to the ground, I felt sick, because it was like, how could someone do that?
The car was a silver blue Peugeot 406, known as Samarkand Blue. This is Plymouth at about 6 p.m. on Saturday the 9th of June. Norman, we should point out he had much darker hair than the actor in the reconstruction.
Yes, he did.
Now, what do you hope for from this appeal?
Well, I believe that this person could have been a visitor to the Plymouth area, either working or in pleasure. And Colin Beer was 5 days in intensive care before he died. It's well on the cards that this person actually left the area and doesn't realise the result of his actions.
And of course may not even have meant to hurt Colin all that badly.
That's right, Nick. It's one blow, and I don't really think that that fellow ever thought that he would kill Colin Beer as a result of that strike.
So you've really got to get this guy to call in himself. I mean, that's really the essence of what tonight's about then.
That's right. I need to know his side of the story. What happened that day? I've numerous witnesses to this. Many people can identify him.
Now, I mean, I was going to say, you're going to get this guy eventually because you've got so many clues and you'll be able to eliminate all the... Because that sort of Peugeot 406, that type of blue, in that town that day is infrequent. You're going to be able to find them eventually.
Absolutely. There are only several thousand of those in the UK, and we can methodically work our way through that.
So what you need, he to come forward, explain his side of the story, and if not, other people who've got a suspicion who he might be.
That's right. My appeal is, who came home on the 9th of June with a sore hand, who has access to that silver blue Peugeot, who is like my artist's impression, and has knowledge of Plymouth or knows people in the Plymouth area.
OK, well, the driver may be a sales rep, visiting Plymouth, whoever he is. Maybe he's got relatives there. It's unlikely he set out to kill Colin, as you've heard. So if you know who he is, give us his name, please. 01752 789 039. Or in this or any other crime, you can always call Crime Stoppers on 0800 555 111.
On our next appeal, we've not much evidence to go on, to be honest. But sometimes these are the kinds of cases that we get our best results on. If you live in Huddersfield, maybe you can make sense of the very few clues there are. The victim was one of the founders of a garage that specialises in car electrics. His name was Brian Hardwick.
Brian, he was a very loving, sensitive, hard-working. Yeah, all his friends thought a lot about him. He was a guy that he got on with his life and he let people get on with their lives. We joined a club which is every Friday called the Range Riders. Everybody gets dressed up in the Western gear. we just fell in love with the place, you know, and we've just been going ever since. So Brian said, that's it, a Western wedding for us, and that's what we had.
They married on the 12th of May last year, but only had 6 months together as husband and wife. Brian had worked as an auto electrician at Huddersfield Car Electrical Services on Colne Road for the last 23 years.
He was very hard-working, reliable, conscientious. Many a time if you offered him a drink of tea, he wouldn't have one. He just wanted to get on and solve the problem as quickly and as efficiently as he possibly could. But he was always the first here and the last away.
So maybe that was why it happened. On a Wednesday night 5 months ago, Brian was alone in a garage when he was shot. There are 5 clues. Can you piece them together to come up with the killer? As a colleague left work, he noticed that Brian's red Renault Clio was parked as usual in the car park outside the garage. Somebody had stabbed a tyre on Brian's car, and sometime after 5:30 he'd moved it into the garage to change the wheel. Two people need to be eliminated. A white man in his 20s with piercing eyes, average height but stocky. And a black man who may have been sheltering from the rain. Whoever killed Brian shot him with a small caliber gun, a .22 weapon. Once in the chest, and after he fell, another shot in the head. Several personal possessions were stolen, and maybe theft was the motive. Where's the other half of this?
Brian put the one half round my neck, and I put the other half round Brian's neck. I only wish I could have the other half back to put it together, and then it would be complete.
2 wallets were stolen, though they didn't have much in them. And so was a bunch of keys. Brian's cash card was used at the Lloyd's TSB cash dispenser at the Asda store on the Bradford Road. The transactions took all of 7 minutes. It's a long time since November the 21st, but you'd remember someone taking 7 minutes at a cash dispenser.
Surely there's somebody out there that knows who's done it, and I beg them to come forward and give names so that at least I can have an answer of why this has happened to Brian.
Was it a robbery that went wrong? We can't be sure, and that's why we need your help. 0500 600 600 or 01484 436 702. The troubles in Northern Ireland are what hit the headlines. But even with all that, believe it or not, it's one of the safest places in Europe. So what happened to Hugh Cameron?
Tell me they were very rare. They're a lovely board. Beautiful.
Marty, take a wee look down over there and see if that's what I think it is.
I hope that's not what you think it is, really do.
Hello, is that the Larne Police? We're here in the Achaboy Road and there's a body in the river.
You went out on the 19th of October for an evening out, and he never returned. As the weeks went past, we were clutching at straws, really. I got a phone call to say that there was a body found in the Glens of Antrim, and at that point we didn't know, but it sounded very like Q. Q lived a very quiet life in Carrick. His 3 passions were motor scooters, supporting the football team in the running, and that was it. Every night he went out for a run. Q ran 30 marathons, and his latest charity was stillborn children. And he had booked to go to the Dublin Marathon, which would have been his 31st. And he never made it.
Nightlife is pub life in Carrickfergus, and there are many to choose from. Hugh rarely went to the Central Bar and didn't know many of the regulars, but a work friend, Marty, had suggested they meet there.
Cheers, love, nice.
Many of the people who were around that night have taken part in this reconstruction.
Morning. How's it going? You well?
I'm very here, what about
All right, mate. How's it going? This is Hugh.
All right. A lot of people liked him. They all said Q was a nice guy and kind. He'd always be bantering and joking and generally keeping everyone going.
So where we're heading to up this? Over to Dobbins or Owen? The Onies for a bit of crack. Onies? Let's go to Onies. All right. Let's go.
I'm going to get a taxi up that Pheasant Bar, right?
Why not come with us?
All right, fair enough, okay.
Come on, you, hurry up.
I'm coming.
Hugh drew a few pounds from a cash point in High Street. Then he and the others strode off to the Joymount Arms, a pub known locally as Owen's. Again, it's a bar Hugh didn't normally go to.
Carlsberg. 4 pints of Carlsberg, pint of Guinness, please. Nice one. Thank you.
How long did you stay there for?
4 years.
Seriously?
4 years. Brilliant place.
He did all his travelling. He came home to Ireland to settle down from Australia. And that was his goal, to settle down and have children.
Hugh booked a taxi for later to take him home.
Taxi, book for later on.
There's Cameron. 12:30. No, what time do you close it?
Close at 1.
You close 1, no, make it 1.
Yeah. Where are you going to?
Going to Henley. All right, cheers, Bill, thanks. Who's the bar playing up the stairs?
That's luscious.
Is that any good?
Yeah, all right.
Huh? How much are your tickets?
£3 each.
I give us 2. Me and Marty will be well into that. Who's going up, boy? You not going up, no? No, mate, I'm going to sit here and drink the Guinness.
Let's go and get some meat.
Yeah, go next door. Chinese.
Fancy Chinese?
No, I mean, I have my taxi booked for 1. So
right. No problem, man.
All right.
Yeah, no problem. Sure, we'll see you again.
Good to see you.
And yourself.
Yep. Pleasure. Yep. Take it easy.
All the best.
All right.
All right. Cheers, man. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Taxi for Cameron.
Hugh wasn't known here at Owen's, so maybe he just wasn't told that the taxi was there. Or perhaps he was in the backyard. At any rate, he didn't emerge, and eventually the cab left without him.
No worries.
Time now, please.
Some of the people you're watching now were here at the Joymount Arms that night. But we need to trace the others, especially those in the backyard where people go to make mobile phone calls. Did anyone see Hugh? Or anyone with him? It looked like he was waiting for somebody. But maybe not. A few minutes later he was out at the front, and we don't know what happened after that. Did someone give him a lift? Where to? Did he upset someone? Why? Sometime after 4:30 in the morning he was stabbed, hit over the head and had his throat cut. The pathologist thought at least 2 killers were involved. There may be a clue in where he was dumped, most likely from the Capana Bridge, a remote spot on the Starbog Road.
Every day I see a runner, I think of Q. I see him running along the road. I see a man on a motor scooter, I think of Q. When I hear anyone talking about marathons, I think of Q. And I didn't realise how much I cared for him.
Well, Pat, given that this is Northern Ireland, one thing we didn't mention in the film is whether there's any paramilitary connection. He wasn't involved in anything like that, was he?
There's no evidence whatsoever that that this was a paramilitary murder, or B, that Hugh Cameron was involved in paramilitary activity of any kind, or indeed drug dealing, drug usage, or criminality of any kind whatsoever.
So what was the motive?
6 months into this inquiry, we do not know what the motive was. We don't know who killed Hugh Cameron, we don't know why they killed him, and we don't know where they killed him. What we do know is he came upon a brutal death. He had been savagely attacked, he'd been stabbed, he'd been bludgeoned, and I'm sorry to have to say that there is evidence to suggest that he was tortured prior to his death.
Well, you have got one very good clue, haven't you, which is paint that was found on his jumper.
We have paint retrieved from the rear of Hugh Cameron's jumper, which we believe is inextricably linked to the manner in which he met his death. It's a lilac-coloured paint, it's a vinyl silk emulsion. It's been applied with some force. In other words, something with that paint on it has hit Hugh Cameron hard, or Hugh Cameron has hit something painted that colour hard. By that I'm talking about potentially a wall, a radiator, a shelf, or some source of that.
And presumably, if say he hit a wall, for example, there would be blood stains on that wall.
The nature of Hugh Cameron's injuries are such that there's likely to be a significant amount of blood spilt, both in a room, if indeed that's what it was, on a wall of that colour. On the floor, was carpet changed, was a wall repainted, and indeed on the clothing of the person or the people who killed Hugh.
And in fact, he fought back against them, didn't he? So he could have injured them.
There's clear evidence that he fought back, and the people who killed him may well have been carrying injuries around the 20th of October of last year.
And where his body was dumped, it's a pretty remote spot, isn't it?
Hugh was recovered from convenient to the Skye Bridge. However, we believe his body actually went into the water at Cabinet Bridge. It's some 7 miles northwest of Larne. It's very remote. We believe that whoever dumped his body there must have had a connection with that area, be it in their history or presently. We believe they must have been connected to that area.
Okay, well, there's one other thing as well. Is a lot of people who were at the pub that night, it was the Joymount Arms, wasn't it? A lot of people who came, who were in the pub that night were actually in our reconstruction, as we said, but there's still some people that the police still want to hear from. People who are in the yard, the beer garden at the back, or people who are out at the front. We still want to hear from you. Give the police a call. You know, everyone says that he was just a regular guy. Why on earth would someone want to kill him? Call us here in the studio or the instant room. That's on 02828 272 266. What made a mild-mannered man so angry that he kicked his own TV hard enough to gash his leg, and angry enough then to confront someone in the street? If we knew, we'd know why Evan Jones was murdered.
Evan was a great character. Some people might call him eccentric. Very caring about other people, always concerned about what was going on here, about what was going on in the area, and he used to work as a volunteer at the Salvation Army until about 18 months ago, helping on their door, letting people in. We were always pleased to see Evan. Somehow, he'd always have a big hug for us, and yeah, he was a lovely man.
Ooh, nowhere near, right? You're right. All right. Been out today? Hey, John, fancy coming back to mine later on? I'll get a takeaway or something? No, I was going to stay here, Rob. No? No, don't matter. All right, please, I'll see you. See you later.
Evan was divorced and spent most evenings in local pubs. He was a familiar face, often going from one to another.
Which one's from the really? Yeah. These are the better ones. Are they?
Yeah. Please go.
Hello, you right? Yeah.
Dad?
All right. Yes, thanks.
I got rid of mine, you know. The bloody things are a bloody nuisance, those phones.
No, they're a lifeline, Evan.
Yeah.
I wouldn't do without mine, it's a lifeline.
Yeah, I suppose so. If I'd had a mobile, I suppose I might not have got mugged the other day.
Of course, you got mugged, did you?
On the City Road, making a phone call in the phone box, as it happens, right? And I saw these three white blokes coming up the road. They look a bit funny, you know. So anyway, one of them got a blade, And he come up, man, you know that nice coat I got? Cut it all down there. Big, great big rip down there. Yeah, I'm really angry. But they didn't get anything, so, you know, they ran off. So
You were lucky there then.
yeah, I was. And worst of all, later on I started to get them pains across my chest here, you know.
God, and you had the heart attack last year, yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Anyway, are you playing tonight?
Yeah, I am actually. It's my game next.
Oh, yeah?
Been ready.
You up?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I'll see you in a bit.
All right.
Good luck.
Bye.
Evan had ordered a takeaway, and at 10:20 he went next door to pick it up. Evan had seemed in high spirits when he left the pub, but something badly upset him, either on the short walk home or inside his flat. He started his meal, but abandoned it half-eaten. A passerby saw him bleeding from a leg wound.
I just wonder if you'd do me a favour. Would you walk me to the hospital? It'd be all right. Only I've cut my leg and I've lost quite a bit of blood, really.
How'd you cut it?
Well, I'll kick the telly.
Do you want to do that for?
Pissed off. I've had a bad day.
I'm sorry, mate, I can't.
Oh,
I got
what?
someone looking after my kid, I got to go.
Wouldn't...
Evan seemed calm enough at this stage and went to make a phone call. But did something go badly wrong again? Something upset him enough to divert from the hospital and confront someone in Stokes Croft. Had he recognised his attacker from the assault the week before?
Little shit!
A white car swerved to avoid them in the street. You won't have forgotten if that was you. Two men were waiting at the bus stop. We need to hear from them. There were 3 people at the phone box. The couple have come forward, but who's the man who couldn't get through on his call? And a young man was standing at the corner using a mobile phone. Call us if that was you. Evan's assailant was smaller, maybe 5'6" to 8, and younger, in his 20s or his 30s. Evan died as a result of the attack. His purse was now empty. Lots of people saw the assault, but may not have realised how serious it was. If you haven't spoken to the police, or if you know who is involved, call us now. 0500 600 600. So Hannah, you're Evans's daughter. Thanks very much for coming in. Your mum and dad had divorced quite a time ago, and you kind of lost touch with him, but you were just beginning to re-establish a relationship, weren't you?
Yeah, in the past couple of years, we had contacts. I went to stay with him in his flat. He cooked me a curry and gave up his bed. We spoke on the phone frequently.
And you were just beginning to find that you got things in common, characteristics in common?
Yeah, we had a lot of laughs, a lot of tears as well. Honesty, really, we were both honest with each other.
Well, what kind of man was he? I mean, a lot of people in the reconstruction we showed, they said what a kind man he was and how he'd put himself out for people.
Yeah, he was a character, definitely. He had an infectious laugh. His door was always open. He had natural empathy for people. And he didn't judge at all.
And you were just really trying to build bridges back to each other, weren't you? Just after many years of not seeing each other.
We were, yeah, and we were, and it was very easy. We got on. We got on very well.
Do you feel cheated by the fact that just as that was beginning to happen, now this has happened?
I do. Myself and my sister feel terribly cheated. It's unfortunate, very unfortunate.
Well, it certainly is that. I mean, people are watching here tonight, they're listening to what you've got to say. What do you want to say to the people who are watching?
I just really want to urge those people that were on the street that night to think about it and to come forward. The smallest piece of information, anything would just to come forward.
Okay, Hannah, well, thanks very much for that. You heard Hannah there. It would make a big difference if you could help her to get any information that would find who killed Evan. There's a £5,000 reward. Call 0500 600 600 or 0117 945 5748.